Yes, hello everybody and welcome to Thruxton. The sun is shining. It is a perfect day for some motorsport action. We have got Caterhams on track today. We've got the Junior Saloons are in town. 116 are in town as well. First up today though, we have track action. As you can see, I am sat in a Skoda Octavia. Now that is because Paul Roderson is back in action. This car here that you're seeing right now made its debut at Brands Hatch a couple of weeks ago, and it's going to be 3 races as well for track action. That's because at Brands Hatch the final race couldn't go ahead due to damage to one of the barriers. Let's grab Paul for a quick chat, shall we? Paul, can we just grab you over here? Of course, the Skoda, you brought it out for its debut at Brands Hatch. It got quite a lot of attention, didn't it?
It's had a lot of love. I can't believe how much love it's had. But yeah, it's something different. Something different. I think that's what it is.
How are you expecting it to cope around the fast sweeping bends of Thruxton?
So this morning I've been out. I went quicker than I did last year in the Scirocco, which I'm pleased about. And the car does feel better than what it did at Brands. But that said, there's some bloody quick cars out there.
There certainly is. There certainly is. Look, I mean, temperature-wise, it's a bit hotter than Brands as well. That's not going to have an impact, is it? Too much?
No. I think the car's doing well and it's doing everything we want it to do. Bearing in mind, it's a very new, fresh out-of-the-box car. So every weekend is a learning curve. And so far, yeah, I'm pretty pleased with it.
And it's a bumper day of action for track action, isn't it? Because you've got that third race, the Brands Hatch race that didn't go ahead, is going to be bolted on today.
It is. I'm looking forward to it as well, another race.
What can you do today from where you are in the grid starting race 1?
I can't catch the guys at the front. It'd be nice to sort of get to the podium.
Yeah, top man, Paul.
Right,
thanks for bringing it out to play it again. Yes, Gary Preble is the man who starts on pole. It's good to see him again. Adam Shepherd took the win at Brands Hatch. He only had one race, of course, as I've said a few times already, but Adam Shepherd, he's not here, so we're going to have a different race winner for track action. Right, I think it's time we saw this actually going around Thruxton, the fastest circuit in the UK. I'm delighted to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through the action. Enjoy, everyone.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. Good afternoon, well, good noon. It's just about to roll over to midday, and welcome to Thruxton, the fastest race circuit in the UK here in the rolling southern countryside of Hampshire. My name is Dave Goddard. I'll be taking you through 2 days of action here on BARC TV. Great to be here once again with the British Automobile Racing Club at their home circuits. We kick off then the first day of 2 very busy days of action. First of 10 races today, coming up with the Track Action Racing Club, a whole mixture of different saloons and sports cars out in that series. Then there'll be the lunch break, and then we have the first of our Caterham races this weekend. Caterham with the majority of the races here this weekend, looking to follow up a brilliant season opener for majority of the Caterham Championships. That was over at Snetterton last month. But the moobob Caterham Academy Championship, that's for our novice racers. They open their season at Brands Hatch on Easter weekend. A single race for them coming up after the lunch break. We also welcome as guests here this weekend the 750 Motor Club's BMW Championships. The 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup are in action. They have 2 races today. We'll also have the 116 Trophy 90-minute endurance race at the end of tomorrow's programme here on the Thruxton circuit. Great to have them with us. We've also got the Blistein Suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship. That's the next rung on the ladder from the Academy. As we said, 3 races this weekend for the Track Action Racing Club. They're all taking place today. They have an extra race at the end of the programme, as Ian explained. They lost a race at Brands Hatch at the season opener when the meeting had to be abandoned after an accident in one of the truck races caused damage to the barriers, and the event had to be stopped. So they have a second race at 3 p.m. and then a little later on at the end of the programme they have their extra race. We've got the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship, and those are the quickest Caterhams we will see today, because we haven't got the Caterham 7 UK Championship. They run on a slightly different schedule, supporting the likes of the British GT Championship and the British Touring Car Championship at some of their other events. So we haven't got the Dutch Bahn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship for the 420R spec cars this weekend. We do, however, have the Junior Saloon CAR Championship. They've got 3 races, the identical Citroën Saxo VTRs here this weekend. We'll have the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship. That's the rung in between Roadsport and 310R on the Caterham ladder. So that's your programme coming up here today. We're joined tomorrow, as you say, by the 116 Trophy and also by the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup. Will be joining us tomorrow as well. The series aimed at the relative newcomer to racing with their second event of the season. But the Track Action Race Club are up first. They're designed as really an affordable way for you to race pretty much any saloon or small sports car that you want. We can see some of the cars down there in the assembly area ready to go for the first of this weekend's races. They will have 3 15-minute races across the course of today, and we will see a new winner, because in the race that was completed at Brands Hatch on Easter weekend, Adam Shepherd was the winner in his Honda Integra. He's not here this weekend, so we will see a new winner, and it could well be a familiar name if you're a regular viewer over the last few years of BARC TV. Gary Preble, the reigning pre-2003 touring car champion with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. Yes, he's back, and he has taken pole position here at Thruxton for this first race of the weekend. He's put his Honda Civic, rather modified Honda Civic has to be said, on pole. The number 191 car, the former King of Castle Combe, the circuit in Wiltshire. I think Gary holds the record for most wins in their Saloon Car Championship over the years, and he set pole. He did a 1:24.279 in the qualifying session a little earlier on, and equates to a lap of 100.63 miles per hour. So this really is the fastest circuit in the UK. I think Castle Combe is a close second in that statistic. Another former Castle Combe star is alongside him for this race, the little Citroen AX GT of Wiltshire's Sean Govard. We saw that briefly at Brands Hatch, but he had some problems and pulled off into the paddock in the race we saw at Brands. Well, the marshal displaying the 30-second board in the assembly area, you can see there on the left of your screen. And we will shortly be seeing the cars out on track then for the green flag lap. They won't get an extra lap from the grid, so they'll go straight round, line up on the grid, and it'll be a standing start and a 15-minute race, as will almost all the races this weekend. The BMW 116 Trophy that takes place tomorrow at the end of the programme is a rolling start to 90-minute pit stop race. We'll run you through the grid in a moment then. It is Gary Preble and Sean Govard on the front row of the grid. There are 3 distinct splits, if you like, in this field based on the cars involved. We've got the Nippon Challenge, which is, as the name suggests, for Japanese cars. We have the Deutsche Marks Cup, which is predominantly for German cars and Volkswagen Audi Group machines, including the Skoda Octavia that we saw earlier on for Paul Rodison, and the Tricolore Trophy, which is for French cars. There's a separate class in there as well for Peugeot 206 GTIs, and there's quite a lot of them here this weekend. So the front row of the grid, Gary Preble and Sean Govard. Second row, Will De Claudio in his deceptively quick Peugeot 106 GTI. He'll start alongside Sam Stride in his Honda Civic. Row 3, Sean Deacon in a Peugeot 106, and Joe Dorrington, currently leading the Pre-03 Touring Car Championship in his Honda Civic. Fourth row, Adam Croft in a Volkswagen Scirocco. Starts alongside Gareth Porter in his Peugeot 205 GTI. Been racing that car for many, many years as Gareth. Paul Rodison has qualified on row 5 in the Octavia, the only one of its kind racing in the UK, alongside Andy Presswell in his Opel Astra, racing in the Deutsche Marks Cup. It's badged as an Opel, so counts as a German car rather than a Vauxhall. Row 6, Lee Bull in his Renault Clio, alongside John Halliwell. We've not seen John out for a few years. The Mazda MX-5 specialist is on row 6. Then we've got Donald Dewar all the way from Scotland in his lovely Mark 1 Golf, alongside Jim Bridge in his Nissan 350Z, but I think I read that Jim Bridge has had some problems after qualifying and may not be starting. Check that. Then on row 8, we've got the first of the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup. Noah Checkley, the young gun from Birmingham, alongside Jacob Baldry, ex-Junior Saloon car racer. Andrew Mitchell is alongside Dave Scotting on row 9. The 10th row, Matt Anderson and Mervyn Beckett. Used to race a Vauxhall Nova, Mervyn Beckett. Row 11 is David Whedon. Yes, the BARC events manager is competing this weekend. We'll start alongside Dave Beecroft, one of the coordinators behind the Track Action Racing Club and the Junior Saloon Car Championship. He's in a VW Scirocco. And on the final row will be the Hicks family. It's Ian Hicks driving in this race in their Mazda MX-5, and Dave Thomas in his Mark 1 MR2 will start at the back of the grid. So we should have 24 cars out there. What a wonderful variety we have got. There is Matt Anderson in the number 25 Peugeot leading this group through. There's the MR2 at the back. Course car just following them round as they come up towards the grid. It will be a standing start. They come up Woodham Hill into the club chicane. Look out for some daring dives up the inside there. Gary Preble leads them round then. He'll start as the favourite here. Hasn't come back yet to defend his pre-03 touring car title. And watch for that little pocket rocket alongside him. Sean Govard's Citroën AX, very potent in the Saloon and Hot Hatch Championships at the Castle Coupe circuit in Wiltshire over the last few years. There's the Scirocco of Adam Croft. I think that's possibly Paul Roddison's old car. There's Paul Roddison, the Skoda Octavia, only one of its kind racing in the UK. Andy Presswell with the Astra. I can't see Lee Bull's Clio down there, not sure if that's there, unless there's been a change of car, because there was a Civic there on that row. So I think we may have had a change of car for Lee Bull. He's not in his Clio, he's in a Civic. That's the reason for the change of number on the entry list, which double check that. Which means he'll change class as well, he won't be in the Tricolour Trophy. So it's the white Civic with the black and red flashes. That's Gary Preble's car on pole. The white and blue Citroën AX GT alongside him. Watch for Will de Claudio, another ex-Castle Coupe Saloon champion. The white and green Peugeot 106 on row 2. He starts alongside the white and black Civic. That's Sam Stride from Southampton on his local circuit today. Joe Dorrington in the dark grey Civic alongside the black and yellow Peugeot. That's Sean Deacon. Yes, number 80, Lee Bull, a change of car. He was down as a Renault Clio on the entry list. He is in a Honda Civic, just behind Paul Roddison there. Donald Dewar is there. Jim Bridge is not. The Nissan 350Z, as I thought, is a non-starter, so we're missing one car from the grid. Peugeot 206s galore towards the back of the field. Noah Checkley, the black and blue machine, the quickest of them. So just awaiting the all clear to get this one underway then. It will be a 15-minute race. The 5-second board is held out by the starting marshal. The revs will begin to rise. The red lights are on, and when they go out, it is time to go racing. Here we go with race 1 of the weekend here at Thruxton. Down towards Allard Corner for the first time. It's not the best of starts for Gary Preble. Sean Govard in that little AX goes into the lead. John Halliwell was trying to come up the outside in the Mazda MX-5. A little bit further back, they go through Allard Corner, then up towards the complex for the first time. Campbell, the right-hander, followed by Cobb and Seagrave. Here they come, Sean Govard with the lead. Up into second is Will de Claudio's Peugeot 106. The rest of them funnel through behind. Andy Presswell's Astra up on the curb, he's lost it. Off goes the Astra at the complex. I think he may have broken his steering there over the curb. Let's see if he can get it going again. Great cloud of dust for everybody else to negotiate through. The Astra appears to be okay. He's got going in at the back of the field, out towards Noble and into the country on the far side of this very rural Thruxton circuit, through towards Church Corner, the fastest corner in the country. British touring cars take that at around 140 miles an hour. Now Sean Govard won't necessarily be going that quick, but that AX, it weighs virtually nothing. It's such a small car. Leads Will de Claudio. Third place it is Gary Preble, our pole sitter. There's Donald Dewar in his Mark 1 Golf. He's got ahead of Gareth Porter in that very potent Peugeot 205 GTI. 206 is everywhere towards the back of the field. And David Thomas, who starts at the back of the grid, starting to come through. Into the club chicane we come for the first time then. Joe Dorrington making a move there on Sam Stride in his Honda Civic. Already seen Joe in action this year at Donington and Brands Hatch with the pre-03 Touring Car Championship. Through towards Allard they come, past the Thruxton Centre and into their second lap. So Sean Govard leads. I think Gary Preble has got back through into second place. There's Merv Beckett in his yellow Peugeot 206, the former Vauxhall Nova racer, battling with one of the VW Scirocco's towards the back. Now that's Dave Beecroft in the number 3. Gareth Porter up the inside of the complex takes Donald Dewar. The battle of the two of the older cars in this field. You can race just about anything you like with the Track Attack Race Club. That's the great attraction. Donald Dewar from near Edinburgh owns a boat and does tours of the Firth of Forth. Here's the battle for the lead out towards Church. Gary Preble has taken the lead from Sean Gover. The Honda using a bit of extra power there on the run through this. The fastest sequence of corners in the air. Oh, he's got it sideways. Gary Preble nearly lost it there. Goodness me. That is not the place you want to have a moment like that. I thought Gary Preble was going to have the highest speed spin I've ever seen there. But not only has he held it together, he's held his lead, and De Claudio's got through into second place in the Peugeot 106. I think that scared Sean Covert a little there, seeing the Honda get sideways. Meantime, Joe Dorrington passes Deacon up into fourth place into the club chicane, but that was definitely a Code Brown moment, as David Addison would put it, for Gary Preble there. I don't know how he held that coming out of Church and up towards Brooklands and Woodham Hill. He's got Will De Claudio, his old Castle Combe rival, on his tail now in that little 106 GTI. Into the complex they come for the third time. Sam Stride has done the fastest lap of the race. He's done a 120. No, De Claudio's done the fastest lap of the race, 125.302. I think there's issues with one or two of the transponders on these cars. If you want to follow the live timing, incidentally, the place to go do so is tsl-timing.com. That's tsl-timing.com. Thanks to TSL, our official timekeepers. Sean Govert's dropped back a little into that third place. I think he lifted off coming out of Church there as Gary Preble almost lost it. And if you lose any momentum on the Thruxton circuit, because it's so flat out, you are going to drop back. Here's some of the 206s. That's number 25, Matt Anderson from Doncaster. Very brightly liveried Peugeot 206 GTI. Jacob Baldry in the black car behind him. I used to own a 206 a few years ago. It wasn't a GTI though, as the two leaders are side by side coming down into the chicane. Gary Preble defends his lead from Will De Claudio. Three of them line astern. Going through to complete lap number 3. Across the line they go. I think Paul Rodison has just pulled into the pits in the Skoda Octavia, unfortunately. Just check that. Yes, it's showing us in pit on the timing screen. A little bit of lock up there from Preble. Here's a battle further back. That's Anderson and Baldry in the two Peugeots. Running wide there, Jacob Baldry into the chicane. The one thing you don't want to do there is go across and hit those Recticel barriers. Through to complete another lap. Just under 10 minutes of this race to go, so we're up to 1/3 distance. Still showing us Sam Stride with the fastest lap, 125.217. There are various other subclasses all the way down the order. The 206 GTI Cup is currently led by Noah Checkley. The quickest Peugeot in this race is Will De Claudio. Here he is up Woodham Hill towards the club chicane once again. Gary Preble's increased his lead just a little bit. It was just over half a second last time through. Sean Govert looking on in third. Joe Dorrington is fourth. Then the fight for fifth. Sam Stride closing down Sean Deacon's Peugeot 106 GTI. Preble does the fastest lap this time. Now there's Paul Rodison. It did come up on the screen that he'd gone into the pits, and I think he's coming back in again. Yes, there's problems with the Skoda, unfortunately. I remember back in the early 2010s, we may have seen a Skoda, if Matt Hamilton had been able to secure sponsorship, we may have seen a Skoda Octavia in the British Touring Car Championship, because Matt, who previously raced a Honda Civic in BTCC, was planning to run one. Sadly, he couldn't secure the funding to run it. Sean Deacon under fire. That's Sam Stride in the white and purple Honda Civic. That's a battle for fifth place. We'll run you through the various subclasses towards the end of this race, because there's a lot of them. It's a Nippon Challenge car leading overall, Gary Preble's Honda. Will De Claudio is the top Tricolor trophy car. What about the Deutsche Marks Cup? Well, the leader was Paul Rodison in the Skoda. It will now be the number 73, I think, which is Adam Croft in the VW Scirocco. So Preble with the quickest lap of the race so far. He leads by just over half a second from Will De Claudio. 1.3 seconds further back is Sean Govert. Main battle on track at the moment is this one between Sean Deacon in the Peugeot 106 GTI. We saw him out at Brands Hatch. We didn't see Sam Stride from Southampton. He's attacking for 5th position here. Across the line they go. Stride's got the inside line for the right-hander at Allard. He goes through up into P5. It's through the left at Green, I believe that corner's been named after Andy Green. All the corners at the complex as Stride locks up there, named after British holders of the land speed record. Malcolm and Donald Campbell, John Cobb, Henry Seagrave, Richard Noble further round as well, as we see Mervyn Beckett make a move on David Thomas in the MR2. They've got a Mazda MX-5 coming up behind them as well. That's Ian Hicks' car. It's Sam Hicks who takes over that car for the other 2 races today. Paul Rodison was a Mazda MX-5 expert for many years in the old Max 5 Championship. His big rival there was Jonathan Halliwell. Another car that's been into the pits is Andy Presswell with the Astra. We saw him spin on the opening lap at the complex into the club chicane. This is a battle further back down the order, of course. This is for around 20th place, and Dave Thomas is out-dragged there by the MX-5 of Ian Hicks. A couple of Mark IV MX-5s out there, the newest generation of Mazda MX-5. Meanwhile, Gary Preble continues to lead. He's over 2 seconds clear now of Will de Claudio, so the Honda has pulled away. Still in 3rd position is Sean Govard, then Joe Dorrington. Stride up to 5th, then Deacon. Adam Croft 7th, Gareth Porter is 8th, Donald Dewar is 9th. Rounding up the top 10 is showing as Paul Rodison, but I thought we saw him pull off into the pits, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there. Still showing on the timing screen in 10th place. It should be John Halliwell in 10th. There is Dave Beecroft. He's meant to be racing his Cupra Leon this weekend, but problems with that as it lends a last-minute switch to the Scirocco. Jacob Baldry and Matt Anderson battling it out in their 206s. There's the Mark 1 Golf. There is Rodison, he's back out. Past Donald Dewar. Now we saw him go into the pits, but he's still showing on the timing screen as on the lead lap, so he's obviously recovered very well if that is the case. Shows how quick that Skoda is. I thought he would have gone a lap down with that pit visit, but there you go. Here comes your leader. He's coming up to lap these two. Beecroft with one of the 206s. That's number 88, Dave Scotting, behind him. Blue flag being shown there by the marshals, and Dave Scotting nearly got in the way there. He hadn't spotted the leader coming up behind him. Dave Beecroft moves wide and lets the leader through. There's de Claudio flashing his lights at the back markers to warn them he's there. Now, where is Sean Govard? He was 1 second behind at the line. The back markers not getting out of the way quite there in time as they exit the complex. Will de Claudio very close to Dave Beecroft. There's Govard. He's catching his fellow French hatchback racer. Seen our YouTube comments on our stream. His daughter Lily Govard is watching on, cheering on Sean. He's going for 2nd place. They're in different classes. De Claudio is in class TA, and Sean Govard in class TC. Gary Preble continues to set the pace in the Honda. And now here comes Govard. He's going to try and get the inside line away for the club chicane. It's under 4 minutes of this race to go. Very late on the brakes there, Sean Govard. He's not quite able to get alongside Will de Claudio. They've got back markers ahead of them. That's Matt Anderson's 206 GTI. Jacob Baldry just ahead of him. They've been battling all race long. Still leading the Peugeot 206s though. That's class TF if you're following the timing screen. Is Noah Checkley in his 206, the teenager from Birmingham. Gary Preble, a big lock up there. He's just lapping Noah Checkley there into the complex. His lead is a couple of seconds now over the battling French machines behind him. This is the battle for the lead in the Tricolor Trophy segment of this race. Still leading the Deutsche Marks Cup is Adam Croft in the VW Scirocco. Sean Govard delayed just a little bit there as he laps Noah Checkley. 2nd of the 206 is Andrew Mitchell. He used to race a Peugeot 205 GTI as opposed to a 206. Jacob Boulder and Matt Anderson's battle is for third in the 206 GTI Cup. Perfect weather for motorsport here at Thruxton this weekend. Here come the leaders up Woodham Hill once again towards the Clough chicane for the 9th time. Still Gary Preble. Here's the battle further back with Sam Stride having got ahead of Joe Dorrington in the battle of the Civics for 4th position. Behind them is Sean Deacon. Dorrington maybe going to have a look up the inside. That's a late lunge. That was worthy of Jeff Smith in the Mini Miglias here a few years ago. Look at the car sliding around there. That was very, very late on the brakes by Joe Dorrington. A brave move, but it paid off, and he's up to 4th. It's one of the most memorable races I've seen at Thruxton was the Mini Miglia Championship here a few years ago, where they were barely braking into the chicane. They were just sliding sideways to scrub speed off using their tyres. Absolutely crazy. Joe Dorrington lapping one of the 206s there. Up on the curb, Sam Stride in 5th place. Now, how far behind are these three from Sean Gover? They're about 13 seconds down, so the podium places are fairly well set. Now, the battle for the podium place is just between those three. Can Sean Govard get past Will de Claudio, though, for 2nd overall? Battle for 4th raging at the moment. Joe Dorrington pulling away slightly now. They're lapping Andy Mitchell in his 206 GTI. He's 14th overall. Here come the leaders. It'll be last lap this time. There's just under a minute left on the clock. This will be an 11-lap race. Swing their way through the Clough chicane, and Govard's not finished yet. He's going for Will de Claudio here. They will see the last lap signal go out, I think, from the pit wall. See the 106 right on the edge there as he goes through Allard up towards the complex once again. There's our 206 Cup leader, Noah Checkley, ahead of Mitchell, Baldry. Anderson's dropped back. Towards the tail of the field we can see the MX-5 there. That's the number 4 Ian Hicks. He's been chased by Dave Thomas's MR2. Paul Roddison still out there with the Skoda Octavia. Slightly troubled race for him. Just a couple of retirements. Unfortunately, I think we've lost David Weedon into the pit lane, BARC official. And we lost Andy Presswell as well in the Astra, but never mind that, because look at the way Sean Govard's going. He's up the inside. That's going into Church, and I think he's taken 2nd place. That's a brave overtake by Sean Govard. He's through. Excellent move. He's run wide on the exit, though. You saw a little bit of dust get kicked up there as he just put a wheel over the curb. So it may not be all over yet. Yes, Claudio back up the inside. He's got 2nd place back again. Yes, Govard slightly overcooked it on the exit, but it's going to be a win for Gary Preble in the Honda. Who is going to be 2nd and who's going to win the Tricolor Trophy split? It looks like it is going to be de Claudio. So Gary Preble comes in to take the checkered flag in the Honda. 2nd place for de Claudio, 3rd for Govard. Great race between those two. And they're well clear of the rest of the field. Joe Dorrington with that lunge into the chicane takes 4th. Sam Stride will be 5th, and Sean Deacon in 6th position. Gareth Porter will be 7th in his Peugeot 205. A slightly lacklustre qualifying for him, but he'll come through for P7, I think, in the 205 GTI. And then it will be Adam Croft. He'll be the Deutschmarks Cup winner in his Scirocco. He crosses the line 8th. Paul Roddison, despite that visit into the pits, I think will come home in 9th position with the Octavia. Some lap traffic coming home, including the 206 Cup cars. Noah Checkley wins that division in the blue and black number 52 car. There's Roddison. He will come home in P9 overall. Good recovery after having to make a pit stop. It actually said in pit on the timing screen before he went in, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. Hence my confusion of thinking he'd been in twice, so apologies there. 10th will go to Donald Dewar, the Scotsman. Very long journey to be here at Thruxton this weekend in his lovely Mark 1 Golf. And then 11th place, there's John Halliwell with his MX-5, just holding off the Honda Civic of Lee Bull. run you through the class winners when we confirm the result in just a second. David Weedham was there as well with his Peugeot. He did get back out of the pits. It's Gary Preble who takes the win, heads around on a lap of honour, giving our volunteer marshals and spectators a wave. Big thanks to the Orange family. As he said, we always say we couldn't go racing without them. Provisional result then of the Track Action Racing Club race number 1. Gary Preble taking the win by 2.4 seconds over Will De Claudio. They win classes NA and TA respectively, and class TC won by Sean Govard in third overall, despite that late moment where he ran wide coming out of church, having had a lunge for second. Joe Dorrington in fourth ahead of Sam Stride, then Sean Deacon. Gareth Porter wins class TG. In class DH, the Deutsche Marks Cup winner is Adam Croft. Paul Rodison, despite a pit visit, wins class DG in ninth overall, finishing ahead of Donald Dewar. And John Halliwell wins class ND with the MX-5. Next home Lee Bull. Then came class TF, the Peugeot 206s. Noah Checkley winning that ahead of Andy Mitchell and Jacob Baldry. Behind them were Dave Beecroft, Matt Anderson, Dave Scotting, Mervyn Beckett, Ian Hicks. Dave Thomas wins class NI. And David Whedon was the final finisher because we lost Andy Presswell fairly early on in the Astra. Let's head down to Parc Ferme with Ian Waterhouse to catch up with some of the drivers.
And just like that, the first race of the weekend is done and dusted. And it's actually a familiar name in first place. I've spoken to Gary Preble a number of times, normally in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club. But he's beaming, isn't he? He's got a big smile on his face. Gary, it's good to see you back. And, of course, taking top spot.
Yeah, great to be back. The first lap, got a bit of a bad start. The two light ones, I knew they were going to be a problem at the start because they're carrying a lot of lost weight. So I knew they'd be like scolded cats off the line. I had a massive moment into church. I think it was lap 2. Very almost lost it. Managed to collect it together. And yeah, once I got in front, Will was gapping me really well to begin with, and I got my head down and just sort of put in a couple of solid laps, and I started dropping them a little bit, and then once I dropped him, I just maintained that nice gap to bring it home.
Do you know, I've known you for a few years, right, and I've never done this before. I've got something for you. There you go.
Wow, the size of that.
It's huge.
That's going to fit on the screen. Wow.
And there's your hat.
All right, mate.
Well done, mate.
Pleasure.
Well done.
See you, mate.
Let's grab William for a quick chat, shall we? In fact, let's grab both William and Sean as well, if we can. Let's grab William very, very quickly. Tell you what, Sean made it hard work for you in the end, didn't he?
Yeah, he did make it hard work.
Don't go far, Sean.
I think he paid off by having a test day yesterday, and I didn't. But yeah, no, he's extremely quick and he's very competitive. Yeah, it was just a shame we didn't get on Gary right from the word beginning, really, because he was struggling right from the beginning, and I think we could have maybe, if we stayed together and sort of tried to gap him, because we are teammates. So, but yeah, no, Gary was quick, and he obviously does tuition around here as well. So he knows the circuit like the back of his hand. So.
Let's get Sean, come over here a second, because actually, if you look at it, we've got the Peugeot 106 here of William and the AX as well of Sean. Probably the two smallest cars size-wise.
100 mil shorter.
Yeah, they are quick, though, aren't they?
Yeah. It was, what a race that was. Adrenaline was pumping. I didn't realise that was the last lap, but I knew he just made a small mistake going around the back, and I just managed to get inside him. And I probably carried a little bit too much speed going through Church, which just chucked me onto the grass. And that was it.
William, I think you're wanted for circuit comms. Sorry, Sean. We'll carry on here.
So yeah, and it just threw me off, and literally I was just praying that it just kept in a straight line on the grass, and I knew he was going to pass me, and I saw the checkered flag. I was like, oh, if I just kept. But he was quite quick down the straight. I knew he'd gain on me, so I just had to carry that extra bit of speed. But we had a test. It's the first time I've been here raced. We had a test day yesterday, and the EAX hooked up really well, and today it just worked. I can't say any more than that.
You know, I'm a big fan of the AX.
Yeah, I know.
Even the 106.
Yeah, and I had 1.5 laps at Brands Hatch, so I had to come out and maybe just do at least one race.
You said that to me earlier.
Yeah,
just got to get
out. Yeah, so no, it was good. It was good fun.
Well, look, the good news is as well, Track Action, of course. You've still got 2 more races to go. That's because, of course, at Brands Hatch, the final race didn't happen. Are you happy about it? Would you rather do it here or at Brands?
I love the track. I do love the track. I mean, I wanted to do a bit more at Brands because it's a nice track. But I'm happy with it. But I'm just worried about the car doing 3 races. I mean, I put it through a lot then. A lot of curbs, locked up going into the first complex. Nearly rear-ended wheel. But yeah, no, it's good. I enjoyed it.
You're going to have to get Gary off the line, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I did. I got him off the line,
Yeah.
but then I knew he was going to come by at some point, so I was just waiting for that moment. So
Top man, sure.
Thank you.
Great to see you. Thank you. Right, stay with us, everybody, because we're into the lunch break now, and there's somebody down here I really wanted to go have a quick chat with. So don't worry, you're not missing any racing action. Sorry, Andy, we're going to dip around here. We've got David Whedon and Dave Beecroft. We'll leave Dave B. We'll grab you a little bit later, Dave, because I know how much you love the camera. And we've got Dave Whedon here. Dave, good to see you again. How was it?
Yeah, not great actually.
No.
The engine died off a little bit to the point where it just wasn't revving. And it got to the point where I couldn't even get into fifth up the back straight. So I came in, checked it, went back out, finished the race, but it's motor racing.
You're in a contingent of 206 GTIs, aren't you? Quite a mix, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. They're all quicker than me. I was enjoying myself. I was quite happy I didn't qualify last. I said this morning, I should just pack up and go home now and take it as a win, but hey, these things happen, so...
Yeah. Look, you've got 2 more races.
Yeah.
You doing the other 2?
I don't, well, see what we can do with that, yeah. I think it's just electrical. I think it's engine management, so we should be able to fix it.
Okay, let's go. I'm going to go have a little look at your car. Cheers, David Whedon there. Great to see him as well. Another part of the Peugeot contingent here as well. Quite a funky livery this is. Are you all right there? Oh no, let's go have a look, shall we? Let's, what happened out there?
It's just church. It's just so heavy on the front end and that front left. And I had this and it was obviously the delaminated the tyre, and after that...
Let's go have a look, shall we?
I think one more lap and that would have been me game over. That's lucky it didn't blow, to be honest.
Oh my word. Oh yes, blimey. Wow. Thank goodness it finished when it did, huh?
Yeah, I was praying for that checkered flag.
Have you got enough tyres to do the other 2?
No, but we'll beg, steal or borrow and wander around the paddock and see who'll help me out, otherwise there's no race 2 or 3.
Wow, that is... I didn't expect that. Yeah, wow.
You can see where it's flapped around all on the wing here looking.
Oh yeah. Well, look, best of luck. I hope you managed to get out a little bit later. Let's grab Dave Beecroft actually in the Scirocco as well. Dave, how was that? Enjoy that?
Yeah, that was good. That was better than qualifying. Yeah. Much better. I've never raced here before. I've been coming for 40 years, but I've never been around the track.
Really?
Well, I think I went round in the transit van about 20 years ago, picking bits of bodywork up from Caterham's. But no, it was much better, much happier. The boys changed the car to suit me. Young Charlie, who's raced it before me, how he used to drive it like he did.
You weren't in this at Brands, were you?
No, I was in my Seat Coupe. That a friend of mine has, but we've got a brake problem that I can't get round, and it's not fun.
Okay,
so this is better.
What is fun is the fact that we've still got 2 more races to go, of course, to replace that one that didn't happen at Brands. Are you happy about that now that you've done 1 race around, so actually you know your way around?
Yeah, I'm much more confident around him. I don't want to get too confident, obviously, but I think all the boys are going to stay and do the 3 races. I mean, it was great to the BARC to get us another race in so quickly, and it's a shame that some of the guys who were at Brands can't be here because the calendar's set and they've made other commitments.
Right, I'm going to ask you why people should come racing track action, but before you do, my reason for it is because it's like a garage on Gran Turismo, isn't it? It's such a range of cars. But what's it actually like to be part of it, Dave? And why should people, if they're looking at it thinking, yeah, I fancy that?
I mean, we're a bit of a catch-all. People have got cars in garages that don't fit into other categories. Whereas if they come here, we'll find a place for them. And if you can see, everybody's dead friendly. There's no damage. There's no contact. The guys in the 206 have their own scrap, and then the rest of us just sort of race around. But I mean, the guys at the front, Gary Preble and those people, are so quick, so quick.
Yeah. Well, you talk about that. The top 3, we've got a Peugeot 106, a Citroen AX, of course, a Honda Civic. We've got a Skoda Octavia here. We've got a Scirocco. We've got a number of 206s as well. Just trying to see what else we've got. Another Civic, MX-5. So many.
Yeah, it's an eclectic mix, and we're open door. As long as nobody doesn't come and sort of want to just go pot hunting, we'll take them on. But if they ring me or ring Vicky, we'll sort them out. It's great to see 24 cars out today.
Yeah,
really
great, nice one, Dave. Thanks so much. Great to see you again as well. Look at this as well, a beautiful MR2. Right, track action, first race of the weekend done and dusted. Still 2 more to go. Like I said, unfortunately, at Brands actually only got 1 race. There was damage to the barrier at Brands Hatch on the way up to Druids, so hence the reason they've got another 2 races still to go. So thank you, BARC. If you're watching this on YouTube, of course, don't forget to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well at BARC YouTube channel or Caterham Motorsport YouTube channel as well. We've got so much coming up throughout the course of the day. The next race on track will be Caterham Academy. We are going into the lunch break. Don't go far though, because we've got a very special feature we've just filmed with Junior Saloon CAR Championship. Before that though, I'm going to hand back to Dave, and I'm sure he'll run through the timetable with you. See you soon.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. So it is now the lunch break, and the Thruxton circuit this weekend is celebrating convertibles. It's called the Thruxton Tops Down Weekend, and we're going to have a parade of convertible cars. Look at that, out there ready for the lunch break. I can see Caterhams, I can see what looks like a classic Aston Martin, I think that is on the outside, TVRs, MX-5s, BMWs. There's a Triumph TR6 in there, Mercedes-Benzes, BMW Minis, everything with a convertible soft top we've got down on the grid at the moment. But mentioning the Thruxton surface, I think I did earlier on, seeing Matt Anderson's 206, that front tyre, it is a very abrasive surface here at Thruxton. It is very tough on tyre, so well done Matt Anderson. We know why he dropped back in his battle with Jacob Baldry now. Quick mention to those who have commented so far on the stream as well. Hello to Jimmy, I think he's watching in Canada. Car Addicts, hi to Dan Hughes, Ethan Dance, one of our regular viewers, Fish, hi to Jubilee, Peter Wright watching in Australia, the Checkley family are watching, Noah won his class there, so they'll be celebrating. We mentioned Lily Gover cheering on Sean in the Citroen there. Hi to Bob Gnarly one, Jamie McEwen, Nick Gwinnett, who we've seen in the Track Action Racing Club in the past in his Clio, Ash 122 treble 34 as well. And hi to Aaron McGrath watching over in Ireland. He should be getting his autograss car ready for the new season. Let's have a quick look at the timetable then for this afternoon. We begin with the moobob Caterham Academy Championship. Their single race this weekend. That's for our novice racers. Then we've got something new, the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup BMWs from the 750 Motor Club. A warm welcome to them guesting here this weekend. Then we'll have the Blistein Suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship. Lots of slipstreaming from our Caterhams. Those who are viewing at Snetterton last month will know what that's all about. The Track Action Race Club are then back out for their second race, which is based on the second fastest time in qualifying the grid for that one. And then we will have the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship, the quickest Caterhams have got here this weekend. The Junior Saloon cars are out with their Citroen Saxos. Third meeting of the season for them. They also lost a race, sadly, at Brands Hatch. They've got 3 this weekend. The Edge Caterham 7 270Rs. Then the BMWs are out again. The Sprint and the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup. And then the Track Action Racing Club finished the day with their Brands Hatch race. The race that was cancelled, as we mentioned earlier. Convertibles on parade then, so I'm going to take a quick break for lunch. Let's see what Ian's been up to down in the paddock in the meantime.
Right, everybody, it's the lunch break here at Thruxton, so we come down to the Junior Saloon CAR Championship to have a little bit of fun with the drivers. This is a whiteboard. We're going to test their knowledge of Thruxton and get them to draw the outline from memory as best as they can. Whilst doing it, though, I'm going to be pretty cruel here, and I'm going to throw a few curveballs in. I'm going to ask them some questions about other corners at UK circuits. And we're going to end up and see how well they do. Vicky is going to judge afterwards. We're going to have our top 3, but you judge as well. Get your comments coming in and mark them out of 10 as they do it. I've got some drivers over here. I picked names randomly out of a hat. So could we our first victim is Lewis Stannard. Lewis, up you come, please. Let me explain what is going to happen to you right now. This is a pen. On here, you are going to draw the outline of Thruxton as best as you can remember. Whilst doing it, I'm going to try and throw a few curveballs in. I'm going to ask you questions about other corners at other circuits. You're going to try and tell me where they are.
I couldn't even name 5 in the country.
Don't worry, well, we're about to find out, aren't we? Right, Lewis, stand up. Let me get out of your way. You start. Here we go. So you've got to do Thruxton. Now, whilst you're doing this, don't ask me. Hey, you're the driver. You're the driver. Think chicane at the end to start off with. Give me a little clue. Give me a little clue to help. So, Lewis Stannard, just quickly, can you tell me where Hollywood is?
Here, innit? I think.
It's Donington Park. If you know the answer to any of these as well, let us know. You can do it as big as you like, by the way. We've got a separate page for everybody. So, Lewis Stannard drawing the outline of Thruxton here. Of course, Lewis Stannard's had a good season, hasn't he? Been top step of the podium already this campaign. I'll tell you what, I'll give you an easy one, Lewis. Druids. Where's Druids?
Oh, Brands.
There you go. He's got one. Bing, bing. I'll tell you what, this isn't too bad so far. I do have a circuit map as well, which we can compare it to afterwards. Look, I'll tell you what. That's pretty good, isn't it? Look at that. There we go. Lewis, Stannard. There you go. That's pretty good. You happy with that?
I've actually done myself well there. I'm happy with that.
You can mark that. Parents, what do we think? I think it's done all right already. Okay, well, there you go. We could have an early winner here. You're not allowed to see that, guys. Right, what I need you to do, Lewis, I need you to stay, actually, if that's all right, because I just need you to just hold this behind so it doesn't blow away, if that's all right. There we go. Oh, yeah, they can see it. No, it's all right, don't worry. Right, let's get our next victim up. Sherry Ampau. Sherry, over you come, please. Right, what you're going to do, I've already kind of told you, haven't I? You're going to draw the outline of Thruxton up here. Whilst doing it, I'm going to try and put you off. All right, so I've got some questions to ask you about other corners around other UK circuits. You've got to answer them as best as you can, okay? So, Sherry, please do begin. You can make it as big as you like. The whole page is yours. Feel free. You've got to draw the outline of Thruxton, all right? Yeah, begin. Left-hand I should go the other side. If you want to take it, I'll jump over here, Lewis, that's all right. Right, Sherry Ampau, can you tell me where the Wellington Straight is?
The back straights. I don't know.
Wellington Straight?
I don't know.
Grand Prix circuit in the UK.
Silverstone.
That's it. Bing! 1 point. Excellent. Right, do you know where Duffer's Dip is?
No.
Do you know Duffer's Dip? Do you know where that is?
Cadwell?
It's Knockhill. Here we go. Good stuff. Stephen Powell there. Yeah, giving good advice, as he should. Nice one. Keep going, Sherry. There's no. You can't get it wrong. All right. Right. Can you tell me, Sherry and Powell? It's not horrific. Can you? There's a nose. There's a mouth. There's the eyes. keep going, Sherry. You're doing a great job. Are you pleased with how it's going?
No.
No. I'm not surprised. Can you tell us where the Deer Leap is?
The what?
Deer Leap. Alton Park. You knew that, didn't you, Lewis? You knew that. Yeah. The corners. Yeah. We had Wellington Straight. That's a straight. Yeah, absolutely. Around the UK. Okay. So do you know where the Gooseneck is?
The what?
Gooseneck. Do you know where the Gooseneck is?
Cadwell.
You gave it to. Well done. We'll give you that one, Sherry. We'll give you that one. Right, everybody. Let's have a look at this. Let's see what we think. Looks more like a ghost.
So there's the checkered flag bit.
Yeah.
There's the first corner, and then you have that uphill thing. That was supposed to be that bend.
Yeah.
Then you have the complex. You have the left, right. Then that's supposed to be a bit sharp, and then that's when you go out the hill. That's Goodwood all the way round church, and that's Club the Chicane.
So you know your corner names here, don't you?
Yeah, but.
Okay, Sherry, thanks for that. I think actually, if you just write your name on the bottom, that'd be great, just so we know it's yours. I don't think we're going to forget. No, just write your name. It's fine. You know, we might get 20p off eBay for these. There you go. Okay, right. Lewis, could you come back round and just hold these for us? Is that all right, mate? Just so they don't blow away. Right, let's get our next driver involved, shall we? We've got Lexi Power now. Lexi, come on. Right. Here's what's going to happen. You've obviously gathered it by now. You've got to draw the outline of Thruxton. I'm going to try and throw you off some questions about other corners at other UK circuits. Okay, here is your pen. Are you right or left-handed? You're right-handed. Okay, fantastic. So I'll tell you, it might be easier for you to go the other side then. Right, you begin. You've got the entire page is yours. So make it as big or as little as you like, and you've got to do the outline of Thruxton. Here we go. Right, can you tell us though where Sunny In and Sunny Out is?
No.
The standard, you know.
Croft.
It is Croft. Congratulations. There you go. Good stuff. This is Lexi Power now starting. You can start anywhere on the circuit you like. You just got to do the outline of Thruxton. Lexi, where's the Cooper Straight?
Is that Brands?
It is. Yeah. Ding, ding, ding. Good point there, Lexi Power. Point on the board.
Hi Lexi, how are you doing today?
Sherry Ann's come in to help out. This is.
I don't even know where I am.
Lewis, I think the points are pretty safe so far for you. Just visualise it. Do what the F1 drivers do. Visualise it, Lexi. Visualise it. Lexi, where's Woodcote?
No idea.
Woodcote? Do you know where Woodcote is?
A coach.
Woodcote. You know Woodcote. Silverstone, yeah. Lewis, top man. You're doing all right. Doing all right.
This is so wrong.
It's all right. Keep going, Lexi. Don't worry about it. It's only going out in the lunch break for everybody to see, but it's fine. Here we are here with the Junior Saloon CAR drivers trying to draw the outline of Thruxton and sort of failing quite miserably here. We'll let Luke help. Give her a hand. Give her a hand. Yeah. Let me just remind everybody how the circuit actually looks. Okay. That is how it should actually look. That's how it should actually look. Sorry, Lewis. I'm just putting that over your head just so we can. That's how it should actually look. There you go. Look. There you go. We'll give Lexi a bit of a hand here, shall we? Are you done?
I don't know.
What's that? Are you done?
I don't know.
Right, Lexi, could you just put your name at the bottom just so we know it's yours? Not that we're likely to forget anytime soon. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Good job. Top three might not happen. Right, let's get our next driver out. Martin Wright, please, Martin. It's good to see you, buddy. Right, you might have gathered what we're doing. Thank you so much. So you've got to draw the outline of Thruxton. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try and pick you off with some questions about other corners at UK circuits. Okay, Martin Wright, off you go. You can use the whole page. It's all yours, all for you.
From start to finish.
Wherever you like, you start it wherever you want. You just got to do the outline of Thruxton as best as you can. I'll tell you what, Lewis did a good job though. Lewis could have a winner here. Do you know where Spitfires is? Sorry, we've just got to move you back. So do you want to come this side? You're right-handed. Do you want to go that side? Might be easier for you. Do you know where Spitfires is?
No.
Do you know where Spitfires is?
That's an airplane, isn't it?
It is an aeroplane, but it's also a corner at a UK circuit.
Is it?
It's in Wales.
Anglesey?
Who said that? Lexi. Lexi got it right.
Yeah.
There you go. And I'll tell you something. Martin Wright is doing a pretty good job here. Okay, wow. Martin, that's pretty good. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, that's all right.
Fantastic. Okay, not bad effort at all. Yes, if you just put your name at the bottom so we know it's yours as well. Martin, there is going to be a podium after this. Oh, I shouldn't worry about it. Right, let's get our last one, actually. We've got Max Scharfegger. Max, over you come, please, my man. Are you right-handed? Yes. You're right-handed, so if you go stand that side, it's probably a little bit easier for you. Max, you got the gist of what we're doing? Yeah, fantastic. You'll draw the outline. Oh, we're going to go this way. Okay, I like it. I'm impressed. Do you know where Butchers is, the corner Butchers? No idea. Okay. Butchers, anybody know where Butchers is? It is where you buy meat from, that's absolutely correct. It's also a corner at a circuit. Up north, way up north, even further north. Knock Hill, that's it. Brilliant stuff. Does anybody know where the bomb hole is? Bomb hole, Max, do you know the bomb hole?
Snetterton.
That's correct, that's correct. Yeah. Can anybody tell me where Oggies, where's Oggies? Oggies? That is Snetterton as well, Lewis, yeah, well done. Top man, top man. Wow, that
looks like a side profile. Look, like that's the nose.
Have you seen Sherry's? No. All right, we'll show you that in a minute.
Yeah, but when I explained it, it was actually really good.
It was, yeah, it was. That's not terrible. I think we've got our podium set anyway. Max, thank you so much. Right, if we can pull in Vicky now. Vicky, can we get you to come in, please? Stay with us, drivers. Lewis, if we can go back to the start, please. That is your effort. Look at that. Vicky, we just need you to judge for us, please. Marks out of 10. That is how it should look. Vicky, over you come, Vicky. So this is Lewis Stannard's effort out of 10. What are you giving it?
I think I'm going to have to do an 8 out of 10 for that.
8 out of 10. Eight's the score to beat.
You could turn that into a track map.
You could turn any of these into a track.
Okay. Okay, let's leave this for race control. Next one, please. Next one. Who's can we tip it over? This was Sherry's, I believe, wasn't it? This is Sherry Ann's attempt at that. Vicky.
About my explaining.
She did explain it well, and I can see why she went with what she did, but I'm going to say 5 out of 10.
5 out of 10. You got the mouth there, nose, eyes, hairline. Great stuff. 5 out of 10. This is Lexi's attempt at Thruxton.
It looks like Coupe.
I'd go 5 out of 10 as well on that one.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, we're being generous. Sorry, Lexi. Next one, Martin's. Martin's. This is that.
Ooh, that's not bad actually. Can I go back and look at Lewis's again?
Yeah. Go back to the first one, please. So you go.
Okay, can we go back to Martin's? I think I'm going to do an 8 out of 10 as well.
Oh. Okay. All right, fair enough. And this is Max's.
It's rotated.
He's got a fairly decent look at it.
All right, yeah.
Still no one there.
No, it's not.
That way.
Probably a 5 out of 10 as well on that one.
5 out of 10. So that does mean that Lewis, Martin, we have a tie break. Okay, so we have to have a winner. So the first to shout out the circuit name of where this particular piece of track is, who can tell me where Maggots is? Lewis is the winner. Sorry, Martin. Great effort, though. Guys, thank you so much. A number of races coming up this weekend for you. Cherry, Lexi, thanks for turning up. We really appreciate it. Good luck. Parents, what do we think? Good efforts? Really? Yeah, they're all right. Right, almost time to go racing. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard. Thank you very much again, guys. Thank you. Right, we've got a new feature with Junior Saloon CAR Championship, all in the family. Now, we always talk to the drivers, guys. I'm here with Lexi Powell's mum and dad. We always talk about the drivers, but actually we want to find out what it's like being a parent. And actually, because you guys have got to go through the ringer, haven't you? What sort of things do you have to sacrifice in order for your kids to go racing?
My life.
Expected that, didn't we? I mean, look, Stephen, you do a lot of racing yourself as well, of course. So how nice is it having your daughter out on track as well?
It is lovely to watch her. We're so proud of her. And it's, I do feel sorry for Charles. She does go through the mill a lot with us racing, and then Lexi as well. So it's probably a bit different for me to watch, but he's proud.
Do you watch the races? Are you on the sideline watching it? And are you, because I've spoken to some parents and they're like, I can't watch the race, they just hide themselves away for the 20 minutes or so that it's going on.
It's more so me, I would say, on the side, because you're normally sitting in the truck waiting to go out after Lexi.
Yeah, a few of the events obviously we raced together, so the first time in Pembury I was actually sitting in my truck at the gate waiting to go on the circuit while she was racing. But so Donington was the first time that we went and we wasn't racing. It was lovely. It's really good to watch. Yeah. Very nervous. It's once they go past you and then you're waiting for them to come back because obviously you're in the pit. So, but it's really good to see her doing it. She's loving it and enjoying it.
I think I deal with it better than you do, if I'm honest, because I'm used to it.
In what way? In a sense of
and the anxiety of watching the racing, I think I deal with it better than Steve because I am used to it with watching him for so many years.
For me, the best thing, like if I'm racing at a weekend and she's racing, it takes the pressure off of what I'm doing, takes my mind off of what I'm doing, and it makes me a lot more relaxed. So because you're more concentrated on her and worried about her. But like you actually said the other day, she's at the stage now that we don't worry about when she goes on the track because she's done a few events and it was a worry. She'd never driven nothing, and to put her out there in a car.
On a lot, to be fair, because I feel she's more confident now. I'm not so worried about her because I know she's got control.
I'm sorry to bring it up, but of course last year I think it was at Pembury. There was an off.
Yeah.
How did you feel when you realised what had happened?
I actually see it because I was standing in view. And it's really funny because I didn't actually think it was that bad until the car come back because I'm used to the trucks crashing and everything flying everywhere because it's all so much bigger. I looked at it and thought, oh, it's not too bad. Car come back in and I was like, maybe. It was quite an off.
Fortunately, she was okay, but she didn't race the rest of the weekend. Did she?
Yeah,
sorry, apologies about that. What sort of advice did you give her, Steve?
It made us buy a car, if I'm brutally honest with you, because for her doing a arrive and drive, I don't think it was registered ahead that it's someone else's car until we actually got crashed, and then we put her out in a hire car, and she was worried about doing it again, so it really pushed us to make her out. And it's a fair point. If you're driving someone else's car, you're never going to drive it to its full potential. So But yeah, it did wear her off, but she come back so much stronger. It hasn't put her off one little bit. I mean, I was actually in my trailer cooking chicken satay, I think, at the time when I got the phone call, and it wasn't a nice phone call to get, that's for sure. And then, like Charles said, it's written off, and you look at it and you think, how's that? But obviously the value of them compared to the trucks, it would be written off. But yeah, it is a scary moment, but they're safe. All motorsports, so yeah.
I was going to say, now you must be very proud. She's grown a lot, of course, over winter, and now, of course, actually going racing. I was there at Brands and, of course, at Donington to start off the season, and it's just going from strength to strength.
Yeah, she's officially got the racing bug now. Whereas before I used to be like, come on, Lex, get in the car. Now she's there all ready to go all the time.
We used to have the conversations and she was like, what are you getting at? I said, well, do you want to do it? Yeah, of course I do. And then she came up to me this year, she went, I know what you mean now, Dad. Because why would you invest saying it's just as a hobby? But she wants to do it, and even now she's frustrated. But she's frustrated because she can't perform.
The car's not performing.
So, and it's like a Donington, unfortunately, when she went out on the green flag lap and they wouldn't let her race. She was so upset, but she was frustrated that she couldn't race. So for us, that's what you want to hear.
Now, I don't know if we're allowed to talk about this, and you don't have to answer it if you don't want.
No, exactly.
But longer term plans for Lexi?
No, we had an interview at Brands, so the plan is, without a shadow of a doubt, to put her in a truck.
Well, you say that.
I
say that, and it's always been the plan that she wants to race trucks, but now she's out in a car. She's a bit more, do I stay in cars?
Well, we're going to give her the opportunity, and obviously, look, we're quite renowned in the truck racing, so that is an opportunity. We definitely want to give her a go. Whether she likes it is a different thing. So, but I think it would be great for the team. So.
She's just behind us. Look, guys, thank you so much, and thank you obviously for bringing Lexi racing. It's a pleasure to have her as part of the Junior Saloons, and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you. Great journey. It's nice to see what you've just done with the kids. It's brilliant, and that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Take care. Thank you.
Well, thanks to Ian and the team down in the paddock. Good to hear from Stephen Powell, British truck racer, there as well. Cooking chicken satay, you mentioned there. I wonder if that's on the menu at his pub down the road from Brands Hatch. Well, we are currently in our lunch break, after all, as we can see from some of our volunteer marshals out there on the infield here at Thruxton. Catching 40 winks or taking in a spot of lunch. They deserve it. Big thanks to the Orange family, as always. Out there in all weathers, dealing with every eventuality to enable our drivers to follow their hobby. Big thanks to all the other officials here as well, race control staff, the timekeepers, the medical staff, the recovery crews as well. So we will be back underway in about 20 minutes time here at Thruxton. The moobob Caterham Academy Championship is our next race. We go right through to 5:40 p.m. with that extra race for the Track Action Racing Club. We'll await confirmation of the grid for that one, because whether it will only be open to drivers who were at Brands Hatch, we don't yet know. Race 2 is open to everyone here today from the qualifying session earlier this morning. So we'll be back after lunch in around 20 minutes time with our next race on the programme, the moobob Caterham Academy Championship.
Right, good afternoon. We are in assembly for Academy's second race of the season, the moobob Caterham Academy Championship. It's great to have them with the other championships this weekend here at Thruxton, so let's go and have a chat with some of them. So George Hawkins has qualified on pole, so it's his first pole position, so I'll have a quick word with George. George, first pole position, you were very happy afterwards, weren't you? So how was qualifying?
Absolutely electric, I can't believe it. They said that I had to wait till next year to have a turbo, and so I used the toe out the back instead. Absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it's all about that toe here, isn't it? It's the height of the conversation for everybody. It's not the place you want to be on the final lap, is it, of the race, but leading the race. Hopefully you'll have a good battle with Max next to you.
Definitely. I think, we're going to probably try to work together. I guess we'll find out how I start. I didn't have the greatest of starts at Brands, and so just try and focus on that, and then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, just see what happens and enjoy it as well.
Thank you so much.
Wish you all the best. Thanks. We'll move on next to, we've got Max next to us, so I'll just move around this side. So Max won the sprint at Kerbra and he won at Brands Hatch. So here we are, starting second place. Yeah. Must be happy with this, with the toe, how strong it is here.
Yeah, I think it's a good place to start. I struggled in qualifying to find a good toe, but I did manage to find one in the end, and George has been really, really quick all weekend, so I think he's a good person to have in front. And the aim is to get through the first couple corners in second, and then use the toe, try and break away from the rest of the field, I think.
That's it. That sounds like a good plan. And also it's the others battling. You almost don't want them to latch on too much to them, because they get into the pack as well, won't they?
Yeah, exactly. I've seen too many replays of old races where it's 5 wide, final corner, final lap. I think ideally the best case scenario is George and I try and break away, but Richard's really quick, Kyle's quick, Ben's quick, so someone once told me you can have a plan, but it's never going to work out that way, so we'll just see what happens.
That is a very good point. Plans, we all try and think we've got a bit of a plan, but no, it never pays off.
Never.
So just go and enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Well done, thank you. Right, next up we've got Richard. Great qualifying for Richard. How was qualifying for you this morning? It was good fun.
It was okay. I struggled to find a decent toe, but it seemed to go pretty well other than that. Provided I find first this time, we should have a better race.
Oh, is that what happened at Brands?
That was me.
Oh.
But
yeah,
accidents happen.
Yeah, little tip. I think John Bryan, our Caterham official photographer, said to us last year is to when you are slowing up to coming onto the grid, put it in first and drive forward, and don't touch the gear knob then. There you go. Well, I wish you all the best. Good luck. Enjoy it. Right, next we've got Ben Oliver. So Ben's doing it with his brother as well. So there's 2 of you in this year's championship, isn't there? 2 brothers. Is there quite a bit of rivalry, or are you helping each other at all?
No, I think we're both each other's biggest supporters, so back each other all the way, and hopefully we can help each other out today.
Yes. Fingers crossed, that would be good. We've got that in our group, in the Roadsports. We've got the Harris brothers.
Yes, I met them. Are there 3 Harris brothers?
It's the dad and the 2 sons.
All right, I see. Fantastic. Yeah, no, really looking forward to it. Does it ever not get so daunting, an assembly?
No.
Okay. All right.
But you turn those nerves into excitement when you're on the track. It's amazing how it changes when the lights go
on. Yeah, 100%. You get out there and it's impossible not to love every second in the car. So doing it for the fam today.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best. Enjoy it. Right, next up I've got Kyle. So if you don't already, you've got to follow Kyle's YouTube channel. He has got some fantastic videos following his entire journey all through the academy, and obviously building his car as well, so you have to check that out. But yeah, you happy with this qualifying position?
Yeah, I'm satisfied. Yeah, I hope something a little bit better, but I think this is a pretty good position at Thruxton, so yeah, we'll didn't get to practice much overtaking at Brands, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I think that will all change here. It's quite a different circuit.
I think so. Yeah, I'll try to keep myself out of trouble and see what happens.
Yes, excellent. Well, wish you all the best, Carl.
Thanks, Sam.
Right, I think we've still got time, so we're going to keep working our way around all these lovely cars that all look fantastic. All these lovely, nice liveries you can see with all their. Some of them got funky number plates on. We've got Past Me over there. If the camera just goes around to the one with the green stripe on it. And then we've got Rap 2C. You might have to find out why it's Rap 2C. But yes, next up we've got Nick. Nick, you had a good run out at Brands Hatch, didn't you?
It was a great race. Yeah, I really enjoyed that
fighting with George, who's on pole today. So yeah, I think here it's going to be a slightly different race, probably.
Yeah, it's a very, very different circuit, isn't it? Much, it's a little bit longer, 30 seconds longer, but yeah, it's being so much wider. Yeah.
Yes, I'll try to do a good start and then take it from there. Try to keep up with the guys in front.
That's it. Yeah, try not to let them get away.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Well, enjoy the race. Have a good one.
Thank you.
And then next up, we've got John Bond. I've spoken to John quite a bit over this weekend. He's absolutely loving it. He's got a lovely livery. Look at this glitter in the wrap, which looks great. Just admiring the lovely wrap that you've got on your car. I do like it with the glitter. It shows up nicely in the sun. Yeah, you're loving this weekend so far, aren't you?
Really enjoying it. Yeah, having a fantastic time.
Yeah. And you're looking forward to the race? There's some bit of nerves?
Yeah, there's always a little bit of nerves, but yeah, just really looking forward to it. Hopefully I'll keep it all on the black stuff this week and move forwards a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Well, wish you all the best. We'll be watching. Yeah, the sun's come out now quite a bit, and it's warmed up a lot compared to what it was like this morning. It was actually a really good temperature this morning for qualifying. So next up we've got Ollie Smith. Ollie, how are you doing?
Yeah, a bit nervous, but it's a nice day and what a great weekend.
It's good, isn't it? It's like a lovely atmosphere amongst everyone. And have you got some family with you this weekend?
Yeah, I've got my dad and my wife here. Yes, it's lovely, and as you say, everyone doing Academy, so helpful to each other and so welcoming.
Yeah, exactly. What made you sign up to Academy then?
So I read about it about 10 years ago, I think in Evo magazine.
Yeah.
And I was sort of thought I'd like to have a go at that. And it's taken me 10 years, but here I am.
Well, you got there eventually. That's the main thing. It's a box ticked for you then.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Yeah, brilliant. All right, well, wish you all the best in the race.
Thank you.
I think we've still got a little bit of time. Have we got some time, Darren, still?
I believe so.
You believe so?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, good. Next up, we've got Matt. How you doing, Matt?
Yeah, very good, thank you.
Good. I was out with Matt, wasn't I, on a Ryan Hooker track day a few weeks ago. Well, about a month ago, and you were pretty quick because we were out in the same group, weren't we?
We were. Yeah, it was good fun. It was a great day.
Yeah. And how are you enjoying it this weekend? Enjoying the track, Thruxton?
Yeah, Thruxton's it's a very intense track. You have to put a lot of effort in, a lot of concentration, but it's really, really kind of rewarding when it goes right.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing how wide it is as well, actually.
Yeah, surprising. We did a mini walk last night, and it was deceptively wide. But at the same time, the line is quite narrow, especially with the Academy cars, where they don't have very much grip. So you've really got to be kind of on the right track to make sure it works.
Yeah, that's right. There's quite a bit more of a hill than you see on TV, I think, isn't there? Towards the end.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, you're coming up the hill today. I can't see where the wind is now, but it was a headwind earlier on, so that really slows us down. So the slipstream is enormous.
Yeah. And it's all about that here.
I know, exactly. It's going to be fun.
It will be. I can't wait to watch it. Yeah. Well, wish you all the best, Matt.
Thank you.
Right, next up, we've got No Name. Oh, here we go. Stephen, it's Steve. Hello. Well, thank you for opening your door for us. How are you finding the weekend so far, Steve?
So it's better than the last one. I took a new long front last qualifying. So the car got back just in time for Friday testing. I didn't manage the Thursday, so given I'm 10th this time, I'm quite happy, to be honest with that. A bit nervous, but yeah.
Yeah, that's understandable, but good position to be in. That's good. You can hopefully enjoy the race and have a good battle with these guys around you.
Great, really looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, enjoy.
Thank
you. Next up, we've got Joe Oliver. So, one of the brothers again. Hello, we were just talking to your brother earlier, further up there, and he was saying that you are each other's biggest supporter, which is so lovely.
Yeah, absolutely. yeah. So my younger brother, and he's doing well. Delighted to see it.
That's brilliant. And hopefully, like you said, you can work together, help each other out a bit.
Well, I hope so. I've got a few spaces to make up, so hopefully I'm going forward. He's not going backwards. But if he is, then I'll do as much as I can to help him.
Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, I was saying to him, we've got that in our group. We've got two brothers that help.
Yeah.
Well, they're going to look out for each other, aren't they?
He's much faster than me, though, so unfortunately. But if I can catch him up, then all good.
This is Thruxton. The toe is so strong. You never know.
All about the toe. All about the toe. That's all that matters.
Exactly. Yeah, it is. Well, have a good one. Enjoy it.
Thanks a lot.
I like this. This colour scheme's good. This livery, this matte blue, and the carbon fibre wings looks great. Very nice. Next up, Richard Watson. Ah, hi Richard. So you're like me, you've got full doors on. I have full doors. Most people have gone for half doors these days.
I tried with outdoors yesterday and the wind was horrendous. I couldn't do it, so I was like, no, I need the doors on for me.
Yeah, sorry, it's difficult with the microphone. That's something I thought about, was that you do get blown around quite a bit, don't you?
Yeah, no, it almost felt like I was going to lift my helmet off then just getting buffeting on the side, but yeah, no, with the doors, it's fine. Only a bit hot. I might try and get some half doors later.
That's the only thing I noticed, how hot you get in the car, yeah. But that wind is still coming, so hopefully it keeps it cool enough for you.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
At Brands, we were stuck in assembly for like 40 minutes just in the heat. It was, it wasn't pleasant, but yeah, hopefully we get out here today nice and quick.
Brilliant, yeah, hopefully not long now.
Yeah.
Good luck, see you later. Next up we've got Ollie Walston, we've got Seb, and we've got Shane, and Georgie over there, and then James here. We've met quite a lot of these guys already this year, which is absolutely lovely to have. I went along to Kerber actually to see how they got on, and it was great fun to watch. Ollie, how are you feeling about this race?
Very excited, so a bit like further down the field than I wanted, but you know, I'll try and do what I did at Brands, make some places up and see how that goes. So just want to have fun, so yeah, really exactly. I'll take a leaf out of your book, Sam, and maybe use some of your experience.
Thank you. Well, have a good one. Thanks, Ollie. There's Rich, our instructor. And here's Seb. How you doing, Seb?
How are you? I'm all good, thank you.
Good. Yes, I'm very well, thank you. Do you notice without any doors on, you get quite blown around in the car, or?
No, not really. I drive a bit like Donkey Kong. Like my arms are out the doors and stuff, so it's the only way I can drive.
Yeah. Better to not have the restraint of those doors then.
No, it is missing the restraints, but with the bead seat, it's fine.
Yeah. How are you finding Thruxton?
Thruxton it's hard in a Caterham. It's not a circuit for a Caterham, I think, but I am enjoying it. I'm having lots of fun. It's really cool.
That's the main thing. There'll be some great battles amongst you all, I'm sure.
Especially in the mid-pack. I think it's going to be really, really busy.
Yeah.
But all should be well. Hope it goes well. Nothing else to say, really.
That's it. Enjoy it. Thanks, Seb. Right, we've got Shane next. Let's move around and have a chat with Shane. How you doing? How you feeling?
Really excited.
Yeah.
Incredibly nervous. Privileged to be. I didn't expect to do so well in qualifying, so really happy to be up here. And just see how it goes.
Yeah, exactly. Enjoy it and have fun and have some great battles with these guys.
Safe ones.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it. Yeah.
The race was your race at Brands Hatch was very. It was like everyone had a lot more experience. It was incredible to watch.
It was very civilized, but also I was in no man's land for about 9 laps on my own. So it was a very, very safe and processional lap for me. But
well, you got 1 minute to go, so I'll let you get in the zone. Good luck, Shane. Right, we will move out the way. Where should we move to? Should we come over here? We don't want to be in the sunlight. But yeah, have a look at Georgie's car here. Georgie's got a great livery. She's got these waves down the side, and she's got her shark's teeth on the front with Jaws number plate. Love it. Looks so good. But yeah, these guys are going out on track any moment. So I will hand over to David, your commentator, and I'll see you in a bit.
Thanks very much indeed to Sam Parker there for taking us through a majority of the drivers in the moobob Caterham Academy Championship. moobob providers of relationship management software for recruitment companies. Thanks to them for their support of the championship this year. The green flag is being displayed by our marshalling teams, so the drivers are heading out onto track, and as explained, it's a very level playing field. The Caterham Academy only open to novices who've never had a race licence before, and you buy your Caterham Academy car, you get your Go Racing pack, you get to take your licence test, you get support from Caterham. It's all helping you out along the way. A lot of these drivers drive their cars on the road to events as well. The season opened with a sprint event at Kerborough Sprint Course in Staffordshire, and they had their first ever race at Brands Hatch on Easter weekend on the Indy circuit. Both of those events were won by number 6 Max Richardson, the London Up, but he's qualified second today for this, the third event of the season, the second race for the moobob Caterham Academy Championship. It is George Hawkins who has taken his first ever pole position. He's 8th in the points coming into this weekend, the man from Cambridge. Richardson alongside. Second row of the grid, Richard Davies, number 25, the Welshman, and number 80, Ben Oliver. Richard finished runner-up in the sprints to Max Richardson at Kerborough. Row 3, Kyle Townend in the number 19 car, and Nick Tomadakis, the Greek-born driver, number 77. Row 4, number 12, John Bond, and 89, Ollie Smith. On the 5th row, Matt Fox in the 99, and number 13, we heard from him, that's Stephen Vischer. On to the 6th row, we have number 70, Joe Oliver, 86, Richard Watson. On row 7, it's Ollie Walsh, number 55, and 24, Seb Tholle. Row 8 is Shane Forster in the 15 car, alongside 62, Georgina Tuffin. Row 9, James French and Luke Wilson. Row 10, Rob Hicks and Christian Bond rounding out the top 20. Behind them, Jason Spencer, number 8, and number 4, Richard Northridge. 88, Mark Hensler, and 14, Andrew Johnston are on row 12. Row 13, we have 67, Ross Pamphilon, alongside 37, Andrew Symington. Row 14, 23, Chris Longley, and 22, Michael Smith. And number 33, Martin Smith, starts at the back of the grid. 132.32 was the qualifying time for George Hawkins, as opposed to a 132.47 for Max Richardson. As we were shown at Brands Hatch, these drivers have learned their skills very quickly from Caterham's instructors in their ARDS tests, the Association of Racing Driver Schools. You obtain your licence to go racing in the UK. We saw lots of slipstreaming around the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, and I'm sure we're going to see the same here. So George Hawkins, the citrus yellow coloured car with the red roll cage, on pole position alongside the green and gold car, number 6, Max Richardson. Second row, we have Richard Davies, that's the red and black number 25. Starts alongside number 80, Ben Oliver. He's in the silver and blue coloured car. Row 3, number 19, Kyle Townend is in yellow. 77 alongside him, Nick Tomadakis is in red. Then we've got John Bond, number 12, the white and dark blue with the glitter effect on the wrap on his car, as Sam Parker pointed out. Starting alongside 89, Ollie Smith, and he's in the familiar blue with a red stripe, with an orange stripe, almost the Gulf colours. Seems to be a Gulf liveried car in almost every championship in the UK. And completing the top 10 on the grid, Matt Fox and Stephen Vischer. Matt Fox yellow with a black stripe, and Stephen Vischer alongside him blue and black. See, a lot of these cars do have number plates. Lots of them are driven on the road to the circuit. One car in pit lane there with a last-minute hitch. Not quite sure who that is. Can't see a number on it. But the 5-second board is out for the rest of the field. Then the moobob Caterham Academy Championship, their second ever circuit race. All these drivers, they've all got the novice crosses on the back of the cars, and we are underway with the Caterham Academy. Let's see what they can do on the fastest circuit in the UK. Well, a great start up the outside there for the number 80 car. That's Ben Oliver. Can he get the lead away from Max Richardson, who got away well from the outside, the front row? They're side by side as we head out of Allard and up towards the complex for the first time. It is Max Richardson who's got the lead. George Hawkins recovering from a slightly slow start. He's in second place. Oliver slides wide. Another car going wide there. I think that's the 89 of Ollie Smith. A couple of cars run wide there onto the tarmac runoff area. That was 21 Luke Wilson, the red car with the yellow roll cage. Ollie Smith is wide again out of the complex. It's very busy in the midfield. There is Luke Wilson being chased by the number 14 car. That's Andrew Johnston, the light blue number 14 with the red cage. So they make their way out onto the back of the circuit. It is Max Richardson looking for win number 3, who has the lead. Can he remain unbeaten so far this season? Luke Wilson over the outside, and somebody's gone off. Big cloud of dust there. One car across the grass. I think someone spun there coming through Church Corner. That's not the place, as we said earlier, you want to have a spin. Richardson leads from Hawkins. It looks like Nick Tomadakis has come through into third position in the red number 77. He started 6th on the grid. Midfielders charged their way through. The number 8 there is Jason Spencer, the navy blue and orange car. They make their way up towards the club chicane. Richardson defending the lead from Hawkins. Tomadakis is in third position. Oh, the fourth place man, Ben Oliver, has spun up onto the curb. Look out, everybody scattering wide to avoid him. There's a few cars banging wheels, but I think everybody has avoided the spun car. Over the curb there goes the number 15. Nearly loses it. That's Shane Forster, who we heard from in the assembly area. So a typically lively opening lap then. Richard Davies, 25, gets around the outside of Kyle Townend, who was the runner-up at Brands Hatch. It's Richardson who leads the way from Hawkins, Tomadakis, Then it's Davies and Townend running together for fourth. Townend up the inside into the complex to the right-hander at Campbell. He's taken fourth place. Behind them it is John Bond, the number 12. The white and sort of dark blue car there, just ahead of the 89 of Ollie Smith. He's under fire from Matt Fox in the number 99. Well, a typical frantic opening lap and a half for the Caterhams then, as you see in any division. Out towards the far end of the circuit, the right-hander at Village, and then on towards Church Corner. Matt Fox getting back ahead there of the Kyle Townend, I should say, getting back ahead of the 25 of Richard Davies. Here are the leaders, line astern. Richardson from Hawkins, Tomadakis on his own in third place, and then this is the fight for fourth position. This is what we saw at Brands Hatch. The first four broke away and everybody else was trying to be fifth all race long. Richard Davies moves to the inside. Got John Bond on his tail there, the number 12, as George Hawkins has a go for the lead and takes the lead into the club chicane. Good move there by the pole sitter in this race. Was mired in the midfield battle at Brands. He slip and slide their way around. Somebody going very wide there on the run into the club chicane. That was number 13 of Stephen Vischer. A measure of how quickly these drivers have learned. We saw at Brands Hatch there was only one retirement in that race when Stuart Beggs got beached in the gravel at Clearways. Stuart unfortunately not here this weekend. They make their way into the complex once again. The first two have broken away. Tomadakis is on his own in third. Very sideways moments in there in the midfield battle. I think Matt Fox was one of them, the 99. 55 involved as well. It's Ollie Walsh in the blue and red car, and in the middle of them, just avoiding them there, is Seb Tollet, the number 24 car. Goodness me, it's a bit frantic, isn't it, in the midfield here. The drivers will be loving this, the marshals are loving this, and the spectators loving it as well. Up towards the back of the circuit then, towards the fearsome Church Corner once again. John Bond making a move to the inside. Look how on the edge of adhesion they are through there. Seb Thollet I thought was going to lose it and go out onto the grass there. As they head out of Village and Church and up through the Brooklands section onto Woodham Hill. All named after famous things from British motorsport history. They're having a spin there for Seb Thollet. He has lost it coming into the club chicane, so he'll have to rejoin further down the order. He was on the right on the edge. He was sideways virtually the whole of the last lap. Meanwhile, number 19 Kyle Townend under fire from John Bond in the 12. This is the battle for fifth position. It's Ollie Walsh and Matt Fox in behind them. Still your leader is Max Richardson. He took the lead from George Hawkins on that last lap. Tomadakis has done the fastest lap of the race because he's in clear air. He's in a 132.635. They're throwing these cars around Thruxton. And anybody who has driven their car on the road to Thruxton today may need to change tyres, I think, before they head home again. You don't want to be driving home on worn tyres. 72 there, that's Christian Bond from the southwest of England. Matt Fox side by side with Ollie Walsh. Walsh cuts across to try to hold the place. Matt Fox had to lift there, I think. That's Richard Watson in behind them in the number 86 car, the green and black, as Richardson still leads. He's got Hawkins tucked in behind. Now is Hawkins going to try and move into the chicane this time? Look at them slide there, coming out of Church and on towards Brooklands. Brilliant stuff. Leaders are already through towards the club chicane. Still Hawkins. No, it's Hawkins that's got the lead now. Is going very wide there and across the chicane. Mind the barriers. That's the number 12. That's John Bond. He'll lose ground as a result of that. Somebody else going off in the background. Who's that? It's the number 10 car. Wallop into the tyre wall goes number 10, James French. Went straight on there. I think he missed his braking point. There was a couple of other cars spinning to the inside, so may have gone off in avoidance. Meantime, George Hawkins has got the lead back again. It's hard to keep up with all this, and of course, as they've been battling, Nick Tomadakis has been able to reel them in. The red car behind them there, the 77. Richard Davies is fourth, then Kyle Townend, apologies. And Ollie Walsh is now up into 6th position. He's got ahead of Matt Fox and John Bond after John made that mistake at the chicane. Richard Watson and Ollie Smith rounding out the top 10. This second race of the season, third championship event of the season for the moobob Caterham Academy. Out through the back of the circuit they go. Long right-hander at Village and then into Church. Thruxton Village Church, not far beyond the boundaries of the circuit, hence the name. Here they come. There it is, the fastest corner in the country. First 3 go through now together. Quick look back to a battle further back. 22 Michael Smith and number 33 Martin Smith. Not sure if they're any relation, those two. Pass me, it says on the number plate of 22 Michael Smith, but they're not doing so, as into the chicane Max Richardson plays George Hawkins at his own game. Going into that chicane is where you don't want to be leading in a Caterham, especially going into the last lap, because you might get zapped coming through the chicane before the line. Nick Tomadakis has reeled them in. Here he comes. He's going to have a go at the leaders now. Just a couple of cars with problems. James French has pulled into the pits, so we lost Richard Northridge, I think, as well somewhere. And there's a spin for the number 8 of Jason Spencer. Great cloud of smoke as he lights up the tyres, gets it going again. Nick Tomadakis is now all over the tail. You can see that Hawkins has dropped back from the leader. He's having to defend now from Nick Tomadakis, who's looking for his first ever motor racing win. If he can get past these two ahead of him. Max Richardson could make it 3 out of 3 if he's able to pull away here. I've not seen a driver dominate the Caterham Academy like this for a while. Most of these drivers, of course, will upgrade their cars next season. They'll upgrade the suspension and the tyres and then move up to the Roadsports category. There's number 80, that's Ben Oliver. He's dropped a little further back in the pack, I think. Let's have a look where he is on the timing screen. He's down in 20th place, so he must have... yes, he had a moment at the chicane earlier on, didn't he? Of course, he had a spin. Stephen Vischer, is that behind him? No, it's the number 14 of Johnston. Andrew Johnston from Sandhurst. Through Village up towards Church. I said it was tricky to keep up with where everybody is in this race, as Richardson does it again into the chicane. George Hawkins had got ahead of him briefly in that citrus yellow car with the orange cage. Here's the fight for 4th, and well, he's doing well if he can get 2 cars side by side through there. Richard Davies just ahead of Kyle Townend. They're being chased by John Bond. Ollie Walsh in the blue car with the red stripe. Then it's Fox, Watson and Ollie Smith rounding out the top 10. Coming up towards half distance in this 20-minute race for the moobob Caterham Academy. 3 cars line astern for the lead. Green, yellow and red. Max Richardson in green. George Hawkins in the citrus yellow. Richard Davies has gone wide in the background. And Ollie Walsh did as well. So that's given Kyle Townend 4th place. Davies defending 5th ahead of John Bond. And then sliding around the outside there comes Ollie Smith, the Ollie Walsh, rather, the number 55 car. Richard Watson has got ahead of Ollie Smith further back. Rest of them then come through, headed up by the number 11, by the number 72 of Christian Bond in 11th place. I'm right mixed up with my numbers here, I do apologise. Here come the leaders. Richardson, who leads as they come through Church this time. But here's Hawkins going to get into the slipstream and try and get down the inside into the chicane. Seen places change there, most laps in this one. And that's effectively what allowed Nick Tomadakis to close in. This is the fight for 4th. Davies and Townend side by side on the run down to the club chicane. I think it's Hawkins has got the lead. We just caught a glimpse of the flash of yellow there. John Bond has run wide. That's going to allow Matt Fox to go through in the 99. Ollie Walsh all over the back of them. Then Richard Watson in the green car. And then that's Ollie Smith in the 89 behind them. Over the line they come. It was Hawkins who led at the line by half a second. Place is changing all the time in this battle for 4th. It's Kyle Townend who heads the scrap now. Up the inside goes Davies, very late on the brakes for Campbell. They both go out wide. Matt Fox could take both of them here with a bit of luck. He swings around the outside. Oh, there's a little bit of a touch there between the 2 yellow cars. Townend just took a little tap from Fox, who's determined to keep Davies behind him. And John Bond says, OK, I'll make it 3 wide then. Thinks better of it perhaps. Ollie Walsh is going for all 3 of them. Look at this, it's more like a motorcycle race. Into Noble there up the inside. He nearly got all 3 of them in one move. Who's going to lead this battle around towards Church? It's Fox who stayed ahead of Davies. Ollie Walsh nearly went for the biggest lunge up the inside there. Oh, fantastic stuff. And only the tiniest bit of contact there as well. Meanwhile, George Hawkins is leading. Max Richardson in second place. Is it going to be a first defeat for the Londoner this season? He's having a look. He's sizing up Hawkins for another move as they come up towards Woodham Hill and into the chicane. Meantime, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them fighting for fourth place. Side by side as they come into the club chicane. It's Townend at the head of this group. Fox is side by side with Walsh, then Davies. John Bond's all over the place again further back. He's already run wide at the chicane. Once in over the curbs, there goes Richard Watson. He's kept it together though, ahead of Ollie Smith. 2 yellow cars together. There's Townend holding that fourth place for the moment. Richardson led up the line, so he did get Hawkins back again. There are the leaders. Quite a similar pattern as we said, and doing a bit of grass cutting there on the inside. That was Richard Davies. You saw the dust being kicked up there. I heard, I think it's Josh Barrett on the circuit commentary in the background on the PA system mentioning that. He and Marcus Pye on PA duties today. They go towards Village and Church once again. 6.5 minutes still to go. Look at them snaking around. Richard Davies there sliding as he pressures Ollie Walsh, who's just got ahead of him. And there's, you can see Village and Church. You don't want to go sliding onto the grass there. You could end up heading all the way to the trees. Max Richardson up the inside. He's taken the lead back in. They're swapping places for fun out in front. And that's what Caterham Racing is all about. It is terrific fun for everyone involved. Drivers will be loving every second of this. Richardson up the inside into the club chicane. I've lost count of the number of times now that he and Hawkins have swapped the lead. And Nick Tomadakis is perhaps just taking his time, so if the two ahead of him stumble, he's ready to capitalise. Richard Davies again sliding about there. Over the curb goes Walsh. 7 of them slide their way through the chicane together. So what order are they in this time as they go over the line? Fox is up into fourth place, then it's Townend, Walsh, Davies, Bond, Watson and Ollie Smith. This group is a couple of seconds ahead of Stephen Vischer, the 13, which is in 11th place. Top 3 are covered by 1 second. They head out of the complex as the fourth place fight heads into the complex. Matt Fox, the number 99, the man from Hertfordshire, has got slightly clear now into P4. James French, I can tell you, has got going again after a few repairs to his nose cone, having nosed the tyres at the club chicane. Out to the back of the circuit they go once again. Here comes the number 12. That's John Bond from Bristol. Side by side with Richard Watson in the 86. Through Village, up to Church, fastest part of the course. And Ollie Smith looking to make a move. He's never going to get through on the inside at Church. Surely. Watch for the 89 car, the light blue car further back. He thinks better of a move there at Church, I think. A couple of the runners further back down the order. That's the number 37, which is Andrew Symington. This is the fourth place fight into the club chicane once again, and Ollie Walsh nearly loses it. Bit of a power slide there as Richard Watson goes side by side with Davies, who has to go over the curb. Holds the place. And if he gained a place by doing that, he could risk a penalty. One car going a bit slowly there. Is that lap traffic or is that somebody slowing? Yeah, I think it's a lapped car. It was similar colours to Ollie Walsh, but he's just gone through, so that's a car a lap down, I think. Sliding about again, running wide onto the tarmac runoff area there, almost at the complex. Just over 3.5 minutes remain. Still Max Richardson, George Hawkins and Nick Tomadakis battling it out for the lead. Though Tomadakis has, on that last lap, dropped back just a little. And now Stephen Vischer, number 13, is towing up onto the back of this Titanic scrap for fourth place downwards. And here, the squeal of the tyres is magnificent. You wouldn't believe all these drivers are in only their second motor race, and George Hawkins up the inside there coming out of Village, and he's taken the lead at Church. Sensational move by George Hawkins. Here comes Richardson though, back on the inside, on the drag up towards the club chicane. Richardson under braking, retakes the lead once again. There's Tomadakis, he's just looking on, thinking, well, if you two fall over each other, I can get through and win this race. One car back into pit lane. It's number 4, Richard Northridge. That's the car we saw in the pit lane at the start of the race as well, so he's got problems. Lead man from Woking in Surrey. And Hawkins is lining up another move here. He's 8th in the championship at the moment after Brands Hatch. Championship leader Max Richardson ahead of him. He's got to time it right though. He's got to be leading out of the chicane on the last lap. You've got to time your move right. It's a bit like in NASCAR racing where everybody's racing in a draft over the closing laps. You've got to get your move right through the pack. The back marker ahead of them there. It's number 33. That's Martin Smith. He gets out of the way, lets the leaders through. Out towards Church they come, and somebody's gone off. I think that might be Kyle Townend. Is it the number 19 car? Yes, it is. He's had an off. Coming out towards Noble, I think that is. That's him gone from the 4th place fight then. There's been a few changes again further back in the pack. When we watch the leaders, there's only 95 seconds left on the clock now. They're coming round to start their final lap. There's Tomadakis in the background. Hawkins trying to go around the outside into the chicane. I don't think that's going to work. He's trying to bamboozle Max Richardson here. But Richardson a bit sideways, but he holds it together. Is it going to be 3 out of 3 this year? Pulls away a little bit as they come up to start what will be their final lap. There's the board, last lap. That's George Hawkins' signal to go all out, but he's got to time his move right through the last part of the lap. And not take the lead too early and allow Max Richardson a chance to nip back through. Fastest lap of the race, incidentally. Never mind that, because there's a lunge and a half from our number 56 of George Hawkins at the complex. He outbrakes himself slightly, but he's held it together. Now, has he bolted too early though? Saw a back marker getting out of the way by almost parking on the grass there next to the complex. Yet Richardson back up the inside again. He retakes the lead, going through towards the left-hander at Noble. And now it's out towards the back of the circuit for the last time. Richardson from Hawkins. Tomadakis looking on from 3rd place as he has almost the whole race long, and going for the inside is Hawkins as they go towards Church Corner. This is another very brave move from George Hawkins. Here they come. Has he made it stick on the inside? He has. George Hawkins is so brave here in the fastest parts of the UK's fastest circuit, but has he made the move too early again? Here comes Richardson on the inside. Goes to the outside. Hawkins covering the inside. He's going to say something special here from Max Richardson. He's going to try and throw it round the outside. There's back markers there as well. They're side by side. They're both sliding. Richardson has to slow up. Tomadakis nearly at the back of him. It's going to be George Hawkins. He's going to get out of the chicane, up across the line. It's a first ever race win for George Hawkins in car 56. 2nd goes to Max Richardson, and Tomadakis comes over in 3rd. My goodness, I thought they were both going to spin it coming into the chicane for the last time there. Everybody else is trying to cross the line together. 4 wide in the pack. Let's establish the rest of the order. Fox 4th, Davies 5th, Walsh 6th, Ollie Smith 7th, John Bond 8th, Richard Watson 9th, Stephen Vischer 10th, as quickly as that. I'm almost out of voice, and we are only on the 2nd race of the weekend. Congratulations to Cambridge's George Hawkins in car number 56. Subject to official ratification, has taken his first ever motor racing victory. Starting from pole, had a monster duel with Max Richardson, the championship leader. And it's Nick Tomadakis who completes the podium. Okay, just get my breath back. And I'm sure everyone is doing after that frantic thrash. And then we'll give you the provisional result then. There he is, George Hawkins in the citrus yellow number 56. I thought he'd made his move too early and that Richardson was going to get back through into the chicane, but George forced Max Richardson to go to the outside into the chicane. That was an intelligent move, and he wins by just under a second. Nick Tomadakis right behind Richardson takes third, then Matt Fox fourth, Richard Davies fifth, Ollie Walsh sixth, Oliver Smith seventh, John Bond is eighth, Richard Watson ninth, and Stephen Vischer in 10th place. Less than 2 seconds covering 5th to 10th. Christian Bond 11th ahead of Joe Oliver, Sebastian Thulle and Ben Oliver, with Shane Forster rounding out the top 15. Despite that off, James French did manage to reach the finish a couple of laps down. Only one retirement there. Bad luck Richard Northridge, who had to pull off into the pits. Also started from pit lane after some problems in the run-up to that race. Okay, getting our breath back then, and we'll await the cars to head into Parc Ferme very shortly. Calm down a bit, we won't calm down a bit, who am I kidding? BMW's next, the 116i Sprint and 120i Coupe Cup coming next. The crowd and the marshals applauding the cars around at the moment on their slowdown lap. Then they will head into Parc Ferme. I've just got the grid for the BMWs coming next. It's one of the 120i Coupes that has qualified on pole position. Mixture of 2 different models of BMW 1 Series that we'll see out next. And there are the cars heading through towards Parc Ferme at the side of the assembly area. We'll shortly be able to hand down to Sam Parker, herself a graduate, of course, of the Caterham Academy. She's now in the Roadsports category this season, as most of these drivers will be in 2026. And we'll be able to hear their thoughts on what was an incredible race there. Some magnificent battling both for the lead between the top 3 and for 4th place as well. So let's head down to Sam Parker in Parc Ferme.
Wow, what an incredible last lap. Well, last corner, actually. That was incredible. Brilliant. And George's first podium, first win. Amazing. So I'll let him take his helmet off. I'd imagine there'll be... Oh, look at that. I think they enjoyed that battle, didn't they? Just watch yourself on the exhaust there. But this is what they love to do. Chat about what just happened on track. But, you know, right, take your helmets off, guys. We need to have a word. We'll get them. I'm sure they'll be... looking forward to getting that helmet off. It's quite hot in the cars. Yeah, but it's warming up a lot now down here. I can feel the heat coming off the tarmac. George, congratulations!
Thank you so
Incredible race. Like, you two had a mega battle.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was so much fun. It was like just trying to, I suppose, work together to not hold ourselves up. Yeah. Was really brilliant. But I suppose in doing that, I feel like Max gave away a little bit of his tactics for the last race, going over to the inside, so I made sure he didn't cut back on the last lap.
That last chicane, Max come in, because that was quite hairy, wasn't it?
Oh my god, yeah, so he sussed me out basically. Problem is we stopped swapping for a while, and so he had about 4 laps just watching me defend for a bit, and sure enough he got up the inside of me on the way to church, and then immediately went right, and I was like, oh, he's figured it out. And so went into the final corner way too hot, and to be honest I was just lucky that Nick didn't get past. He was closing, but I really just kind of parked it on the apex.
Yeah. He was there waiting for the right moment.
For us to mess up. Thank you.
He was. Well, congratulations. Enjoy this moment, both of you. It's really fantastic. Well done.
Thank you.
And we'll come around and speak to Nick. I'll let you. Did you want to congratulate the guys first? He wants to. There you go. Look at that. I love the Academy for this. Everyone's so happy for each other, and they just enjoy their battles. So it's just great. Nick, congratulations. I mean, that was a bit of a crazy chicane at the last lap there.
It was, but anyway, I'm happy with the podium.
Absolutely.
Great race. Yeah, I managed to keep up with these guys. I did a good start as I was planning to. And then, I was with them, but I didn't feel I had enough. I was waiting for some mistake, which they made, but I didn't manage to take advantage of it. So, but yeah, amazing race. I really enjoyed it.
It looked great, and there was nobody really behind you either, so you could concentrate on the two.
Yeah, but if I lost this pack, I would fall back because I was only keeping with them because of the tow, right? So I was trying anything I could to just keep up with them, which I managed to. But yeah, congratulations to them. I mean, amazing driving. George in particular has been unbelievable this weekend. And Max, we know Max. He's a very hard to beat. So even more for George. Credit to George for doing that. Because I saw the battle from behind, changing the positions, and it was amazing.
Well done. Enjoy the moment. Congratulations. Right, we have the next BMW race up next, so I'll hand back to David.
Yes, thank you, Sam. It is now time for one of our guest classes this weekend. We will welcome the BMW 116 Sprint Cup and 120 Coupe Cup. BMW 1 Series is what we'll be seeing out next. Sponsored by Gaz Shocks and administered by the 750 Motor Club. So great to see them guesting with us here at Thruxton this weekend. We caught up with a few of the drivers a little earlier on.
Right, here we are in assembly, everybody. The sun is still shining. It's a beautiful day, and we are delighted to welcome the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup guesting this weekend here at Thruxton. And actually, it's a series that I did in its very first year. Let's move over, shall we, a little bit, because I do wonder, car number 666, I wonder if this is a good omen or a bad omen. Ben Wilshire here. Ben, it's a bit of a strange choice of car number, isn't it? 666?
Yeah, not my choice, but I quite like it actually. I think maybe I should get a little devil sticker on the car, maybe.
I was going to say, is it a good omen?
So far, yeah, I had a good run out at Brands Hatch, P4 there, so and like top 10 in the sprint, so yeah, it'd be nice if we can get in the top 10 today. I'd be very happy.
You've got 2 races today, haven't you? And then tomorrow, of course, there's an hour-and-a-half endurance race, so you've got to look after the car, haven't you?
Yeah, the sprints are obviously a lot more aggressive, you know, shorter race, people are fighting for positions, whereas tomorrow is a lot more kind of, you know, just want consistency and keep out of trouble. So, yeah, I'd like the car to come back in one piece and me, and then we'll go again tomorrow for a good race.
Ben, thanks for coming out to play. It's great to see you again. It really, really is. So let's just move down a little bit further, shall we, and see who else we can have a look at this livery, the Great Britain livery. Let's just jump in for a quick chat and look at his overalls as well. They are looking pretty dapper today.
Got that on TV. It's embarrassing. How are we doing? Right?
I'm very well. How are you? It's great to have the 116 guys with us this weekend. Yeah, how are we feeling ahead of this?
Yeah, good. A bit anxious. There's a lot of us haven't raced here, and it's a pretty scary circuit. So there's like places that you overtake and so on, you get used to it, but none of us really know yet, so we'll find out now, I suppose.
We're going to find out. There's actually only about 2 braking places, isn't there?
Yeah, there's only 2 braking places, and also if you do overtake here, because everything else is flat out, if you get stuck, you could find yourself 2, 3, 4 cars behind you going past because you take it for such a long period of the circuit. So it's going to be a real challenge, but looking forward to it. We'll find out kind of how it goes.
Momentum counts for a lot. Thanks for chatting to us. Really do appreciate it. Yeah, like I said, great to have the 116 Sprint, the 120 Coupe Cups as well. You might see they're a little bit further down the front end, actually. Matthew Highcock, the man on pole position overall. George Heller in second, Rob Carvell. In fact, the 120s make up the first 5. So this is going to be an absolute cracker. It's great to have the 116s with us here this weekend. The first race of 3 in total. About to get underway. 15 minutes of action coming up. Dave, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, the car's just heading up to the grid then, ahead of this 15-minute race. It'll be the 5 BMW 120s with the bigger 2-litre engines on the front of the grid. Matt Highcock, number treble 5 on pole, alongside George Heeler, number 187. Row 2, 59, Rob Carvell. Remember him racing in the VW Cup for many years, alongside Anthony Seddon, number 5. 21, Dave Williams, alongside the first of the 116s, which is Will Abraham, number 209. 4th row, 121, Luke Fox, 151, Peter Keane, and James Waring and James Dunn round out the top 10 on the grid. Row 6 is treble 7, Thomas Law, and 249, Scott Jeffs. Then we've got 55, Lewis Charlton, 173, Dan Lavery. We just heard from. Row 8, 25, Ethan Hall, and 71 of Jack Godden. Row 9 is treble 6, Ben Wilshire, and 86, Peter Brand. Row 10, 27, Ben Dobbs, 83, Sammy Walton. Row 11 is Toby O'Reilly and Lee Pearce. The 12th row, AJ Duffill and Harry Miles. Row 13, Jonathan Baker and Connor Anderson. Row 14 is Sam Holman and Andrew Partridge. Row 15, Theo Millwood and James Poole. Row 16, Dan Snee and Caroline Early, and row 17, Ben McCormack and John Martin. Sorry for rattling through the grids a little quickly there, but the cars are making their way to form up on the grid now, so we will very shortly be underway. So the 5 BMW 120 Coupe, 120i Coupes are at the front of the grid. They are a few seconds a lap quicker than the 116s. As we said, the model numbers give the clue. 120s have a 2-litre engine, the 116s have a 1.6-litre engine, and the 120 Coupes are the quicker cars. So they're at the front. It's Matt Highcock, number treble 5 on pole. He was the sprint champion in 2024 in the Gas Shocks 116 and 120 trophy. So he'll start as the favourite. Last few cars moving into line. After 2 sprint races today, and then the 90-minute pit stop race takes place at the end of the programme tomorrow. It's a 90-minute race where the cars have to make 2 mandatory pit stops, but just a couple of straightforward sprint races today. There's James Poole towards the back in the number 78 car. Sponsored by 4040 Racing. You think he'd be number 40, wouldn't you? So there is Highcock on the left of the picture, the black car with the red, blue and purple, the BMW M colours on his roof, alongside the number 187 of George Heeler, the white car. 59 Rob Carvel in blue with yellow flashes. In the silver and red car alongside him is Anthony Seddon. Big grid of BMWs then. We've got the all clear from the marshals, waiting for the red lights to come on. They do so and go out very quickly, and the race gets underway. Down towards Allard they go for the first time. Matt Highcock gets away well. The 5 120 Coupes, we're going to see them start to disappear off into the distance. There's no distinction on the timing screen, I noticed, between the 120s and the 116s, so we'll keep an eye on who's leading the 116s. But it's Matt Highcock who leads overall as they go into the complex for the first time ahead of this pack of 5 120i Coupes, and then the battle for the 116s involving everybody else trying to be in P6 overall. Has everybody got through the complex okay? It certainly looks like it at the moment. 1 or 2 cars just running out a little bit wide. The car that was a bit wide at the back there is the number 220 car of Simon Fox, Andrew Partridge rather. Simon Fox will drive that car in race 2. It's Partridge in the car for this race. Side by side there, the treble 7 of Thomas Law, the 248 of Scott Jeffs. They make their way around to the back of the circuit for the first time. Certainly get plenty of bang for your buck in this series with the 2 sprint races and the Enduro as well. Here come the leading 116s then. You pick up who's leading them in just a moment. One car up on the curbs there going through Church Corner. It was AJ Duffel, number 212. This is Matt Highcock who leads overall ahead of George Heeler. Rob Carvel up there in third. Here come the leading 116s. It is the 209 of Will Abraham, who was their fastest qualifier, who leads as they come up to complete their opening lap. Abraham leads them from 151. That's Peter Keane in second place. Luke Fox in 121 up in third place, and 252 James Dunn in the Gulf liveried car in fourth position. As Luke Fox and AJ Duffel have shared a car in the past, the turquoise liveried car there. That's Fox third of the 116 group. 173 in there as well. That's Dan Lavery in the Union flag liveried car. 228 behind him is James Waring. That's running there nose to tail. 249 and 25. 249 is Scott Jeffs. The 25 car behind him is Ethan Hall. Very closely matched, these cars, very limited modifications allowed to these BMW 116 designs. A cheap way to go sprint or endurance racing, and now the 120s coming in as well. There's Anthony Seddon, number 5 in fourth position. First 4 breaking away slightly from Dave Williams, number 21 there in P5 overall. Everybody else trying to lead the 116s with Abraham and Keane side by side. I note there in the background as they head up Woodham Hill. Who's going to come out with the lead here? Well, looks like Abraham, yes, has dropped back. It's Peter Keane who has taken the lead. 121 of Fox has come up into second of the 116 trophy cars. Will Abraham goes down to third, then it's 252 of James Dunn coming under fire. There could be 4 wide here. Look at the number 71 there, Jack Godden making his way up the outside. They are 3 wide into Allard, and the big winner here could be 228 of James Waring on the inside. The black car with the gold trim there. Godden now making a switch to the inside in the 71. Can he get past both of them? Well, Jack Godden, he's weaving his way through the pack. There are the leaders of the 116s. Jack Godden almost got past everybody in that move. It was just the 173 of Dan Lavery that remained ahead of him in that group. 5 of them together. The big loser in all of that was 252, James Dunn. The Gulf car's been shuffled back. Thomas Law ahead of him there in the 777. They start to get into their rhythm now. Peter Keane, number 151 it is, who leads the 116 split in this race. 2 races in one, effectively. A bit like in the old Mighty Minis series, when you had the Mighty Minis and the Super Mighty Minis. That developed into 2 races in one every time. And they were just as close as these BMWs as well. Peter Keane leads, Will Abraham in second. Luke Fox, number 121, is third. Jack Godden with a bit of damage to the left front of his car. Must have had a moment in qualifying earlier on. Keane side by side. Will Abraham trying to get round the outside on the brakes into the chicane. And he's done it. Excellent from Will Abraham. So the BMW 1 Series has been seen in British touring cars in the past. And a spin there for Tom Law in the 777 car. Is he going to avoid the barriers? Just glances the tyre wall backwards there. But that's going to drop him to the back of the field. 249 there making a move. Scott Jeffs around the outside. 25 in there is Ethan Hall. It's 252 is definitely dropping back here. James Dunn. Matt Highcock continues to lead overall ahead of George Heeler, Rob Carvell, Seddon and Williams. All the action's in the 116s at the moment. Not surprisingly, Thomas Law heading for the pits, bit of damage to the back of the car after spinning into the tyre wall. Still very busy indeed in there. 9 minutes just over of this race still to go. There's a 666 car that we saw in the assembly area. That's Ben Wilshire making a challenge on can't quite see the number on that car there ahead of him. The time he's through, I think it's the 232 of Jonathan Baker that he's behind. We'll see as they come into view at Church. Yes, it is. Most of them go flying through behind. A couple of cars up on the curb there. Getting sideways, the 34 car has lost it. Round he goes into the grass. Thankfully nobody near enough to tag 34 Toby O'Reilly as he goes around and around and around into the infield. Car run by Anthony Seddon, who's currently racing his 120 further ahead. So Toby O'Reilly will gather his equilibrium and get going again. Still this battle raging at the front of the 116s. Will Abraham has got back ahead of Keane. Peter Keane now defending from Luke Fox. One car into the pits I noticed there as well. The 55 of Lewis Charlton has pulled in. Luke Fox. Interesting choice of livery. Turquoise with pink wheels. Not a colour combination I've seen before in motorsport, I have to say. Turquoise, of course, the colour of the Leighton House Formula 1 team in the late 80s. Abraham continues to lead the 116 split. Here's our overall leader. It's still Matt Highcock who leads the way in the flat-out media 120i, number 555. The battle for second between 187 of George Heeler and Rob Carvell. Good to have Rob back out racing, a real veteran of saloon cars. Best known for racing VW Golfs over his career. Of course, the BMW 1 Series, as I was saying earlier, has been seen in British touring cars in the past. The first 1 Series to be raced was driven by Rick Kerry. It was the diesel-powered version in around 2006-07. Nick Leeson also raced that car. Sadly, that didn't work, but the eBay Motors BMW 1 Series certainly did, with the likes of Colin Turkington at the wheel. Rather more powerful than the machines we see here, of course. It's sideways there, Will Abraham as they go through the complex. Peter Keane still behind him, then Fox in third. 173 giving chase of Dan Lavery. Still Matt Highcock who leads overall. 249 of Jeffs being reeled in by 228. That's James Waring. 6 minutes of the race to go. It's Waring all over the back of the 249 of Scott Jeffs here, and Rob Carvell all over the back of George Heeler. They've got Tom Law's 116 behind them. They're all 1 Series BMWs, of course, just different models. Tom Law has been into the pits after his spin at the chicane into the tyre wall. Checking the rear suspension of the car was still okay. Rob Carvell is all over the back. George Heeler. The black and white flag has been shown to the leading 116 of Will Abraham. That's the driving standards flag. It's possibly a warning for exceeding track limits. Of course, the track limits warning system, your first offence is noted by the officials. The second one, you get a black and white flag. After that, you may get a time penalty. If that indeed is why the black and white flag has gone out. We've not had a reason come through from race control on our timing screen. Well, Matt Highcock has cleared off in front. He's 4.5 seconds ahead of these two now. And he's heading for victory by the look of things. Heeler from Carvell, then Seddon and Williams ran at the top 5. And they are nearly 20 seconds ahead of the 116 battle. Carvell's put a wheel onto the curb, and that is the number 21 of Dave Williams. He was 5th, gets going again. He's had a spin coming out of Village Corner. That's not, as we said earlier, the place where you want to have a spin at that speed. I noticed Dave Williams' car is in the colours of the old Pro Drive BMWs from the 92 season in British touring cars, driven by the likes of Tim Sugden and somebody called Alain Menu. Whatever happened to him? On, of course, to be a 2-time British touring car champion. Dan Lavery, patriotically liveried BMW for him. It's now 4 cars line astern for the lead of the class. The 121 of Luke Fox has got through to second. He's going for the category lead around the outside. Doesn't quite manage to get it at the chicane. Well, the split of 116s, I should say, they're not a separate class officially. They are technically fighting for their lead of their own race here. They won't keep up with the more powerful 120s. Will Abraham's still just about holding off Luke Fox for the lead and for 6th overall. Passing the slowing car of Dave Williams there, who slowed up after his spin, I think that is. They've at least got ahead of one of the 120s. He's pulling onto the grass there in the background, so looks like Dave Williams out of the race. Will Abraham continues to hold off Luke Fox, Peter Keane and Dan Lavery. 4 of them line astern. Further back behind them we've got Jack Godden in the black and red and yellow 71, the colours of the German flag almost. And now George Heeler is under intense pressure from Rob Carvell for 2nd place. A couple of laps to go. Black and white flag being shown now to treble 7 of Thomas Law. Saw the flag out there and the black and white diagonal with the driver's number on the board. The inside, Carvell's going to have a look as they go into the complex. There's a bit of touching between the two of them. Get off, says George Heeler, and holds that 2nd place. He was not going to give way there into the complex. These BMW 120i Coupe is proving very effective, very quick little race cars. 116 battle goes on, still Will Abraham at the front. That's the 21 car who seems to have taken up grass tracking. I think he's trying to get round to reach the pits, but keeping out of the way. Whether he's dropping fluid or something and doesn't want to drop it on the tarmac, I'm not sure. He's heading for the old runway here at Thruxton Airfield. He's pulled up by a marshal's post now. Can't let you park there, says the marshal. He will park it there, of course, out of the way. There's a battle further back among the 116s, and meantime, still this second place battle goes on. Is Rob Carvell finally going to be able to carve his way past George Heeler? No, Heeler takes the inside line for the club chicane. Still line astern. They have been for the whole race, these two. It's allowed Matt Highcock to escape. He's over 7 seconds clear now. There he is. Continues to lead. He's into his last lap now. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 1:30.918. And Matt Highcock is heading for victory, barring any mechanical problem on this final lap. The headlights on, just to warn any back markers that he might come across. What about the battle for second place, though? Here they come. They're almost side by side into the complex. Speaking of back markers, just dealing with one there. That's the 34 car, I think the one that spun earlier on, Toby O'Reilly. Meanwhile, 3 wide. Look at this for the 116s. Luke Fox is going to have to go over the curb there. And Will Abraham loses the lead of the class. Lavery gets clipped by Peter Keane, so the order's completely changed there. But did Luke Fox gain advantage over the curbs? If so, that may not stand. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. His argument, of course, will be that he had nowhere to go. You can't go 3 wide through the chicane. We're in for a very exciting finish to the 116 split. Meantime, Rob Carvell's dropped back a bit now from George Heeler. I think his tyres might be going off. He's sliding about there. But the clock has counted down to 0, and it's going to be a win for the number treble 5, Matt Highcock. Comes out of the final corner and up towards the checkered flag. Matt Highcock, the man from Stockport, takes the victory. He's well clear of the second place fight, which is going to be won by George Heeler. He's held on all the way to take second place. Rob Carvell is third, and behind them, Anthony Seddon takes 4th overall. What about the 116s, though? They'll be probably coming up to the chicane. We've got a spinner. That's the 635 car of Ben McCormack facing the wrong way. Here come the 116s. Luke Fox versus Will Abraham. They've got clear of the other 2 cars behind them, Dan Lavery and Peter Keane. Now, Will Abraham, is he going to try and move? There might be yellow flags out at the chicane, though, because of that spun car of McCormack. So Luke Fox is going to hold the inside line into the chicane. I don't think Will Abraham's going to have a chance here unless he can out-slipstream him up to the line if they get out of any yellow flag zone. Through the chicane they come, and it is going to be Luke Fox up towards the line, and he is the first 116 home. Abraham next, then Keane, Lavery, and the rest of them. Another breathless race here at Thruxton in the sunshine. First of 3 races this weekend for the BMWs. We'll confirm the results in just a second. When the rest of the pack has got to the line, this little lot are still at it. That's the number 47, who's penduluming all over the place there, of Connor Anderson. Is he going to hold on to the line? No, I don't think he is. They're coming up to the line now. It's a photo finish, nearly 3 wide across the line there. Number 30 just pipping in, that was Harry Miles. The 31 of Sam Holman nearly got into them as well. Goodness me. Provisional result then, Matt Highcock takes the win by over 8.5 seconds at flag 4 from George Heeler, who held off Rob Carvell's attacks all the way. 4th going to Anthony Seddon, and the first of the 116s home was Luke Fox in 5th overall, ahead of Will Abraham, Peter Keane and Dan Lavery. Huge battle all the way between those 4. Behind them, Scott Jeffs, Jack Godden, Ethan Hall, then James Dunn in the Gulf car, Ben Wilshire, Peter Brand, and completing the top 15 was Theo Millwood. We lost just a couple of cars there. We lost Lewis Charlton into the pits, likewise John Martin. And we lost the 228s of James Waring as well somewhere on circuits. We noted that he was involved in the lead battle in the 116s early on. Also into the pits late on was Andrew Partridge, number 220. And I think Dave Williams got running again as well, further down the order. Meanwhile, let's head down to Parc Fermé.
Wow, there we go. Matthew Highcock takes a second win of the season for the 120s. Let's go. I've got a little hat for him as well. Look at that. Nice little Thruxton hat as a reward for taking the checkered flag. And when he got in front, it sort of, controlled the race, didn't you, really, there, Matthew? It's, a nice... It's never an easy run out, is it? But you'll take those wins, won't you?
Yeah, that went as well as it could, really. I mean, hot, very hot.
Yeah.
But no, I seem to have found a groove round here that just works, and just sort of got away clean. And just banged in consistent lap times, all session.
You make it sound easy.
The car's handling unbelievable, honestly. Yeah, it's a great car. I'm really enjoying it, to be honest.
Well, look, I've got a hat for you. Look, how nice is that?
Oh,
just for you.
Brilliant.
I don't know if you can see on his neck. There's a wasp who's just stung his opponents there. Well done, congratulations. Been waiting to say that all day. Let's move around as well, shall we? George Heller coming home in second. It's all in the 120s as well. George, we have a quick chat with you. You had a good battle there, second and third in the end.
Yeah, quite stressful. I couldn't quite keep on Matt's tail, but this gentleman, Rob, was right behind me, and
wasn't he?
It was just, stressful.
Are you kind of glad when you saw the checkered flag?
Very glad. I was like, oh my god. I think for the last 3 laps I was like, please, 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 please. But yeah, no, it was good. Once we got into a bit of traffic, it just gets quite unpredictable, and it's just luck of the draw, really. If you caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, it can cost you a lot of time.
Busy weekend for you boys. What have you made of Thruxton?
First time at Thruxton. It's fast. Back straight, toes massively important. If you can get a toe, if you're in free air, that can cost you some time, but I like it. Tyre degradation's massive, so Friday's testing we could only kind of scrub tyres, otherwise just burn through about 10 sets. But yeah, it was good, a lot of fun.
So, man, well done, congratulations, buddy. Great to see you as well. I did see Rob. So Rob's over there. Sorry, Andy, we're gonna have to turn around if that's all right. I'm really sorry to do that to you. Rob, quick chat if we can. You were in a good fight there with George. He just nipped you though in the end. Eh?
He did. It was a really good battle, and you can't argue with that. George gave me some space when I needed it, and that was real class. So really enjoyed it.
Top man, well done. We'll let you crack on because Academy cars are about to go out. There's Peter Senna, by the way. I haven't seen him for a couple of years. Nice to see him out. That was the 120 cars. Don't forget Luke Fox taking the win in the 116s. Will Abraham in second. Peter Keane in third. There's plenty of 116 action still to come up this weekend. So for their second race, we'll go grab a couple of the 116 drivers there. Right, as you can see, just off over here, we have the Caterham Roadsport. Sorry, about to head on out. The Caterham Roadsport. Sam Parker is in this one. She's just a little bit further down there. This promises to be an absolute cracker of a race. So more Caterham action coming up next. I'm going to hand over to commentator Dave Goddard. Enjoy!
We certainly will enjoy, yes, thanks Ian. Next up it is the Blistein Suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship. It's the second year for the Academy drivers, really. It's the graduates of the Academy from last season. They've upgraded their cars, put some more track-focused Toyo tyres on them, and adjusted the suspension to add a rear anti-roll bar. And a big field of road sports. We should have 28 cars for this next race. We'll give you the grid shortly, but meantime we caught up with some of the drivers earlier on.
Right, here we are, more Caterham action coming up. This time it's time for the Roadsport Championship. I've got Will Coupe here, who has been absolutely desperate to talk to me. As soon as he pulled in, he said, Ian, make sure you come over and have a quick chat with me. William, it's good to see you, mate. How are you anyway, first of all?
Yeah, not bad. Yeah. Not feeling too well this weekend, so...
Why is that? What's up?
I don't know. Bit of illness, but we'll see how it goes.
Oh, in that case,
just for your own safety, you're not interviewing me.
But what do you make of Thruxton?
Pretty quick. You need to be quite committed, which, yeah, you need to build up the confidence, get a few days in.
Now, I think with Thruxton, we've spoken about it a few times, there's only like 2 braking places, isn't there, really? And we know how important the toe is with Caterham. We bang on about every single meeting, but it is critical. Is it a little bit more important here? If you lose a tiny bit of momentum, it's game over, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I pulled in from qualifying because I didn't have a toe. There's no point being out there.
Really?
Yeah, it was just, a second off my best time every single time because you need someone in front of you to punch the hole.
That is remarkable how much time it makes, isn't it?
Yep, yeah. So it'll be interesting in the race.
Well, the good thing is, from here, you're going to have a few cars around you, so there's going to be plenty of towing going on.
Yep, we'll see how it goes. A lot of 5th gear usage. Doesn't really get used.
Right, well, thanks for talking to us. I hope you feel better soon. don't be throwing up in your helmet or anything. There we go, right, here we go. And on that bombshell, I think it's time to go racing for the Roadsport Championship. Dave, over to you.
So just a couple of minor clear-ups needed after that BMW race by our marshals, and we'll have a look at the grid for the Blistein Caterham Roadsport Championship. For the second meeting in a row, it is Brian Thornton, the Irishman, who has set pole position. Alongside him, Dan Crawley, number 17. Second row, Alistair Morton and Will Harris. It was the brothers Harris who were in dominant form at the Snetterton season opener. Will and his brother Charlie. It was Will who leads the points by just 1 point coming into this round. They got equal results over the two races, but Will got a fastest lap, so he's ahead by a point. Row 3, Craig Evans. He was on the podium at Snetterton in race 1 as well. Starts alongside Aaron Oliver in number 10. Row 4, 36 Chris Buck, 44 Andrew Davison. Completing the top 10. Steve Loriman, number 20, and a certain Sam Parker in car number 7. That's why Ian was down there doing the pre-event interviews there, because Sam is in this race. Row 6 is 96, that's Charles Harris, brother of Will, so Will's won the bragging rights in qualifying this time. And Charles starts alongside Ivan Searle, number 32. Row 7, Ollie White, number 24. 42, Scott Helm, who took a third place in race 2 at Snetterton. He won't be too happy to be down in 7th place on 7th row of the grid, because he was a race winner in the Academy last season. Row 8, Benoit Carnet and Jimmy White. Then the 9th row is Steve Harris, father of Will and Charles. Could we see a family podium this year, I wonder? James Platt alongside him. Jeremy Skelton, his first appearance of the season on row 10 alongside Charles Chapman, number 74. Moving on to row 11, Eduardo Pontes, all the way from Brazil, was on the grid sheet for this one, but he's not on our graphic there, so he may have withdrawn. Liam Baslington is there though, Chris Morling, then Will Coupe, Chris Hicks, Alistair Kinnear, Zina Al-Jalili and Mark Stancer rounding out the grid. So whether there's been an amendment to the grid, Eduardo Pontes I think has been moved to the back. We're just checking that's out now. I will check the online notice board to see what has happened there. He may have had his qualifying times disallowed. Yes, he has. So just check that. So yes, Eduardo Pontes, the Brazilian, will start from the back of the grid due to a tyre infringement during qualifying. So that explains the change to the grid there. Haven't had the amended grid sheet through, so apologies for that bit of confusion. So Eduardo Pontes starts from the back following a tyre infringement in qualifying. We await the cars to make their way up to the grid then. Brian Thornton, having set pole position at Snetterton, couldn't convert it into a top 5 finish. He's got the pace, but we'll see if he can hold his own in the pack in this one. The man from Westmeath in Ireland. Dan Crawley starts alongside him. They're 6th and 8th in the championship table coming into this round, those two respectively. Will Harris on top ahead of his brother Charles by 1 point, and then 4 points behind Charles is Craig Evans. Scott Helm sits in 4th, and Alistair Morton rounds out the top 5 ahead of Brian Thornton. Luciano Caruso, that's the Rothmans lookalike car, is in 7th in the points. He's not here this weekend. Then we have Dan Crawley, Oliver White and Jimmy White completing the top 10 in the point standings. So make their way there round on their green flag lap just to get some heat into these Toyo R888R tyres. These cars are upgraded Academy cars with those tyres and the anti-roll bar added to the rear suspension as well. Natural progression, you go from Academy to Roadsport. Next upgrade is the 270R, then the 310R. The Caterham 7 UK Championship, who aren't here this weekend, is different. They are bespoke, full-scale race cars. And they certainly have the pace for it as well. I watched some of the practice session from the pit wall at Snetterton in April, and those Caterham 7 UK cars certainly shift. Blistein Roadsport Championship, one race today. second race tomorrow. Out of Noble up towards the back of the circuit. Watch for the Harris brothers coming through. William is number 14, he's on the second row. His brother Charles back on row 6. There's Eduardo Fontes, the blue and yellow car at the back. Eduardo Pontes, I should say, from near Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. New colour scheme for Sam Parker this year. Just saw her citrus yellow car go through there. Not in the blue and white of Dutch Barn Vodka this year. Brian Thornton in blue and orange, number 33 on pole. Dan Crawley alongside is in British Racing green and yellow, a bit like the old Team Lotus colours. Alistair Morton on row 2, number 12, is in grey with an orange stripe. Will Harris alongside him, number 14, is in green and black. Craig Evans, row 3, number 86, his car is white and black. And alongside him we have number 10, Aaron Oliver. He's in yellow. Chris Buck alongside number 30 on row 4, number 36, black, blue and white for him. He's alongside number 44, Andrew Davison, in the silver car with the blue cage there. Sam Parker, who mentioned in the bright sort of citrus green yellow coloured car, starting alongside number 20, Steve Loriman. That's the Union flag liveried car. Behind them is Charles Harris. His is more Team Lotus colours, the green with the yellow stripe. So Eduardo Pontes has to start further back as a result of his penalty.
So the Brian Thornton on pole, his car predominantly blue. Alongside him is the...
It'll be a 20-minute race, the Blistein Suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship. Pontes will be started with a 10-second penalty. He'll be started on the flag. Everybody else will go when the red lights go out, which they do now. Revs are up and away we go down towards the first corner of Talard. A great start from the outside by Dan Crawley. The green and Dayglow yellow number 17 car will lead the way towards the complex for the first time. It's Crawley that's got away best. There is Eduardo Pontes starting with a penalty from the back. Brian Thornton hasn't made the best of starts. They're all over each other into the complex. Look at this, one car up on the curb on the inside. That was Craig Evans. He's been swallowed up into the pack. Brian Thornton, I think, is still there in second place. Good start by Sam Parker. She's got up into around 6th or 7th place. As they start to sort themselves out, then we'll see who comes out where. There's Charles Harris already on the move, the number 96 car, the Team Lotus lookalike. It's Dan Crawley, number 17, who leads. Thornton in second place. Somebody on the grass. That's Will Harris, the championship leader, number 14. Nearly lost it there. Rejoins just ahead of Loriman in the number 20 machine, the Union Jack car. Out towards Church they go for the first time then. Up the inside and charging through into the lead goes Brian Thornton. The pole sitter has taken up the lead. The 44 very sideways there, Andrew Davison. And there is number 5, that's Stephen Harris, father of Will and Charles. Here come your leaders, they're trying to go 5 wide into the chicane. That's never going to work. Who's this coming through the middle? Right up through the middle there. Who's that that's taken the lead? We'll pick up the number in a second. I think it's the 86 of Craig Evans that's gone through into the lead. We'll see as they cross the timing line. No, it's 36, I'm sorry, Chris Buck. Where did he come from there? Right through the middle of everybody under braking. It's Chris Buck, who from nowhere has taken the lead in the 36. He's gained 6 places on that first lap alone. Thornton second, Crawley third. That's the move of the day for me so far by Chris Buck in the 36. Brian Thornton on his tail, so down to third goes Dan Crawley, number 17. And then side by side for 4th place, we've got Aaron Oliver in there, the yellow number 10. Trying to go around the number 12 of Alistair Morton there with the orange stripe. Behind them, 42 is Scott Helm, winner in the Academy last season. The Academy champions have skipped a step and moved up to 270R. Aaron Oliver still side by side with Scott Helm. I love the number plates on Scott Helm's car. Help me, written upside down. Goes round the outside of Aaron Oliver, doesn't need any help at the moment though. Charles Harris, I think that is in behind them, the number 96, the green and yellow car. Up towards Church they come. Here comes Brian Thornton going for the inside. Caterham's one of the few cars you can make big lunges at Church corner in like that. There's Sam Parker, number 7. Look at this, how many wide is it going to be into the chicane this time? This is Caterham racing at its best, and Chris Buck has been swallowed up by the pack there. Who's going to come out with the lead? It's Scott Helm in the 42. Are they going to do this every lap into the chicane, I wonder? Brian Thornton goes across the curb. Chris Buck's lost about 5 or 6 places in there in a single move. Craig Evans round the outside of Sam Parker. Will Harris, the championship leader, going for the inside. It's Helm who leads now. Yeah, he's gained 5 places in that one move into the chicane. Brilliant. Thornton second, then Crawley. Aaron Oliver in 4th. Morton is 5th. They entered the chicane with Chris Buck leading and Scott Helm in 6th place. They came out of it with Scott Helm leading and Chris Buck 6th. Incredible. Through the complex they come then. 7 of them line astern for the lead here. Charlie Harris trying to hang on to the tails of this group. There's a small gap back to Craig Evans, then Will Harris, Sam Parker, and behind them this group headed by Andrew Davison. And somebody's off. That's the 58 car, James Platt, the man from Ripley in Derbyshire, and I think the safety car is going to be deployed as a result of that. 86 there, Craig Evans. Will Harris sweeping around the outside of him, but I think we're going to have a safety car. It has come up on the timing screen. Yes, the yellow flags are out, so the safety car is being deployed. The pack will slow down and form up single file. Safety car out for James Platt's car off at the club chicane. Bit of debris there as well. They're all going to form into order at the back as they were all fanning out across, ready for those attacks up Woodham Hill. So the recovery pickup truck will move into position. Safety car being driven this weekend by Evelyn Buanek, the former BMW racer of many years standing, accompanied by observer Barbara Schilliker, who used to race in the Hyundai Coupe Cup. We'll see them in action tomorrow. Safety car will pick up the leader. Back of the net 07 says on our stream comments, this is Caterham racing. It certainly is. Caterham racing at its very, very best here at the Thruxton circuit. 26 there, the pink car going through, that's Zina Al-Jalili. Eduardo Ponte's yet to make his move through the field from the back. There's another car off, I've noticed there, on the run into the complex. Now, who's that? Chris Morling, number 19, I think it is. That car didn't complete the first lap, so we've got 2 cars off in 2 different places. I just saw in the background there, on the against the barriers on the run into the complex, Chris Morling has come to grief as well. First safety car of the weekend. Maybe a couple of laps here with a couple of cars to be retrieved. Eduardo Ponte's car, the yellow, blue and white there, reminds me of the old Williams Formula 1 colours. We do see a lot of tribute liveries in UK club racing, of course. We mentioned Gulf already. There's always a Gulf liveried car out there, no matter what your championship, it would seem. See in the background there outside one of the hangars, the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Air Ambulance that's based here at Thruxton. A worthy vehicle indeed. 86 there, Craig Evans. If the blood on his number plates seems familiar, that's the name of a record company that he is sponsored by. Eduardo Pontes just waiting to make his move as the big Ford pickup gives the 58 of James Platt a tow back to the paddock, his multicoloured car, having shed a wheel in presumably an impact with the tyre wall. Almost a patchwork livery he's got there. So Scott Helm is your leader from Brian Thornton, Dan Crawley in third. Another lap behind the safety car. Aaron Oliver is fourth. Alistair Morton rounds out the top five. It's keeping a steady pace, weaving to keep their Toyo tyres warm. Thanks to all of you for tuning in on the stream. Do subscribe to the British Automobile Racing Club if you are able. Give us a like on the stream. How many likes do we have so far? Let's have a quick look while the safety car's out. Only 159. We need more, please. There's plenty of you watching. Give us a like. We'll spread the stream around online. Will we go back to green flag racing this time? Has the number 19 of Chris Morling been removed? As well. Way to tell is to look at the safety car, and if a flashing light on top has gone out, it means it's coming in on this lap around into the pits. Light's still on at the moment on top of the Ford. Will it go out as it comes up Woodham Hill? They can leave it quite late sometimes to decide they're pulling into the paddock, given the instructions from the clerk of the course over the radio. Lights are still on at the moment. Steve Hill is today's senior clerk of the course here at Thruxton. The lights are still on, so it looks like we are going for another lap, with the second incident possibly being cleared on the run up towards the complex. We'll do another lap minimum. Again, the drivers start to weave to keep the tyres warm and try and keep the engines cool as well. It is a warm day here at Thruxton today. Just off the A303 near Andover in Hampshire.
We'll get 5 laps, 4 racing laps out of this with fair wind. The first 2.5 look pretty frenetic, so what the remaining 5 will be like. So if there's less time, if you're a bit further behind now.
The leaders heading through the complex. I think the other incident being dealt with is just off here towards Allard, the exit of Allard towards the complex. Well, hopefully we'll get back to green flag racing this time around. Hi to Real Yanush, who's commented on our stream. Stumbled upon the stream and enjoying the racing so far, loving the Caterhams, watching from Poland. Great to hear from you. Poland, of course, more famous for a motorsport on 2 wheels, namely Speedway, where Bartosz Szmazlik is the current world champion. There is Chris Morling's car up against the barrier. Quick hello to George Penlington in our comments thread as well, because meantime the light has gone out atop the safety car. We're going racing again this time. You can see the safety car has pulled away from the pack. The leader trying to back the field up Sebastian Vettel style and try and get the best restart possible. Scott Helm, car number 42 from Clitheroe in Lancashire. Starts to get his foot down through the chicane. Brian Thornton second, Dan Crawley is third. The green flag about to wave, and we're back underway with the Blistein Caterham Roadsport Championship here at the Thruxton circuit. Away they go, and Scott Helm gets it absolutely right. He pulls away into Allard Corner. We're on lap number 7 of this first race of the weekend for the Blistein Caterham Roadsports Championship. Up towards the complex they come. Brian Thornton, the Irishman, in second position. Dan Crawley is in third position. He comes from Milton Keynes, not all that far from Silverstone. Aaron Oliver giving chase in the yellow number 10 in fourth. They hold their positions then around the first few corners, just getting the cars back up to full pace, up to the tyres up to full operating temperature, and then we'll see the slipstreaming start again, particularly down into the chicanes. A couple of years since the Road Sports Championship has been to Thruxton, in fact, so a new experience for all these drivers. Will Harris going for the inside past Chris Buck, who briefly led early on. Now the Harris brothers are now line astern in I think 6th and 7th places. Now what's going to happen into the chicane out of Woodham Hill this time? Here come the leaders throwing it through Church Corner. You can see the elevation change through there from that angle as well. There goes Parker. Blue flag, it says on the number plates, the number 38 of Jimmy White. He's got the number 44 of Andrew Davison on his tail as Brian Thornton takes the lead coming into the chicane. Everybody else trying to be third behind Aaron Oliver, sliding around the outside of Dan Crawley. He's going to get the move done, I think. Crawley's going to have to go over the curb. Bash! They bang wheels on the exit. And Alistair Morton says, OK, I'll have a go as well. And Oliver goes down to 5th. That outside move didn't work. He's lost a place. Meanwhile, regaining the lead is Scott Helm. He took the lead back again before the timing line there. And Alistair Morton has set the fastest lap, 1:30.104. Leaders into the complex once again. 5 of them together now. Morton side by side with Oliver. Will Harris is up to 6th, and his brother has just lost a couple of spots in there. Craig Evans has got ahead of him, and Chris Buck as well. Sam Parker next in the order, the number 7. Jimmy Y and Andrew Davison are next. Then it's the number 20 of Steve Lorriman. Here's a battle a little bit further back. The 32 ahead of the 24. 32 is Ivan Searle. 24, Oliver White. Not to be confused with the Formula Ford and Porsche racing star of a few years over the last few seasons. Here's the battle for the lead, and Brian Thornton's taken the lead back again from Scott Helm. What can Dan Crawley do here in the number 17? He led off the start line. Just over 4.5 minutes of this race still to go. Now, are they going to fan out across the straight at Woodham Hill this time? The sun glinting off the windscreens. 5 of them together. Round the outside, Scott Helm retakes the lead. Crawley just about holding third place on the inside of Alistair Morton. Then Aaron Oliver tagging onto the back of them. Up over the line they come. Now, what's the gap covering all 5 of these? They go across the line. It's just over a second covering the top 5. And Will Harris is now 6th. There's Chris Buck side by side with the 86 of Craig Evans. Charlie Harris is behind them. Here's a scrap further back. Eduardo Pontes now making his move through the field. 26 of Zina Al-Jalili chasing number 60 Mark Stancer, who started at the back of the grid. Side by side between the 2 leaders, and Scott Helm round the outside coming out of the complex at Seagrave. That's an impressive move. You don't see that very often. Now the left at Noble, named after Richard Noble, of course, the man behind Project Thrust that's held the, still holds the land speed record. It was Andy Green who drove Thrust SSC to break the sound barrier. That car now at the Coventry Transport Museum, as is Thrust 2, the car it took the record off. There's no land speed records being set here, but there might be a record set for number of Caterham side by side towards the end of this race. Coming into the chicane, Alistair Morton staying ahead of Aaron Oliver. They're being threatened by the championship leader now, Will Harris. Charlie Harris is in the second group. Will Harris has in fact set the fastest lap, 1:29.855. The first man under 1:30 in this race. Here come the leaders, Dan Crawley on the inside. Brian Thornton's taken the lead on the run to the chicane. Crawley up to second. Scott Helm goes down to third. Aaron Oliver bounces over the curb. 6 of them now line astern. Now Will Harris is getting ready to launch his attack. The Northampton-based driver leading the championship ahead of his brother by 1 point, and he's now ready to attack the leaders. Could he snatch this? We've already seen one driver go from 6th to 1st in one move. That was Scott Helm into the chicane. Side by side for 2nd into the complex. Brian Thornton it is who has the lead. Struggled a little bit for race pace after setting pole position at Snetterton, but much more on the pace here. Side by side, the 16 and the 52. The 16, the silver car, is Benoit Kahn, the Frenchman from Toulouse. 52 alongside him, Chris Hicks. He comes from Bristol. Chasing him down. Chris Hicks in the pink. Down towards Village and Church they go once again. 6 of them line astern for the lead. Charlie Harris leading the next group. He's a couple of seconds further back as Aaron Oliver makes a move on Dan Crawley for 3rd place. Aaron Oliver's the man on the move in the yellow number 10. He's up into P3 and having a go at Scott Helm for 2nd place. Brian Thornton still leads. We could get 6 wide into the chicane. Helm goes to the outside. They've got to pick their lines. The chicane. Aaron Oliver to the inside. Dan Crawley on the inside as well. Helm pulls across. He's gone round the outside to retake the lead. Brian Thornton goes back to 3rd. And now here comes Will Harris. Over the curves they go. They're going to be starting their last lap this time though. Chris Buck is the head of the 2nd group, ahead of Charlie Harris, Craig Evans and Sam Parker. Over the line they go. The last lap board is out. It's going to be a free-for-all into the chicane the last time through. We saw what the Academy can do. These drivers a little more experience. Scott Helm was a pre-season favourite, having been an Academy race winner last season. Best he had at Snetterton in the season opener was a 3rd. Aaron Oliver's going for it in the yellow number 10. He's down in 15th in the championship coming into this round. Evans side by side with Charles Harris. Parker moving up to have a go as well. Andrew Davison's next. He's got ahead of Jimmy White. Craig Evans gets squeezed there by Charles Harris. Here they come then, down towards Village and Church for the last time. Helm from Oliver, Thornton. Harris is up to 4th. Here comes Will Harris. Remember what I said earlier about timing your move to perfection? He goes past Brian Thornton. He's going for the leaders here. Will Harris has bided his time. He could get this absolutely right. Watch the green and black car on the inside. Can Will Harris do it? He was 6th going as the final lap on the grass there. Scott Helm nearly loses it. They could be 6 wide coming into the chicane for the last time. Look at this. And Helm has survived that. Aaron Oliver barrelling up the inside. Somehow Scott Helm has kept it together at the front. Oliver 2nd. 3rd is the number 17, and Harris has lost his chance. He goes over the curb. Up towards the line they come, like the finish of a greyhound race more than anything, and it's Scott Helm who wins it. My goodness gracious me. 6 of them separated by 1.35 seconds. Helm from Oliver, Crawley, Will Harris, Morton and Thornton. A spin on the last bend for number 27. That's Jeremy Skelton. His first race of the season ends in a spin. And across the line they come. Now Scott Helm, having suffered a bit of frustration at Snetterton, makes up for it with a brilliant win here at Thruxton. I'd be interested to see a replay of that final run into the chicane there, because I thought Scott Helm was going to lose it, getting his line wrong, but he held it together. Aaron Oliver takes 2nd. It's Dan Crawley in 3rd. Those 3 separated by just over half a second. William Harris, I thought he timed it right. I thought he was going to come through the middle and take the win on the last bend, but he has to settle for 4th place. Alistair Morton rounding out the top 5. Let's look at it again. It was Brian Thornton who got wide onto the grass, I apologise, not Scott Helm. He was able to hold the inside. It looked as though Aaron Oliver was going to go up the inside of everybody, side by side with Dan Crawley, but Helm able to escape through the chicane. Will Harris lost his chance because he went over the curb, and Scott Helm able to escape clear to take the win. It was Thornton who lost out and finished in 6th position. Drivers sounding their horns on their slow-down lap. Scott Helm the winner by 0.279 of a second, ahead of Oliver, Crawley and Will Harris, who set the fastest lap. Morton and Thornton rounding out that top 6 battle. Brian Thornton frustrated again. Chris Buck, who led briefly at the in the early stages of the race, ends up 7th, ahead of Charlie Harris. Then Craig Evans and Andrew Davison round out the top 10. Jimmy Y in 11th, ahead of Sam Parker, then Steve Lorryman, Ivan Searle. Running at the top 15 was Oliver Whites. 26 of the 28 starters went the distance in that one. We, of course, lost James Platt and Chris Morling early on, which brought out the safety car. Will Harris the fastest lap, only he and Aaron Oliver able to lap under 1 minute 30 seconds in that race. Roadsports will do it all again tomorrow. Their second race of the weekend. We welcome back the Track Action Racing Club next. But let's head down for now into Parc Fermé with Ian.
Well, look at that. It might say help me upside down there, but Scott Helm doesn't need any help at all, taking the win. Less than a second separating the top three. We get spoiled, actually, don't we, with these Caterhams. Aaron Oliver there coming home in second, and Dan Crawley here in third. Let's grab Scott. Hi, Laura. How are you? Good?
I'm good. How are you?
Enjoying the racing?
Of course.
Enjoying the sunshine?
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent stuff. Here is Scott. A very happy looking Scott. Well done, my man. It's always close, isn't it, you Caterham lot?
Jeez, that was close. I had a lot of good fortune there for P1. These boys made me work hard for it, to be fair to both of them. So, yeah. Well, it was a bit of a surprise from 14th, though.
Can you describe the feeling of hurtling around the fastest circuit in the UK in one of these?
Honestly, I had my eyes shut for half of it. I don't know. There's some parts of that then when I was just breathing in thinking, I really hope I make it out the other side of this. So, yeah, it's amazing fun, but it's terrifying in a good way.
Scott, what a race. Well done, mate.
Super.
Well done.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Good man. Let's go grab Aaron Oliver over here, shall we? Sorry, Andy. I know it's juggling around, isn't it? Aaron, can we just grab you for a quick chat? So you're beaming as well. You've got a big smile on your face.
I was very happy with that. I knew I didn't want to be leading into the final corner, but made it happen. Outbroke a couple of people, still got second, so happy with that.
It's a tactical masterclass, this, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I was trying to hold off, keep my position, but I knew if I didn't get the run, I would just get swallowed in from behind. So good, happy with second. Best position ever, so very happy with that.
Best position ever?
Yeah.
Mate, come on, bring it in. Well done. Great stuff.
Thank you very much.
Excellent indeed. Wonderful stuff. Aaron Oliver, their best position ever. He's a happy man. Here's Dan Crawley as well. We'll grab a word of him. We're just going through the formalities, of course, with the on-track commentator here. But what a fantastic race, the Caterham Roadsport. Still a lot coming up. Track Action are back out for their second race of the day. Up next, Dan, can we grab you for a quick chat? You finish in the top three. You got to do all these talky bits, haven't you? But
where's your hat? Where's your hat?
I've still got it. I've still got that hat, actually.
Good.
But it's at home. I'll bring it tomorrow.
No problem. No problem.
How was that?
Yeah, good. It's quite dicey. The toe is so powerful down the back, so there's no point of being at the front. But at the same point, you've got to understand who's around you, how they're going to take that final corner, and just try and line yourself up for the best place, really.
Let's talk about the toe. We always talk about it. We know it's important with Caterhams. But at other circuits, it's going to have more of an impact than others, let's say. And is this one here, because there's only about 2 braking points, is it the most important at Thruxton?
It is, certainly today, because of the headwind. The toe is so powerful down that back straight. You might have seen in the live stream early on, I tried to break away at the start of the race. Because in theory, if you can get a second, then you've got a fighting chance. Yeah. But there was no way at all. So from then, it was a case of, okay, try and nurse the tyres to when you really need to. The thing that you need to make sure is that coming into that final complex section into the chicane, you don't overspeed for that corner. Because if you do, the benefit that you've got at the toe, you're going to lose out then further on for the rest of the lap. So
important. Now, do you know, I can't remember the last time I saw somebody break the toe in Caterham racing. There hasn't been less than a second between like the top 3 or 4. So great racing, Dad. Congratulations. Really appreciate you talking to us.
Can I just quickly say a big thank you to Freshwave and KTL, because without those guys I wouldn't be here. So thank you very much.
Top man, excellent stuff. Can I just say as well, a big thank you to the marshals today. There is a lady just down the other end who has very kindly supplied me with sun cream because I didn't have any today. So a big thank you to the Orange Army. Not only do they look after the drivers out on track, they also look after us here behind the scenes too. Right, Track Action are about to head out very, very shortly indeed. Their second race of 3 today, believe it or not. It's 3 races in total for them. So time to go racing. Let's hand over to commentator Dave Goddard to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Yes, thanks Ian. Just getting my breath back after the Blistein Caterham Roadsports. And now we move on to the Track Action Racing Club, their second race of the day. They kicked us off before the lunch break, and it was Gary Preble in his Honda Civic who took the victory. Let's take you through the grid for the second race then. This was set by the second fastest time for each driver in the qualifying session. So Gary Preble on pole once again in his Honda Civic EG. Alongside him, Sean Goverd in the little Citroën AX GT. Second row, the Peugeot 106 GTI of Will de Claudio alongside Sam Stride's Civic. Row 3, another Civic, that's of Joe Dorrington. We saw some daring lunges from him in race 1. Starts alongside Adam Croft in the VW Scirocco. Row 4, Sean Deacon, Peugeot 106, and Gareth Porter, Peugeot 205 GTI. Rounding up the top 10, Paul Roddison in the Skoda had a few gremlins in race 1, but it is a new car for this year. Alongside Andy Presswell, who was an early casualty with a spin at the complex in race 1. Hoping the Opel Astra will have a better run this time. Sixth row, Lee Bull, not in a Renault Clio as it says on our graphics. He's in a Civic, a late change of car. I think he's borrowed a car for this event after his Clio gave some trouble. Starts alongside John Halliwell. Great to have John back out racing in his Mazda MX-5. For the first time in a few years. He suffered some injuries in a work accident a few years ago and has been out of racing for some time, so it's nice to have John back. Row 7, Donald Dewar with the Golf. Don't think Jim Bridge is there. I think he had trouble in qualifying with his Nissan 350Z, so he's pulled out of the races. On the 8th row, the first of the Peugeot 206s, Jacob Baldry alongside Noah Checkley, who won that class in race 1. Row 9, Dave Scotting and Andrew Mitchell. Completing the top 20 on the grid, Matt Anderson and David Whedon, the BARC's own. Row 11, we have Dave Beecroft in his Scirocco. We heard from him earlier. Should have been racing his Seat Cupra, but brake trouble with that car. It's meant he's made a late change of car. Sam Hicks takes over the family MX-5 from Ian Hicks, all the way from Torquay in Devon, in their X5 Mark IV. And on the final row of the grid, Dave Thomas in the MR2 and Mervyn Beckett in his Peugeot 206 GTI. Let's see who Ian caught up with ahead of this race down in the assembly area.
Right, almost time to get going for the second race. Second race already of the day for Track Action. I'm here with Noah Checkley. And Noah, we've seen a couple of tyre issues in the Peugeot 206s. Are we a bit concerned?
Yeah, I think obviously as they get hotter, they get softer, and obviously because especially for church, there's a lot of load on the passenger left, so it kind of just slowly nibbles away at them and trims them all down. But yeah, I think as long as you don't over-rag it, I think they should be okay.
You've got to protect the car then, haven't you? Because there is a third race today, that one that replaces the missed one at Brands.
Yeah, so I almost got the triple pole, you could say, because I got pole for the first.
Someone was going to lose out, wasn't it? Unfortunately, it was you.
Yeah, so I'm on pole for that race, obviously second for this one, and then hopefully I got my first win in the last race, so hopefully I can do a clean sweep. That's my plan.
Top man, top man. Look, what have you made of your time so far in Track Action? Early days, of course, still.
Oh yeah, it's great. I mean, it's fun. They're all equal, so they're all like fair grounds, and yeah, it's just clean racing really. You couldn't ask for much more. Friendly paddock. Yeah.
I always think it's like a made-up garage on Gran Turismo, all the cars, isn't it? Isn't it quite unique? You've got a 206. There's a number of 206s actually around, isn't there? But then you've got a Skoda Octavia, you've got Honda Civics, you've got a Citroën AX.
Yeah, a bit of everything's a bit of fun, especially when they fly past you with like extra 200 horsepower or whatever. Yeah, it's great fun.
Top man, Noah, thank you for talking to us. Look after the car, and you never know, we might be chatting after the race. Top man, here we go. Time to go racing for the second race of the day for Track Action. Dave, over to you.
Cars are on their way round on their green flag lap then, thanks to Ian for catching up with young Noah Checkley down there. Very talented young racer indeed he is. A few of you in the comments. Hi to Attila Szabo, who's watching in Hungary. The Red MX-5, who's watching in Germany. Shout out to Team Freeman and Warner, long-term supporters. Hi to Ellis Hayes. Why Not Tony, watching from Rochester, New York. He's the brother of Steve Harris and uncle to Charlie and William, who we've just seen out in the Caterhams. Need to get Tony out there as well, then we'll have 4 of the Harris family on the grid. Hi to Edward Cotton, Tiddlywinks, Nick Richardson. He's an official in motorcycle racing with the Dirt Track Riders Association, the Flat Track Championship. I've commentated with them a few times. Hi to Scott Darling, Caterham Roadsport driver, watching from Antigua as I can't be there. Not quite as warm as Antigua here at Thruxton, I'm sure. George Penlington watching on, and Carl Alden as well. Says number 9 Jake Alden. This round he's in Benidorm for his boss's stag weekend, back for Silverstone, says Carl. James Johnston watching from Basingstoke, not far from Thruxton. He says he'll be at trackside tomorrow. So up to the grid come the Track Action Racing Club, previously known as the Track Attack Race Club. This series, the variety of cars we've got, it reminds me of the old Super Coupe Cup in the 90s and early 2000s, which was basically a championship for series pulled together from cars from things like redundant one-make series. You had the VW Polo G40s, the Renault 5 Turbos, the Honda CRXs and others. Basically, when a one-make championship stopped running, the cars would be pulled together by the Super Coupe Cup, and that's this series does remind me of that. That was where the Proton Coupe series ended up. That only ran for a couple of years. And there's one of those cars still racing these days in another series. Dave Thomas with his lovely Mark 1 MR2. Always a quick starter. Show him from the back, along with Merv Beckett. Whole position for Gary Preble, with his old Castle Combe rivals around him. Sean Govard in the little Citroen, and Will de Claudio on that very potent 106. Gareth Porter raced that Peugeot 205 in the Mod Prod saloons for many years, the modified production saloons. He actually won one of the first motor races on a circuit that I commentated on at Mallory Park many years ago. 5-second board is held aloft then. Race 2 for the Track Action Racing Club here on the Thruxton circuit gets underway. Down towards Allard they go for the first time. Dave Thomas is always off like a rocket from the back of the grid. It's Gary Preble who takes the lead in the Honda Civic ahead of Will de Claudio, who's got ahead of Sean Govard in the little Citroen. Sam Stride in 4th place, and then we've got the Scirocco of Adam Croft has made a good start. Looks like he's up into 5th place as they come towards the complex for the first time. Yes, Croft is up into 5th place ahead of Joe Dorrington's Honda Civic. The rest of them filter their way through behind. There's the lead battle in the Peugeot 206 GTI Cup. It's Noah Checkley that's taken the lead from Jacob Baldry there, but one of the MX-5s, that's Sam Hicks in there as well. He's got ahead of Andy Mitchell's 206. Paul Roddison's got the Octavia back out. Great friend and rival of John Halliwell in their MX-5 days. 206 is battling it out all the way down the order. The 88 of Dave Scotting getting ahead of Merv Beckett in the yellow car. Dave Whedon, I think, has dropped to the back, unfortunately, in the early stages. Joe Dorrington on the outside there at Church attacking Adam Croft as they come round towards the completion of the opening lap. The Track Action Racing Club, they have another race at the end of the programme, don't forget their postponed race from Brands Hatch. Yes, Dorrington has got ahead on the run at Woodham Hill of Adam Croft. Then it's the Peugeot of Sean Deacon. A couple of the older cars battling it out. Gareth Porter's Peugeot, Donald Dewar's Golf. Behind them, that is John Halliwell's Mazda MX-5. It's down to Mark 4 on the entry list, but that's a Mark 3 that he's driving. But it is great to see John back out after those serious injuries he suffered in a work accident a few years ago. First 3 beginning to go clear. Roddison under fire from, that's Lee Bull. He's raced in the 206s in the past, but now in a Honda Civic. There's a different name on that car you can see there. He's changed the number to his. Can't quite read the name there, but it's a borrowed car for Lee today. Behind him is Gareth Porter, that beautiful Peugeot 205 GTI. Then Donald Dewar. There's John Halliwell. And then the other MX-5 of Sam Hicks ahead of the 206 Hordes. Peugeot 206, of course, more famous as a rally car. Marcus Gronholm was a world champion in a 206 WRC. The late great Richard Burns, a Peugeot driver as well. and Harry Rovanperä, father of the world champion of a couple of years ago, Kalle Rovanperä. From the Civic EP3. Being driven today by Lee Bull. So, I think we're having an issue with the transponders again because Joe Dorrington is showing as the leader. So unless we've lost a couple of cars somewhere, which we haven't, so yeah, there's a problem with the transponders there. That was what was causing a few issues in the first race. There's a couple of cars whose transponders I don't think are working properly. So Preble now showing correctly at the top of the times, but Will De Claudio has done the fastest lap at 1:25.055. Dave Scotting coming under fire from Matt Anderson in that very brightly liveried Peugeot 206. It's tricky to know where to look all the way down the order in this race. Jacob Baldry under fire from Andy Mitchell. That's the battle for second in the 206. It's Noah Checkley who leads them once again, the blue and black car just ahead of them, the Birmingham driver. No relation, I don't think, to Carl Checkley, who raced in short oval racing in a variety of formulas, who is also from Birmingham. I don't think Carl is any relation to Noah. The bonnet flapping loose on somebody's car, that's Dave Scotting's car. Hope that bonnet doesn't come open, or he won't be able to see to get back to the pits. Remember, that's happening to Ivan Muller in a touring car race at Donington, 1999, when his Vectra's bonnet flew open. See it there, flapping away. Matt Anderson behind him. Still Gary Preble, your leader. There's Dave Beecroft in the Scirocco making a move up among the Peugeots. Sam Hicks has got the MX-5 ahead of them and chasing after John Halliwell now. Gary Preble, new fastest lap of the race, 1:24.392. He's just crossed the line ahead of De Claudio by 0.6 of a second. Sean Govard's Citroën AX is third. There go the leaders, out onto the back of the circuit. They pulled slightly clear of the AX of Govard now. Sam Stride is fourth, then Dorrington fifth. Will De Claudio, he's not giving Gary Preble any rest at all. He flings the Peugeot to the inside there. Having a look coming out of Church Corner. He's right on the tail of the Civic. That 106 may not have the power advantage, but it's a lighter car, and he's up on the outside here of Gary Preble. They're side by side on the run into the chicane. They touch. You're not getting past me, says Gary Preble. He holds the lead in the Honda, the reigning pre-2003 touring car champion. Less than a car's length ahead as they go across the line this time. Then up the hill towards the complex. A bit of a lock up there from Preble. We saw that a few times in the earlier race as well. Just under 9 minutes of this race still to go. Here's the battle in the 206s. Andy Mitchell moving up on the outside of Jacob Baldry. Scotting and Anderson in behind them. This is all for second place in the 206s. Andy Mitchell across the chicane there. That'll lose him a couple of spots. Very tricky to go side by side through that chicane. Here come your leaders. Shows how far ahead the quicker cars are with the 206s just coming through the chicane. The leaders are at Church, about 3/4 of a lap ahead of them. Dave Beecroft making a move on Noah Checkley, but Noah won't mind too much. They are in different classes. Croft still leading the Deutsche Marks Cup section of this race for the German and Volkswagen Audi Group cars. Tricolor Trophy is led by De Claudio. Leaders across the lines complete their fifth lap. 0.26 of a second the gap at the line between Preble and De Claudio. Lifting a wheel there through the left-hander at Cobb. Then up to Seagrave, named after the legendary Sir Henry Seagrave. Took the land and water speed records, as did, of course, Donald Campbell, who Campbell Corner is named after. Sadly lost his life in that dreadful crash in Bluebird on Coniston Water back in 1967. Joe Dorrington in the grey Civic pushes on, chasing Sam Stride. In a more standard looking Civic without the rear wing, but just as potent. Both Dorrington and Stride come from Southampton, so fairly local to the Thruxton circuit. They've got Sean Deacon's Peugeot 106 chasing after them. The hill, Dorrington has got Stride in his sights here. Remember how he lunged past him into the chicane in the first race? Line they go, the two Civics starting to close together. New fastest lap though for Gary Preble, 1:23.608. He's pulled away a little bit from Will De Claudio on that last lap. Honda's locking up a little into the complex. They're going up to lap Dave Thomas in the Toyota MR2 Mark 1. We've lost David Whedon into the pits, unfortunately. Again, still troubles with his 206. Flag being shown, the blue light as well to David Thomas there, just to warn him that the leaders were, the quicker runners were lapping him. The 206 battle rages on further back. Noah Checkley from Dave Scotting now up into second place after that little sort out at the chicane between Baldry and Mitchell a couple of laps ago. And Andy Mitchell's going to have another go at Jacob Baldry here. Moves up on the outside. Behind them, Matt Anderson under fire from Merv Beckett, who starts at the back of the grid. The leaders have got a lap this lot, with just over 5 minutes of the race to go. And the 206s didn't see Gary Preble there. They haven't seen the leaders, and De Claudio's taken the lead. And Merv Beckett and Matt Anderson, they were not watching their mirrors there. They were too busy with their own battle, and Gary Preble nearly got taken out. That could have been a big incident there going into Allard, but Preble has lost the lead. De Claudio has taken it up in what one of our commenters, I love this, is called the Buzz Lightyear liveried Peugeot 106. He's got his lights flashing there. More 206s ahead. Gary Preble dives past one of them. Jacob Baldry gets round Andy Mitchell as well. Well, he's had a fair few scary moments today. He nearly lost it through Church Corner in race one. We'll see it again here. The way Merv Beckett came across there, Gary Preble did very well to avoid Merv Beckett there. And that's how Will De Claudio took the lead. That could have been a big collision there going into Allard. It highlights the importance of the slower cars, the back markers, having to watch their mirrors at all times and obey the blue flags from the marshals. Meanwhile, they're lapping Dave Beecroft now. They've got through the 206s. Now, is there any way for Gary Preble to fight back? Over the curbs goes Will De Claudio. Gary Preble, he should get the straight line speed here, up over the line. De Claudio tries to defend, and does defend through Allard. Up towards the left flick at Green, named after Andy Green, the world land speed record holder. Preble just puts a wheel onto the dust there. These two now nearly 7 seconds clear of Sean Govard in the Citroën AX in third place. All three of them leading their classes. And now Preble is right on the bumper of Will De Claudio. Through towards Noble. He's never going to attack at Church, surely. Less than 3 minutes of the race to go though, so he's got to choose his place to try and attack Will De Claudio here. Brilliant duel here between the Peugeot and the Honda. Peugeot right on the limit there through Church, almost a four-wheel drift through the fastest corner in the country from that little front-wheel drive machine. Will De Claudio is driving the wheels off that machine. Up towards the club chicane, he's pulled away a little bit from Gary Preble. Tries to attack again. A couple of laps to go. over the curbs. Swing their way through Allard. 2 minutes to go. Can Will de Claudio hang on for an overall victory? He's first of the Tricolor Trophy for French cars. Runs a little bit wide there out of Campbell. Meantime, here's the battle in the Deutschmarks Cup for German and Volkswagen Audi group cars. The Volkswagen Scirocco of Adam Croft who leads, but Paul Roddison's Skoda Octavia has caught him. Really, Paul just running in the Octavia over the course of this season. He raced Mazda MX-5s for many years. We saw him in the VW Scirocco last season as well. 206 is still fighting it out. I think Noah Checkley, has he lost the lead of the 206 class? Yes, Dave Scotting has taken over. Checkley's down to 4th, so Noah Checkley may have had a moment somewhere. Meantime, here come the leaders. With 1 lap to go this time for Will de Claudio. In the Peugeot, comes from Chippenham in Wiltshire. Both of these two have had so many battles at Castle Combe over the years. I thought the Honda was going to go into the back of Will de Claudio there. Tried to get the inside line away, there wasn't space. He'll try again onto the, well, I say the pit straight, it's not very straight here at Thruxton, but the Honda's got the inside line. They're almost side by side. De Claudio, no, he carves across, closes the door. Magnificent battle between these two. Up to the complex. Can Preble get the Honda's nose down the inside? Not this time. There's more back markers ahead. It's the 2 Mazda MX-5s about to be lapped. Here's a battle further back, a bit of change for 3rd place. Joe Dorrington has taken Sean Govard. Oh, well, de Claudio's gone wide, coming out of the right-hander at Seagrave. What happened there? And Gary Preble's back in front. We only caught the tail end of that. I'm not sure what happened there. Was he pressured into a mistake, or did they trip over one of the MX-5s? Well, no, they've only just caught the MX-5, so either de Claudio made a mistake, or was there a bit of contact between the two of them we did not see? Let's have a look again as they come out of the complex, up on the curve, that's to the inside, and yeah, de Claudio just runs out wide. Gary Preble says thank you very much and takes the lead. Meantime, up towards Woodham Hill for the last time. They're still side by side. De Claudio's not finished yet. He's up on the outside as they come into the club chicane for the last time. Who's going to break latest? They're absolutely together. They almost lean on each other. De Claudio tucks in. He's going to have to slipstream Preble from here up towards the line. A magnificent race between these two, but it is going to be victory for Gary Preble in the Honda Civic. He wins by 0.247 of a second. What a battle that was. Gary Preble in the Honda defeats Will de Claudio's Peugeot, and the battle is on for 3rd as well. Sean Govard fighting back in the little AX. Is he going to get up alongside Joe Dorrington? Not quite. Almost a repeat of the lead battle there. Sam Stride is 5th. Sean Deacon comes over in 6th. What about for 7th place? Paul Roddison has got the Skoda ahead of Adam Croft. There's the battle in the 206s as well. They're a lap down, but Dave Scotting is going to win the 206s in the white car. Across the line they come. Scotting wins it ahead of Mitchell, Baldry, Checkley, Anderson and Beckett. What a terrific race. Gareth Porter comes over. He'll be in 9th place overall. Lee Bull rounds out the top 10. Now Croft, I think, actually got Roddison back on the run to the line there. We were watching the battle in the 206s. Yes, Adam Croft has retaken 7th from Paul Roddison on the line. Does this race never cease to surprise? Goodness gracious. Let's confirm the result then. Gary Preble the winner by 1/4 of a second ahead of Will de Claudio. A titanic battle royale between those two. Joe Dorrington taking 3rd late on from Sean Govard as well. Sam Stride in 5th, then Sean Deacon 6th. Adam Croft just pipping Paul Roddison for 7th place. Then Gareth Porter and Lee Bull rounding out the top 10. Donald Dewar was next. We never saw the Golf in that one. There was so much going on elsewhere. Then the MX-5s a lap down. Dave Beecroft, and behind them were the 206s, won by Dave Scotting ahead of Andrew Mitchell, Jacob Baldry, Noah Checkley, then Anderson, Beckett and Dave Thomas's MR2, the final finisher. We lost David Whedon, unfortunately, into the pits. Well, thanks to everybody for your comments once again so far as you wait the cars to come in. Hi to Luke Turnbull, Cal Alden. Big hello to Babs and Leanne watching down in Kent as well. Frozen Gunner 82. Bacho Grande. And everybody else who's watching on YouTube today. Thanks very much indeed to you all. Let's head down to Parc Ferme.
Claudio, he almost had him, didn't he? But Gary Preble.
Jeez,
I've got another one of these to give you.
baby.
I tell you what, that was the closest of close races out there. A few lockups out there as well, Gary.
Huh?
A few lockups out there as well.
Couple of lockups. We're playing around with brake bars. Still haven't got the suspension where we want it. It's not quite happy through the fast section. The car's very skippy. But yeah, God, what a race. Absolutely fantastic. Will gave me a really hard time. I got really unlucky with the back markers. We come on and got completely blocked, and obviously Will took advantage of those and nicked up the inside. Couldn't shut it off quick enough. And yeah, he ran a little bit wide going on the exit of Seagrave.
Yeah.
And that just let me get the run up the inside of him, and yeah, it's just a matter of holding on, but yeah, it was a tough one.
Breathless stuff. Well done,
Breathless.
mate. 2 for 2 for Gary Preble so far. Well, I thought you had him. I actually thought you had him.
Yeah, it was close, wasn't it? Gary and I have been racing against each other for donkey's years in the Caterham Saloons, and we give each other a lot of respect. And it was fair racing, to be honest. He got caught up in back markers. I got caught up in back markers. It was just a really good fun race, really good fun.
It looked exciting out there. Look, there's still one more chance today. Okay, so you've had 2 cracks at him. 3rd time lucky, right?
I'd like to think so. Yeah, it would be nice to have him this time, but you never know. He might do some changes on his car, and it might be even quicker. So I don't know, but yeah, we'll give it a go anyway.
One thing I do know is we can't wait to watch it, and you've been providing some great entertainment so far today. Stay with us. We've got Joe Dorrington over here coming home in 3rd place. Let's just he's got to have a photo. Look at him. Well done, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Good stuff. Fantastic racing. Don't forget you've dropped a glove. Don't forget that. Great racing, eh?
Yeah, it's been a bit of work in progress, to be honest, over the weekend. Trying to find my pace in the car. The car's got it, but it's a confidence track out there, and you've just got to build it. And yeah, I sort of got a good start, and then was able to pick a few off and got myself up the grid to 3rd, which I'm over the moon with, mate.
I'll tell you something, Joe. You're doing a lot of racing in classic touring cars as well, and this. You're putting some mileage in, aren't you?
Yeah, I've played about a bit probably for the last 5 years. Only started racing 5 years ago. Played about a bit, Castle Coupe and a few other bits, and then the start of this season, last season, I thought I'd give it a right go, and you need to give it time. It's one of them things. It's like most sports, isn't it? You need to put the hours in, and yeah, it's starting to come good now.
You've picked up a lot of trophies over the years. Is there enough space for this giant trophy on the mantle somewhere?
Google Earth. I don't think you see it from Google Earth. But, yeah.
Joe, well done. Congratulations, mate. Good stuff. Right, the 1 minute board is up for the next race, Caterham 310Rs. That is going to be another cracker. Every race is going to the wire, and this is going to be the same. Dave, over to you.
Yes, thanks, Ian. The cars will be on their way to the grid in a moment for the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship. The fastest Caterhams we'll see here today. Let's hear from some of the drivers from a little earlier on.
So, Ryan, 2nd place in qualifying for the 310R Championship in your amazing car. Loving the stars on it. It looks so good. It stands out as well, which is the great thing. How are you finding Thruxton?
Yeah, it's a great circuit. Obviously, the tour is really important, so it's a bit of a luck of the draw sometimes, but you've got to play the right strategy and get yourself in the right position. So that all planned out quite well for me in qualifying, so hopefully I can do the same in the race.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, to be honest, the leaders in our race didn't really get away too much, so hopefully you can stick on the back of Taylor and be you and him fighting.
Yeah, I think it'll be hard to spring a gap. The tour's so strong, so just deal with what's in front of you and see what we can do.
Yeah, well, wish you all the best. I look forward to watching it.
Thank you.
So I'm now with Charlie Lower, and I do like this livery. This is cool. This bonnet looks great. Charlie, how was qualifying? Obviously, it's heated up quite a bit now, hasn't it, since this morning? But there is a breeze, and it is making it a difference on track.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice breeze now. Yeah, it's definitely got hotter. We've had
just going to have to see what happens. These tyres are going to melt either way, but we've just got to try and manage them the best we can. Qualifying went quite well for me. We kind of strategised, we did 3 push laps, managed to get the 2 qualifying times we needed, and then just parked it for 11 minutes in the pits, just keeping an eye on TSL. So we've got some good fresh rubber. I know a lot of the other drivers are running on Snetterton rubber for qualifying and then brand new rubber for the race, so I needed good fresh tyres for the race. So yeah, I think I'm really happy.
And that's the thing, you've got 3 races to do on these tyres, haven't you?
Yeah, 3 hard races.
And as we know, Thruxton is very abrasive, and it's a hard track. It's hard on the tyres here.
Yeah, it's one of the most abrasive tracks, and yeah, again, we're going to Anglesey next month, and that's just as abrasive. So you're seeing a lot of people now are qualifying on tyres, using Snet tyres, saving another set of tyres for Anglesey, so they can use 2 newer sets of tyres at Anglesey instead of the 1. So yeah, lots of tactics going on already.
Yeah, lots of planning involved, isn't there?
Way more than I can do.
Well, look, have a great race, Charlie. Thank you. Thank you.
So the cars just coming to the grid then for the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship. Qualifying took place earlier this morning, and it is former 3-time Caterham champion Taylor O'Flanagan who is on pole in the yellow number 11 car. 88 Ryan Wilby will start alongside. First of the AM class drivers, Harvey Lawrence, will be on row 2 alongside Philip Bianchi. Row 3, Charlie Lower and Lars Alexander Hoffman, a former double Caterham champion. He'll be one to watch after some great form at Snetterton last time out. Row 4 is Peter Mott, number 96, and 84 Andy Murgatroyd. On the 5th row, Ben Lopez Appleton and James Empson. That's the Kermit the Frog liveried car. Complete the top 10, and behind them, number 10 Gareth Lucas and 38 Jeff Price. And maybe a slightly smaller field of Caterhams for the 310Rs, but they'll be no less spectacular than the cars we've already seen. These cars are over 150 horsepower, limited slip differentials on these cars as well. They should be very well suited to this 20-minute race around the Thruxton circuit. The Vertex Watches Caterham 310R Championship is go. And I watch for Lars Hoffman in the Motul liveried car coming through. They're already 4 wide, and being squeezed towards the pit wall there was Charlie Lower in the number 21 car. His first season in the 310Rs, and he gets squeezed out there off the line. But it is Taylor O'Flanagan in the number 11 car who takes the lead into the complex the first time. Big lock up from somebody at the back there. Ryan Wilby, the grey car with the bright orange cage and wheels, in second place. It's the red and white car of Lars Hoffman, the German, up into 3rd position. Made a decent start after only qualifying down in 6th place. Side by side there between Charlie Lower and Harvey Lawrence. He gets a wheel on the grass there. Harvey Lawrence, pace setter in the AM category at Snetterton, ahead of Peter Mott. Peter Mott towards the back of this 12-car grid. So they make their way out into the country for the first time. And Taylor O'Flanagan and Lars Hoffman, they have 5 Caterham championships in the past between them. Taylor O'Flanagan's been a nearly man in that yellow car over the last couple of years. This really is the ultimate evolution of the Academy-based car. 4 wide, look at this for second place. O'Flanagan leads it, but everybody else trying to be second. On the inside there is Bianchi coming through, the Maltese-born driver. And around the outside comes the number 64 machine, number 84 machine, I should say, of Andrew Murgatroyd. A great move there down the outside into the chicane, and he's up into second place, I think, as they cross the line for the first time. Showing at the back there, I don't think Andrew Murgatroyd's transponder's working, but he is up into second place, ahead of Hoffman. Then it's Wilby and Bianchi together. Bianchi's got ahead there of Wilby. Then Empson side by side with Lawrence. Murgatroyd is one of the AM class drivers. We didn't see him out at Snetterton, I don't think, in the opening round. Just looking at the championship leaderboard, it's Lars Hoffman on top by 9 points ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan. No, we didn't see Andrew Murgatroyd out at Snetterton, nor Gareth Lucas. That's further back in the number 10 car. O'Flanagan leads. He's second in the points behind Lars Hoffman. Third in the point standings, a point behind O'Flanagan, is Charlie Lower. That's the grey and day-glow yellow number 21 car, as the Motul liveried car tries to make a move there for second place. That's Lars Hoffman. A little bit of understeer there, but he does get past the green machine. of Murgatroyd. Then it's Bianchi and Wilby there. Line astern the four, and they'll spread out across Woodham Hill. Now is Murgatroyd going to go for the outside again? He is. Bianchi goes for the inside, and look at that, the way Murgatroyd cuts back in, outside to inside. He went completely around Lars Hoffmann there, as if he was overtaking on a motorway. Bianchi next, then Wilby's dropped back into the clutches of Charlie Lower. Then it's Empson in the number 20 car, James Empson. And across the line they go. Battle at the back between the number 10 and the 96. That's Gareth Lucas and Peter Mott, side by side in the complex. Moving up is Charlie Lower on the inside of Philip Bianchi, who gets it a bit sideways. The Ryan Wilby, rather, the number 88. Bianchi ahead, the white car with the red cage. James Empson in the Kermit the Frog car, tucked in just behind the number 20. He's going to try and make it 3 wide. I swear these Caterham racers, sometimes they think they're racing motorcycles. How close they get and how they try to squeeze each other like that. You can't get 3 cars through there side by side. The grey car is Ben Lopez Appleton up behind them, the number 5. And then Harvey Lawrence in the 77. Fastest lap of the race recorded by Charlie Lower so far, 1:26.211. Out of Church, through Brooklands and up towards Woodham Hill they go. There's the battle for second place. Hoffmann and Murgatroyd still side by side. They and Bianchi have pulled away now behind Taylor O'Flanagan. Empson sideways and Lopez Appleton through the middle. 3 wide through the chicane. That's not going to work. Over the grass goes Ryan Wilby. James Empson got delayed there as well, and that's backed up everybody behind. Lawrence gets around the outside. Jeff Price, number 38, in there as well. Goodness me. I thought somebody was for sure going to be spun out there at the chicane. You can't go 3 wide through there, but Ryan Wilby took the escape route and went over the grass. Taylor O'Flanagan is still your leader. 3 cars line astern, second, third and fourth. Then Hoffmann, Bianchi and Murgatroyd is down to 4th now. Andrew Murgatroyd from Morden, just south of London, his first appearance of the season. Ben Lopez Appleton briefly led the final race of the weekend at Snetterton, dropped back. Charlie Lower on his tail, making the move up from the lower rungs of the Caterham ladder this season. Lopez Appleton's now at the fastest lap, incidentally, 1:26.091, a couple of tenths quicker than the previous efforts made by Charlie Lower. They make their way back towards the club chicane once again, and Hoffmann under fire from Bianchi for second place. Hoffmann moves across on him. Murgatroyd again tries his run around the outside. He's the only one who's able to make that move work so far, but it hasn't worked this time. Charlie Lower is next. He's got ahead of Ben Lopez Appleton. But all this is playing into the hands of Taylor O'Flanagan as he starts to go clear. Nearly 1.5 seconds up now. It's an eternity in Caterham terms. Ryan Wilby down to 7th after his excursion on the previous lap. Then Harvey Lawrence, James Empson, Jeff Price, and then battling a bit further back are Gareth Lucas and Peter Mott. Lars Hoffmann, the Motul liveried red and white car, trying to hunt down Taylor O'Flanagan. Hoffmann won 2 races to O'Flanagan's 1 at Snetterton. 3 races in a weekend, of course, for the Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship. Running a little bit wide there, Hoffmann coming out of Village. Thruxton Village is just the other side of those trees you can see in the background. Here comes the number 16, Philip Bianchi, looking for his best ever 310R finish. He's going to move across to the outside, is he? No. Stays in the slipstream of Lars Hoffmann. Murgatroyd not close enough to challenge this time, so just looking on as they come into that chicane. O'Flanagan over the curbs ahead of them. Is the gap going to come down this time? I think it is. 1.47 it was to Taylor O'Flanagan. I think it's going to be less than that this time. Over the line, yes, 0.68 of a second this time, so they are closing on the race leader. They've more than halved the gap to O'Flanagan ahead. It's between these four. They're 2.2 seconds ahead of Ben Lopez Appleton, who's back up into P5. He's got ahead of Charlie Lower once again. There they are in the background, and then behind them Ryan Wilby, the Dayglow red and grey car. James Enson's gone ahead of Harvey Lawrence as well. Murgatroyd leading the AM class. Rest of the drivers in Pro-Am. It's based on previous results, what class you run in. There you can see how the gap has come down. Lars Hoffmann chasing hard, the man from Neuwied in Germany. London-based Philip Bianchi behind him. Murgatroyd losing touch a bit now with the three leaders. Great run by Bianchi up there in third. Here we go, they fan out of the slipstream. Hoffmann to the inside, Bianchi on the outside, O'Flanagan in the middle, into the chicane. And who's going to get the car stopped in time? It's Hoffmann who gets it on the brakes. Good move, Lars Hoffmann. He takes the lead from Taylor O'Flanagan, but O'Flanagan instantly fights back up the inside. They cross the line, nothing between the two of them. Bianchi does the fastest lap, 1:25.906. And now he's into the slipstream. O'Flanagan retakes the lead at Allard. Now, Hoffmann, what's he going to do into the complex? He moves to the left. He's going to be on the outside for the right-hander, but on the inside for the left if he does that. That's what Rickard Rydell always used to do in British touring cars in the 90s. He'd go to the outside into the first elements of the complex, so be on the inside for the left-hander at Coupe. Out to the back of the circuit they go for the 7th time. Coming up to half distance in this first race of the weekend for the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship. Taylor O'Flanagan back in the lead. It's Hoffmann who led at the line following that move up the inside into the chicane, but now he's under pressure from Philip Bianchi in the number 16. Then a small gap back now to Murgatroyd, who's about a second behind, still leading the AM division. Lower's back up to 5th. He's got ahead of Ben Lopez Appleton. Well, at the line he had anyway, it's probably changed again since then. Knowing Caterham Racing. To the inside now goes Hoffmann. Made his move quite early for Woodham Hill and the chicane this time. O'Flanagan nearly squeezed onto the grass. Bianchi will have a look as well. That's allowed Murgatroyd to close back up in the green car as well. Four of them now line astern once again. Hoffmann has retaken the lead from O'Flanagan. I thought Bianchi was going to have a go up the inside there as well, but again O'Flanagan straight back to the inside at Allard and straight back into the lead again. Here comes Bianchi now, the black and white car with the red cage, and he's going to go underneath Hoffmann. Hoffmann's lost momentum there because he's going to go down to 4th. Look at Murgatroyd up the inside. This is the best I've seen Andy Murgatroyd running Caterham Racing. Behind them, the duel continues between Lopez Appleton, who's back in front of Charlie Lower again. Oh, this is incredible stuff. It's a shame we haven't got Caterham expert Chris Hutchinson in the commentary box this weekend, because he would be loving this as much as I am. Out into the country they go once again. Taylor O'Flanagan still leads in the number 11. Hoffmann trying to fight back, but you can see that Murgatroyd doesn't quite seem to have the top end speed of the cars around him. That's why Hoffmann is very eager to get back ahead of him here and attack the leaders once again. He'll probably do so into the chicane. Here comes Lars Hoffmann on the inside. Here comes Bianchi on the inside. He's going to try and take the lead into the chicane. Murgatroyd's going to try and go around the outside of all of them. He's done this once before. Hoffmann slingshots up the inside. Can he get the car stopped in time? Oh, brilliant from Lars Hoffmann. He's gone from 4th to 1st. Excellent from Lars Hoffmann. And there's the battle between Lower and Lopez Appleton. Every time we look at them, they've changed positions again. But it's Hoffmann who leads at the line. Murgatroyd 2nd. Bianchi, who thought he was going to take the lead, ends up going down to 3rd. But O'Flanagan is down to 4th. That's how quickly it happens in Caterham Racing. Murgatroyd's going to take the lead as they go into the complex. Bianchi up the inside as well. And they go 1 and 2 now. Hoffmann goes down to 3rd. So all his work into the chicane comes to nothing for Hoffmann as he's shuffled back to 3rd, and Andy Murgatroyd leads this race. Andy Murgatroyd leads. He won't be in the AM division for much longer with driving like this. Fantastic from the number 84, the man from Morden in South London. He's got another Londoner behind him, that's Philip Bianchi, originally from Malta. He's attacking here as they go towards Church. He wants to become the 4th driver to have a spell in the lead of this race. But here comes Taylor O'Flanagan in the yellow car, fighting back. Oh, this is wonderful stuff. And really flinging these cars around like, I was going to say like go-karts, but more like motorcycles. Now they're going to try and go 4 wide into the chicane. Oh, goodness me. Hoffman through the middle. O'Flanagan up the inside. He's going to come out with the lead. And Murgatroyd's outside run didn't work this time. He's gone down to 4th. This is incredible. Absolutely magnificent. Motor racing at its very, very best here at Thruxton. O'Flanagan from Hoffman this time. Then it's Bianchi. Murgatroyd still leads the AM class in 4th place. Who's ahead at the line in the battle of the 5th? Yeah, it's changed again. Ben Lopez Appleton ahead of Charlie Lower. Ryan Wilby is 7th, then Empson, Lawrence, Price, Lucas and Mott. And Gareth Lucas has caught Jeff Price, in fact, further back, so there could be a battle developing at the back of the field as well. Charlie Lower and Ben Lopez Appleton behind. Lower's back in front again. They're swapping places on every single corner. Was that a hand signal I saw from Ben Lopez Appleton there? Not sure. Couldn't see past the roll cage. No time to give any signals in this race though. Hear the squeal of the tyres as they go through Village towards Church. We said how tough on tyres this circuit is, but the Caterhams at the moment holding up very well indeed. Ben Lopez Appleton on the tail of Charlie Lower. He has a look towards the inside. There's a little bit of trim hanging loose on the right rear corner of Charlie Lower's car, so maybe there's been a bit of a rub somewhere between these two. Side by side towards Woodham Hill. Meanwhile, what about the lead? It's O'Flanagan from Hoffman. Hoffman up the inside. He's got this move down to a fine art now. Or has he? Because Bianchi's trying to come through as well. O'Flanagan defends from Bianchi. Hoffman retakes the lead in the Motul car. Across the line they come. O'Flanagan 2nd, Bianchi 3rd. Murgatroyd still hanging on in there in 4th place. This time Lopez Appleton does hold that 5th position. What's going to happen into the complex this time? O'Flanagan going for the inside, so is Murgatroyd in the 84. His car seems very strong on the brakes, and he does get past Bianchi into 3rd place. O'Flanagan runs a little bit wide on the exit of Campbell, turns it back for Cobb. Now, is it going to be 6 for the lead shortly? Because look at the way Lopez Appleton and Lower are closing up. Slowly but surely they're closing on those lead 4. James Empson's got ahead of Ryan Wilby, I note there, for 7th place as well. It is soon going to be, with 4.5 minutes of the race to go, it is going to be 6 cars for the lead, I think. Could be in for the best finish of the day so far, and we have seen some cracking finishes already. There's Lopez Appleton, the grey car, ahead of Charlie Lower. Through Brooklands up towards Woodham Hill. What's going to happen between the leaders this time? This time it's Bianchi who goes to the outside. O'Flanagan's got slightly clear. Murgatroyd up the inside this time, and he's going to take 2nd. And look at this, Charlie Lower's caught Lars Hoffman side by side with the German, bounces over the chicane curves, and the number 5 of Lopez Appleton had to take avoiding action there, go over the grass. But it is now 6 for the lead of this Vertex Caterham 310R Championship race. Less than 4 minutes of it to go. And I'm sure the drivers and spectators wishing this race could go on all day. There's the battle at the back. Peter Mott on the back of Jeff Price. Gareth Lucas has got ahead of them. They're the green car ahead. Man in a bit of no man's land at the moment is Harvey Lawrence in 9th place. He hasn't got anybody to race with. This lot have though. Taylor O'Flanagan's escaped slightly. Murgatroyd is in 2nd place because here, or is he? Because here comes Bianchi up on the curb there as they go towards the left at Noble. On towards Village. Bianchi up into 2nd place. Then here comes Hoffman, chased by Lower. Lopez Appleton has dropped back as a result of that excursion over the grass. I can't see Ben Lopez Appleton. Have we lost him? Well, we nearly lost Charlie Lower there. He put a wheel onto the grass. You don't want to do that through there. O'Flanagan leads it. Look at the pace through this far section of the course. Fearsome stuff here at Thruxton. Yes, Lopez Appleton's out. He's pulled up at the exit of the complex. He must have damaged the car when he went over the curbs. That's a shame. 4 wide, meanwhile, for 2nd place this is. Look at Charlie Lower. He's got round all of them in the 21. Superb from Charlie Lower. Looking for his first 310R victory. There'll be 2 laps to go this time. And Charlie Lower has mugged all of them. 3 places gained into the chicane, and he's up to second and going after Taylor O'Flanagan. Murgatroyd still third, Hoffman fourth, Bianchi fifth. Now, can Charlie Lower catch Taylor O'Flanagan, the former 3 times Caterham champion, and take his first 310R victory? Let's see that again. He was at the back of the group there, 4 wide. He goes round the outside of all of them, breaks as late as he possibly dared, and cuts ahead of Andrew Murgatroyd. I think the rest of that group couldn't believe it. That's the move of the day so far. Incredible driving from Charlie Lower, the number 21. And now he's going after O'Flanagan for the lead. There'll be 1 more lap to go after this one. Shame for Ben Lopez Appleton that he couldn't make it 6 fighting for the lead. I think he must have damaged the suspension when he went over the curbs and the grass there at the chicane last time through, because he's pulled up at the complex. Now, here comes Murgatroyd. Hoffman and Bianchi have dropped back a little bit. Here they come towards the chicane. O'Flanagan's got away a little bit. Murgatroyd back up the inside. Again, stronger on the brakes. Takes second place. Hoffman, I thought, was nearly going to clip the back of Lower there. They go through line astern. It's 1 lap to go. This incredible race of the Vertex Watches Caterham 310R Championship. Charlie Lower's not finished yet, nor is Hoffman. But I think Taylor O'Flanagan might have done enough. I think he's just broken away enough. He's just over a second up the road now. And he might have done enough for his 2nd win of the season. Swings it through the complex. Murgatroyd is not done yet. He wants a first win. Charlie Lower on his tail wants his first ever 310R win. Lars Hoffman wants win number 3 of the season after a double at Snetterton. Philip Bianchi in behind them. There's yellow flags waving though coming through. That's because of Ben Lopez Appleton's stranded car, I think. Yeah, it's on the outside of Noble there. So no passing through there. They'll be free to race once they've passed a green flag. Through to Church for the final time. I don't think they're going to catch Taylor O'Flanagan. I think he's just about done enough. There he is. But who is going to be second? What's going to happen this time into the chicane? Here they come. Hoffman goes to the outside. Murgatroyd in the middle. Charlie Lower to the inside. Hoffman's cut across the front of Murgatroyd. He's going to get 2nd place. It's going to be a win for Taylor O'Flanagan, but who's going to be second? Lower up onto the curve and turns it back. Well, Hoffman won the battle for 2nd place, but it's a win for Taylor O'Flanagan. Hoffman second, a photo for 3rd between Lower and Bianchi. Lower and Murgatroyd, sorry, I'll have to wait for that one because Murgatroyd's transponder wasn't working. The rest of them come home, and here's the battle at the back between Peter Mott and Jeff Price. Looks like Peter Mott, the 56-year-old, the oldest man in the field, has won out there. They come across the line behind Gareth Lucas. They get across the line side by side. Who got that? It was Mott who got it by 0.15 of a second. We're just waiting for the timing screen to confirm where Andy Murgatroyd finished because his transponder wasn't working. He was being timed manually. But we know who's won it. Taylor O'Flanagan in the Carbon Creative number 11 machine.
I'm pretty certain that Murgatroyd, the 2 green cars were together.
Result is now confirmed. Flanagan the winner by just over half a second ahead of Hoffman. And the photo finish for 3rd saw Lower beat Murgatroyd to the line. Murgatroyd the winner of the AM class. Then it was Bianchi just behind them in 5th. And a small gap, then a gap back of a few seconds to Ryan Wilby, who beat Harvey Lawrence home. Then Empson, Lucas, Mott, Price, and unfortunately we lost Ben Lopez Appleton. Fastest lap of that race went to Philip Bianchi, 125.906. Amateur class won by Andy Murgatroyd ahead of Harvey Lawrence and Gareth Lucas. That'll close things up in the championship. There are only 9 points between O'Flanagan and Hoffman, but Hoffman will keep his points lead. Thanks for all your comments once again. Hi to Jordan Taylor. Yes, that is a Ford F250 pickup being used as a recovery vehicle. Well spotted. Hi to Martin Leslie. David Cook. Thank you for your kind comments. And everybody else, thank you for watching on today. Give us some more likes. Just past 250 likes on the stream, so keep the likes coming in. The cars are heading into Parc Fermé. There's the Ford F250 recovering Ben Lopez Appleton's car. Let's head down to Park Ferme.
Wow, Taylor really did enough in that race, didn't he, to guarantee the win. I mean, to break a toe round here is so hard, but obviously if the others are battling behind, then, you know, but I'm very impressed with Charlie and looking forward to speaking to him about that move he did down into the chicane. That was amazing. So great pace from all of these guys. You know, so many of them deserve to be on the podium. It's just how that toe works out for you down the back straight. But yeah, I can see Taylor's very happy. Nice. It's like it when they congratulate each other. Wow, Taylor, well done. Fantastic. And you actually managed to break a little bit of the toe, didn't you? Which is incredible around here.
Yeah, I had a good start. I knew that was my best opportunity. Managed to hold it for, I don't know, 4 or 5 laps and slowly catching up. So yeah, they did well, but managed to break away a little bit at the end again, and caused a little bit of havoc behind me with the toe. So yeah, very happy with that. Car feels good, and yeah, on to the next one.
So tomorrow's race you start pole again, is that right?
Yeah, tomorrow pole again, hopefully same result again, and then a reverse grid just to spice everything up on a Sunday afternoon.
That will be spicy.
Yeah. Keep watching. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks, well done, Taylor. Right, I won't speak to Charlie yet because where's Lars gone? Lars where has he gone? He's gone over to speak to his driver coach and his dad. Lars, let's have a quick word. Well done, Phil.
Thank you.
Lars, goodness, that was intense at the top there, wasn't it? It could have been anyone's on the podium, really.
Absolutely, from last to first, so hopefully next time first. So Taylor, watch it.
Yeah, but you enjoyed that one, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Fun race.
And then tomorrow, where do you start tomorrow? Is it your fastest 2 laps?
Yes, right. I'm not sure, I think 3rd or 4th, something like that.
Doesn't really matter around here, does it?
Absolutely not. I think I was, after the first turn, already 4th or 3rd, so not too bad.
Excellent. Well, I look forward to that one. Well done, Lars. And right, now, where's Charlie gone? Charlie's over this way, so let's go and have a word with Charlie quickly. Charlie, let's have a quick word. My goodness.
Yeah.
Can I just applaud you for that incredible move going into the chicane? I think you were right on the outside, and I was like, oh my gosh, how's he done that?
Yeah, we made it work, you know. I think them EBC brake pads obviously do the job. They let me stop pretty quick, so I'm usually the last of the late breakers, but it's usually the exit speed where everyone gets me. But no, I'm really happy with that. It was really good fun.
That was brilliant. Like David Goddard said, how is he going to get that car stopped? And you did.
Well, I'll find a way. I always do, so it's all right.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done. And thank you for putting on a good show. Right, there you go. It's next up is the juniors, so I'll hand back to David.
Thank you very much indeed, Sam. Now, next up, we move away from Caterham's again, and it's time for the young guns to go for it. The Junior Saloon CAR Championship. We've seen them out at a couple of meetings already. We started out at Donington in March. We had 3 different winners there in a slightly rain-affected meeting, and then 2 races at Brands Hatch. We'll take you through the championship situation in a moment, but first of all, let's see who Ian caught up with earlier on.
Right, almost time for the first race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon CAR Championship. I've come down to have a quick chat with Tom Algo, because Tom, we haven't spoken a great deal yet this season, have we? How have you found your time in Junior Saloon so far?
Yes, I've done 3 races last year and this is my 3rd race this year, so yeah, it's been a great experience so far.
So you're starting to build up a bit of experience behind the wheel as well. What have you learned from last year that you've really brought into this year?
Don't overcorrect the car.
I love it.
Yeah.
What do you make of Thruxton? We know it's the fastest circuit in the UK. Does it feel it when you're out there?
Yeah, I've raced it before in the Norex car, but yeah, it's very fast.
Where do you rank Thruxton, your favourite circuits?
Oh, it's got to be like at the top almost, behind Brands Hatch.
Behind Brands Hatch. Okay, no, I'm with you there. Look, best of luck for today. What can you do from where you are on the grid?
Hopefully make up some positions.
Yes, the best answer possible. Look, good luck. It's great to see you, mate.
Yeah,
Thanks for talking to us. Really do appreciate it. Let's move down a little bit further as well. There's Max. We actually saw him a little bit earlier, didn't we? We saw Max. Oliver Kerr down there. Let's grab a quick chat with Oliver Kerr. He's been on the podium a couple of times already this season. I reckon I could just run across like that. Oliver, let's go for a quick chat if we can, buddy. right at the sharp end here. You've been on the podium a couple of times already this season. What do you make of your campaign so far?
Yeah, we had a few engine issues at Donington. We kind of sorted them a little bit for brands. So I think coming into this round or this weekend, I think we can definitely push and definitely go for that win or even a podium at best.
It's quite unique, Thruxton. There's no straights, is there, at all? And it's quite unique in that sense.
Yeah, it's really unique. Obviously, it's a fast track. So I think we just need to get the toe and really think throughout the race.
Key word this weekend, toe. Oliver, great to see you, mate. Thank you for talking to us. Right, time to go racing. First race of the weekend for the Junior Saloon CAR Championship. I'll tell you something, right at the top of the championship, it is tight. Enjoy this one. Dave, over to you.
Well, we certainly are going to enjoy this one, Ian. So far this season, we've had 4 different winners from the 5 races held. We had 3 races at Donington. Wilf Butler, number 70, took the season opener. That was followed by a win for Josh Salvadori in the Lightning McQueen lookalike in race number 2, and then race 3 saw Lewis Stannard burst through on a late safety car restart to take a win that left him, I think, in shock. He didn't expect to win at the season opener. There were 2 races at Brands Hatch thereafter, and the first of those was won by Luca Maserati after a couple of other drivers who finished ahead suffered track limits penalties. Luca inheriting his maiden win in the championship, and the second race went to Salvadori, who's the only repeat winner of the season so far. But with Salvadori having finished down the order in a couple of other races, it is Luca Maserati who leads the championship. It's those 2 who line up on the front row for race 1. Josh Salvadori on pole, a couple of tenths quicker than Luca Maserati in qualifying. Row 2 is Wolf Butler and Ollie Kerr. Then Louis Austin, one of our rookies this year, on row 3 alongside Max Scharfegger. Row 4, Kyle Wells and Ollie Smith. Then completing the top 10, Lewis Stannard and Matthew Swatton. Row 6, 87, Leon Holly alongside 98, Bailey Roberts. He'll be easy to spot, that's the bright green car. Brother Kieran Roberts raced that car last season, if memory serves me right. Row 7, 35, Tom Algar and 42, Sherry Ann Powell. On the 8th row, Martin Wright, number 14, the scholarship winner over the winter, and treble 3, Lexi Powell. Joe Wood, number 7, he had some problems with his car in qualifying, so hopefully we'll be able to start from the back of the field. So it's Luca Maserati who leads the championship, but there's only 6 points covering the top 4, showing how evenly matched these 1600cc Citroen Saxo VTRs are. They make their way around to the start of the first of 3 races here this weekend. Just looking towards the back of the grid here to check that everybody is present and correct. There's Leon Holly, the light blue car, and Joe Wood has made it out. I think he hit the tyre wall coming out of the chicane in qualifying earlier on, but he has made it to the grid. Notice a bit of damage to the left front of his car. We could well be watching here the touring car stars of the future. This will be a 15-minute race for the JSCC. Partnership with Mintex brakes and Goodyear tyres. It's the red car of Josh Salvadori on pole alongside the white and green of Luca Maserati, the son of Piers Maserati, ex-British GT champion. Second row, Wilf Butler, number 70. Predominantly white car for him, alongside treble 2 Ollie Kerr. I've seen his car in the assembly area in the colours of Simpson Race Exhausts. Owned by Matt Simpson, ex-BTCC race winner. On the third row, 26 Louis Austin, that's the white and black car. Starts alongside Max Scharfegger, the grey and Dayglow yellow machine. In white with the Dayglow yellow flashes, number 448, that's Kyle Wells, ex-short oval racer. And the blue, green and white is Ollie Smith. He and Louis Austin have been fighting for the honours of top rookie this year. Lewis Stannard in the grey and red car. Completing the top 10 is Matthew Swatton in the red, white and blue of Kersley Motorsports. 15 minutes then for the Junior Saloon CAR Championship. The red lights are on, the revs are up from these 1600cc engines, and away they go. Good start by Josh Salvadori from pole position, side by side for second. It's Wilf Butler coming through past Luca Maserati into that second position. As away go the youngsters, all these drivers aged 14 to 17 years of age. Many of them have come up through the world of karting, or in some cases junior short oval racing as well. Swing their way into the complex the first time. Salvadori it is who leads, running a little bit wide there. Max Scharfegger side by side with Ollie Smith. Also moving through the Kersley Motorsport car. They'll be running some cars tomorrow as well in the Hyundai Coupe Cup. Matthew Swatton driving for them here. Scharfegger leans on Lewis Stannard there, who goes onto the grass in avoidance. A little bit of a squeeze. Salvadori it is who leads the way then from Butler. Maserati, those three all race winners already this year. The other race winner from Donington, Lewis Stannard, trying to make his way through. He struggled a bit in qualifying. Matthew Swatton giving chase, and Bailey Roberts in the bright green car as well. Behind them, Leon Holly. An eventful season opener at Donington when he had a few spins. Through Church Corner they go. It's not often we see the JSCC race at Thruxton. Great experience for these drivers. Max Scharfegger goes wide onto the grass. Well, the Saxo is fairly good as a rallycross car, and Max Scharfegger proving that there. He's recovered it though, and is still going into the chicane for the first time. Josh Salvadori. There's a side-by-side battle. That's Louis Austin, the black, white and green car, chasing Carl Wells, who goes over the curbs at the chicane. Max Scharfegger has recovered behind Leon Holly. Salvadori leads the way by 0.3 of a second at the end of the opening lap. There's Ollie Smith running well, and Joe Wood in problems again. He had trouble in qualifying. You can see a bit of damage to the left front of his car from the qualifying session. He's had problems again there at the chicane. Leaders, three of them line astern. Salvadori, Butler, Maserati, then a small gap back to Ollie Kerr. A big move up the inside there. Bailey Roberts coming through the complex. That was a brave lunge. Past Matthew Swatton. And Leon Holly as well in there. Scharfegger is behind them after he's off coming out of Church. Swatton attacking back again on the inside of Noble. And he's retaken Bailey Roberts. Leon Holly trying to come through as well. And he makes the move stick as they go towards Village. A lively start to the action then for our junior saloon car racers. Great training ground for these saloon racing stars of the future. And Scharfegger trying to get the cut back on Bailey Roberts there in the green machine. Just behind there, I think that's Sherry Ann Powell, the number 42. As up the inside into the chicane, very late on the brakes there from Wilf Butler, and he's taken the lead. Good move by Wilf Butler. He bounces over the curb on the exits. Still these sort-outs going on further out. Bailey Roberts is taking some risk here. He's throwing that Saxo around like it's an ice racing car. Max Scharfegger's dropping back. I wonder if he's damaged his steering when he went onto the grass. That car's not handling well. Meanwhile, Wilf Butler has taken over the lead of the race in the number 70 from Salvadori and Maserati, second and third. Bit of a lock-up there from Josh Salvadori. Ollie Kerr just looking on in fourth place, further back. Then a gap back to Kyle Wells and Louis Austin, who are scrapping for fifth position. Wilf Butler looking for win number 2 this season. Salvadori looking for win number 3. Salvadori has picked up a few penalties for track limits this season. The officials have been clamping down on track limits penalties in the first 2 meetings of the year at Donington and Brands Hatch. Luca Maserati, the current championship leader, it's only by 2 points ahead of Wilf Butler. Josh Salvadori is 2 points further back, and then Lewis Stannard 2 points off them. So as Ian said, it is really close, just 6 points covering the top 4 in the points at the moment. Lewis Stannard's a little bit further back in this field. He was struggling in qualifying. Kyle Wells under fire. So here come the leaders down towards the chicane. Luca Maserati has a brief look on the inside there. He's not close enough, and the leader goes across there, Wilf Butler. Did he get a touch there from Salvadori? I don't think he did. Wilf Butler continues to lead. He's got the fastest lap of the race as well, 134.453. Salvadori gets the tighter line through the right at Allard, past the pit lane exit. He's up alongside Wilf Butler. He could take the lead here into the complex under braking. He's got the line, and he's going to go through. Josh Salvadori takes the lead of race 1 for the Junior Saloon cars here at Thruxton. So Lightning McQueen leads. Is he going to get kachowed into the chicane by Wilf Butler though? And clear of Ollie Kerr, he's a couple of seconds further back in 4th. Wilf Butler is not finished yet, he's ready to fight back in the Mooney Hire number 70 car. Towards Church Corner once again. Wonderful camera angle here, getting a real sensation of the speed as they come round this fearsome right-hander. There's Kerr in 4th place, Wells is 5th ahead of Austin, Ollie Smith 7th, Lewis Stannard back in 8th with Matthew Swatton in the Kersley Motorsport car on his tail. Rounding up the top 10, it's Leon Holly in the number 87. Into the chicane, Wilf Butler a little bit crossed up, he was last lap as well, went over the curbs. Luca Maserati just looking on from 3rd place. First win for him last time out at Brands Hatch. He's been on the podium in every race this year, Luca Maserati, and that's what's won him a narrow championship lead. There's Bailey Roberts, who's calmed down after that rather wild start, up alongside Sherry-Ann Powell in the number 42. Further back in the order we have Lexi Powell, of course. We heard from her parents earlier on, as Bailey gets the move done there out of Allard. Lexi, the daughter of Stephen Powell of British truck racing fame. Lewis Stannard makes a dive at Ollie Smith and gets through. Bailey Roberts back ahead of Sherry-Ann Powell through the first part of the lap. Bounces off the curb though, he's going to go wide. Mistake there from the 98s. Gets it back on, but he's lost the place again to the Orex car of Sherry-Ann Powell. There's 4 of them together now. Matthew Swatton getting involved, getting past Ollie Smith in the number 80 car. Here comes Leon Holly as well in the 87. Superb 4-way scrap. This is for 7th place. Lewis Stannard has it at the moment. He went from 5th to 1st on a safety car restart when everybody else seemed to slide about all over the place at Donington and came through to take a disbelieving victory. Meanwhile, we've had a change up front. Wilf Butler has not only taken the lead, but Luca Maserati's got through the second. Butler was too quick through the chicane there, got crossed up over the curbs, and here comes Maserati. He's going to try and take the lead as they go into Allard, and he's done it. But Wilf Butler fights back alongside him. Maserati, he's got it done, and Luca Maserati takes the lead. He inherited a win at Brands Hatch with a couple of drivers getting penalties ahead of him. Maserati wants an outright win on track this time to extend his lead in the championship. Let's have a look again there, what happened to Wilf Butler if we can. These are some of the runners further back in the order. There's Lexi Powell running just behind Martin Wright, and Joe Wood still going at the back after that spin earlier on. We'll try and see what happened there to Josh Salvadori, where he lost the lead there. Briefly Wilf Butler who had taken over, but then Maserati took advantage of a slightly scrappy run through the chicane by Wilf Butler. It's coming into the chicane, yes, Salvadori went out to the left, and Butler got down the inside, and so did Maserati. They must have slipstreamed him coming out of Brooklands, but then Wilf Butler a little bit too quick into the chicane, seeing it crossed up there over the curbs. He runs wide on the exit, leaves the gap for Maserati, and he didn't need asking twice to go up the inside and take the lead. So that's what happened. Maserati still leads. They're coming round to the chicane again. Wilf Butler on his bumper as they come into the right, left, right. Maserati a little bit more tidy over the curbs that time through, as was Butler. Josh Salvadori just looking on from 3rd place behind. These 3 are nearly 4 seconds clear now, over 4 seconds clear now of Oliver Kerr. Kyle Wells still ahead of Louis Austin in 5th and 6th places. Salvadori closes up as quickly as he can into the complex. He does not want to let these two get away. Ollie Kerr stuck rather on his own in 4th place. Matthew Swatton, I can tell he was up to 7th. Lewis Stannard may have had a slight moment on that last lap. He's lost 3 places because Swatton, Ollie Smith and Leon Holly have all got through. Maybe made a mistake at the chicane. Luca Maserati still leads the way with standing pressure from Wilf Butler. Saw these two fighting it out at Donington at the start of the season. Talking of fighting it out, Max Scharfegger in 14th place has got Tom Algar on his tail. Scharfegger fighting back after a grassy moment early on. There is Stannard behind Leon Holly. You can see Swatton and Smith have got away ahead of them. So whether these two had a moment together, I'm not sure. Meantime, the leaders are coming into the chicane once again. Maserati gets 2 wheels up on the curb. Wilf Butler cuts tight to the inside. No, you don't, says Luca Maserati. Just under 4 minutes of this race to go. He pulls away a little bit. Butler lost a bit of momentum on the curbs there. If you lose momentum on a fast track like Thruxton, it can take a while to get it all back together again. Yes, there is some damage, look, on the front of Leon Holly's car, so I reckon he and Lewis Stannard have had some contact somewhere. He certainly had contact with something, Leon Holly, but I'm not sure what. Leaders are at the complex, and now Wilf Butler has dropped back from Luca Maserati because he's having to defend from Josh Salvadori. Through towards Noble. Here's a battle further back with Joe Wood now on the tail of Martin Wright. That means Joe has got ahead of Lexi Powell, who put in an accomplished performance on her local circuit at Brands Hatch. A learning exercise for Lexi in her first full season of Junior Saloon Cars as Joe Wood dives up the inside. Is he going to make that move stick against Martin Wright, the Cornishman? Yes, he is. Joe Wood moves ahead. Here are the leaders coming out of church. Salvadori drops back just a little bit, ran a little bit wide there. Butler's got the fastest lap of the race still, 1:34.453. It's still Luca Maserati who leads the way. Family best known for racing, not Maseratis, but Porsches. 3 members of the family have raced. Piers, we've already mentioned, also Jamie and Miles. Across the line they go, line astern. Separated by just under 1.2 seconds, these three. Just over 2 minutes of this race to go, so it may well be last lap next time around. Martin Wright in the Orex car, number 14, towards the tail end of the field. He's in 16th place. Still Luca Maserati leads. Out of Seagrave. Soaking up the pressure from Wilf Butler and Josh Salvadori. Ollie Kerr still in no man's land in 4th place, with nobody to race with. Still places swapping for 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. Matthew Swatton is now up to 7th. He's got ahead of Ollie Smith. Leon Holly ahead of Lewis Stannard as well. That's for 9th place. Towards church they come. Now Wilf Butler's closer this time to Maserati. He could try and make a move here on the exit of church through towards Brooklands. They're side by side, the 46 and the 70. Wilf Butler is in prime position to try and take the lead here into the chicane. Got a much better run there through Church Corner. So last of the late breakers is going to be Wilf Butler, I think. Can he hold it together over the chicane curves? He's taken the lead. Now can he hold it? They're up on the curves. Maserati tries to fight back. There might have been a touch between the two of them there. Butler goes wide. I couldn't see if there'd been any contact there, but Maserati bobs back in behind, and the number 70 car of Wilf Butler has taken the lead. Here's the pairing of Stannard and Holly still battling it out. Onto the final lap. The black and white flag was out there for somebody. I didn't see who it was. We're on the last lap now. Can Luca Maserati fight back? Can Josh Salvadori fight his way back into the lead? He's just been biding his time in that 3rd place since he lost the lead into the chicane a few laps ago. Is he going to try and ambush the pair ahead of him, going down to the chicane for the last time? It's just between these three. They're nearly 7 seconds ahead of Ollie Kerr in 4th place. Now Luca Maserati has been on the podium in every race this year, including 1 win at Brands. He's the narrow leader in the championship. Wilf Butler looking for win number 2 this season as well. Josh Salvadori looking for win number 3. And Maserati gets the slightly tighter exit. He needs to get into the slipstream of Wilf Butler's car here to try and get him down into the chicane. I don't think Salvadori is quite close enough, but he'll try everything on the brakes in the chicane. He is going to perhaps go for the inside here. Maserati trying to move for the inside on Wilf Butler. He's found the gap on the inside. Can he get the car stopped in time? They're both sliding. Maserati at the inside is in front. Over the curves he goes. Wilf Butler will try and fight back up. Salvadori's going to try and get round the outside of him. They're going to finish 3 wide. Look at this. On the run to the line, Salvadori through the middle. Who's going to get it? We'll have to go to the timing screen for that one. Salvadori gets it. Incredible. What an unbelievable finish. Josh Salvadori, subject to confirmation, has won it by 0.067 of a second. I said he was biding his time, waiting to see what the other two did, and he judged that to perfection. The order is Salvadori the winner, Butler second, Maserati third, and they're covered by less than 1/4 of a second. That's as good a finish as you'll see in any other form of motorsport. Josh Salvadori judged that absolutely spot on. Maserati goes for the last bend lunge. They're both sliding, and behind them, Salvadori's got the better control. He knows if he gets his foot down, he can try and get the positioning right. There he goes through the middle. That is brilliant driving. He knew that Maserati was going to go for Wilf Butler. He knew they'd probably lose momentum on the exit because they were scrabbling for position with each other, and Salvadori went through the middle to take the win. That's one of the best finishes to a race I've ever seen. Josh Salvadori the winner by 0.06 of a second ahead of Wilf Butler, and Luca Maserati will be frustrated with himself, I'm sure, there. He went for the last bend lunge, it didn't quite work, and 0.247 of a second covers the three of them. Ollie Kerr in 4th ahead of Kyle Wells, then Louis Austin in 6th position. Matthew Swatton tops a big fight for 7th ahead of Lewis Stannard, then Ollie Smith and Leon Holly. Behind them, Sherry-Ann Powell, Bailey Roberts, Max Scharfegger, Tom Algar, Joe Wood, Martin Wright and Lexi Powell. Show me a better race finish than that. Win number 3 of the season for Josh Salvadori. And that will certainly change things in the championship. So I'll have to get the calculators out to find out what the championship situation is now. Fastest lap of the race went to Wilf Butler, so he gets the extra point. Beautifully judged victory for Josh Salvadori. Well, let's head down to Parc Fermé and get the reaction from the drivers.
Well, I don't know what you really say about that. Josh Salvadori's 3rd win of the season. Talk about taking the opportunity when it comes. I don't think you can quite believe it. The reaction is remarkable inside the car. Let's give him a quick hand, shall we, and get him out of this. That was insane. I'm not sure Josh quite believes it at the minute as well. Wow, oh my word. The Junior Saloon CAR Championship delivers a fist pump there from Josh Salvadori, and rightly so as well. Well, talk about leaving it late, Josh.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it really. I was just, you know, I think I fell back a bit, just made a couple little mistakes, but, you know, that's what I was really hoping for, just, you know, try and find an opportunity just to try and catch up, and yeah, I didn't realise it would come that way.
That's what this racing's all about. You three kind of broke away really from the rest of the pack. Did you sense there could be an opportunity right at any point?
I mean, I started to lose hope when I saw them like both just starting to like edge away. I just tried my best, just tried to keep it on track, and yeah, just try and find an opportunity to pass.
Well, you don't want to talk to me, you want to go celebrate. Go on, Josh, well done. Well, let's grab a quick chat with you. Oh, so close, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really close, straight to the last lap to the line. I mean, couldn't have been much closer.
I tell you what, you three are putting on some show this season, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, team's been really well. We're all just identical on pace. I mean, when we go through testing, everything's just identical. It's so close between us three.
It is thrilling to watch. Will, thank you so much. Congratulations there as well. We will grab Luca very shortly for a chat. He's just going through the formalities. This man over here, by the way, 6 races this season. He's been on the podium in all 6 as well. Quite incredible. Let's just grab Lexi for a very quick chat whilst we just wait. Lexi, very quick chat if we can. How was it out there?
It was alright.
Yeah.
Just getting better.
Getting better. You're getting quicker and more confidence in the car, yeah?
Definitely, yeah.
Fantastic. Look, best of luck for tomorrow. A couple more races still to come in. Let's go grab Lucas, shall we? We'll just jump on in. He's still doing the circuit comms bits, but never mind about that. We'll see if we can jump in and have a quick listen in, shall we? See what is being said at the minute. Right, Luca. Right, you might be a little bit disappointed, but probably, you're still on the podium. That's 6 podiums in a row now this season.
Yeah, it's a bit gutting, obviously. Happened last year at Thruxton where we led most of the race, and unfortunately we lost it right at the end, but that's racing. We'll go again tomorrow, 2 races, and hopefully we can get a win.
You know you're quick enough. That's the important thing, right?
Yeah, we're closer than the last 2 weekends. We've got a bit lucky maybe at times the last few weekends, but this weekend we're really on the pace with our teammates, and so hopefully we can convert that into a win tomorrow.
6 from 6 in the top 3. Luca, congratulations. Right, the time to go. Look, Caterham 270Rs are already heading out on track. So Dave, over to you.
Okay, having got my breath back after that epic from the Junior Saloon cars, we move on to our next Caterham race. It's the 270R Championship, sponsored by Edge Parts. This is the 3rd rung on the ladder. Some drivers with more experience than others in this one, some coming up from Academy. And let's have a look at the grid for this one. A man who won a hat-trick at the opening round at Snetterton, Ben Wheatley, has set pole position in the number 53 car, alongside number 15, Nick Sampson, only a few hundredths of a second separating those two. Second row, number 10, Harvey Ashmore, and 88, Adam Keane. He had a couple of podiums at the Snetterton season opening meeting. Row 3, 76, Monty Hind, alongside 37, Henry Speaks. His meeting at Snetterton was spoiled by a collision, so looking to make up for lost points here. Alex Coombs, number 21, lines up alongside 44 of Rob Lowe. Row 5, Paul Oglesby, star of the Academy last season, now up in 270R, alongside Megan Bruce, regular in the GB4 single-seater championship, of course, dovetails it with her Caterham racing. Row 6, 51, is Harrison Cavers, alongside number 9, Dan Hope. Row 7, Gary Cross, number 23, and number 6, Tim Hardcastle. The 8th row, Nick Heighton, lines up alongside Andrew Bailey. 9th row is Tim Payne and Andrew Mackay. And completing the top 20 on the grid, Jasmine Shaw and Andy Palmer. Row 11 is 73, Brian Joyce, and 62, Anne Hall. And then we've got 3 cars that failed scrutineering after the qualifying session and will start at the back with a 10-second penalty, so watch for them coming through. Louis Darling is quick. We saw that at Snetterton, number 69. Also back there, number 2, Graham Handy, and 8 of Django Jones. So they will start with a 10-second penalty, as Eduardo Pontes did earlier on in the Roadsports race. Well, Ben Wheatley scored a dominant hat-trick at Snetterton. He won one race by 12 seconds. That's unheard of in Caterham racing. In the first race, Adam Keane had virtually a dead heat finish. It was a photo finish for second with Lionel Tolmash. Lionel's not here this weekend. He's second in the championship behind Ben Wheatley. Harvey Ashmore is 3rd in the points, and then 4th is Bruno van Dijk, last year's Academy champion, but again Bruno not out this weekend. Watch for Megan Bruce, single-seater starlet in the GB4 championship. You never know, we might see her starring in F1 Academy someday. She's in the red and white car on the 5th row of the grid. Pole position, Ben Wheatley is the light blue car, alongside number 15, Nick Sampson, in red and white. He had a shunt in the second race at Snetterton, had to fight his way back up the order in the finale. Second row, Harvey Ashmore in green and gold. The sort of army green car with the white roll cage is Adam Keane. Marshall's just getting the 3 cars that were penalised after qualifying into position there. The Union flag will start them. Rest of the cars will start as normal when the red lights go out on this Edge Parts Caterham 7 270R Championship race. First of 3 races for them this weekend. Can Ben Wheatley remain unbeaten in the championship so far this season?
At the back is number 62.
Just awaiting the all clear to get this one underway. Yes, there is the 5-second board. Means in the next 5 seconds the red lights will come on the gantry. They do so. The revs are up. Our next Caterham race of the weekend gets underway. Good start by Ben Wheatley from pole position. Sampson tries to slot in second place. Watch for Adam Keane, the car with the white cage there on the outside. Number 88, Henry Speaks, is up there as well. The 3 cars have their practice times disallowed, get underway from a short penalty. Keane up the outside into the complex, going side by side with Harvey Ashmore, but it is the number 53 of Ben Wheatley who leads the way. There was somebody sideways in there. There's a bit of bumping and barging. That was the number 6 car of Tim Hardcastle that nearly lost it. He's held it together. Megan Bruce just ahead along with the 44 car. It's Rob Lowe. First appearance of the season for Rob. And they're all round the first few corners. Okay, somebody running wide there. Nearly losing it. That's Harvey Ashmore, number 10. He's not had the best of starts. He's dropped back into the pack from the second row of the grid, and he nearly spun it there, coming through towards Noble. They fan out into the back of the circuit. Then it is Ben Wheatley from Adam Keane. Nick Sampson is in third place. Monty Hines had a good start. The number 76, the blue car with the Dayglow yellow nose. He's well up there. The 48 there towards the back, the maroon car, it's Jasmine Shaw. I think that's the car that Ben Timmons raced to the title last season in 270R. As Adam Keane round the outside takes the lead into the chicane and bouncing over the curbs. Nick Sampson has made a bit of a mess of that. We've got another mess further back. That's Hardcastle, number 6. He spun it. Somebody else went across the chicane there as well. They've all just about made it round. They complete the opening lap, then this is Adam Keane with the lead, where we see him taking the lead, but there was a bit of mayhem at the chicane. Nick Sampson went across the grass, and there the couple of cars down. I think it was Rob Lowe who went straight on, tangling up with Hardcastle in the number 6, who has got going again. The only cars behind him are the ones that had to start with the penalty. So Adam Keane leads them from Ben Wheatley. It's Monty Hind up to third. He's had a good opening lap. And Nick Sampson down to fourth after that little moment at the chicane. Running up the top 5 is number 21 of Alex Coombs. Sampson trying to make a move on Monty Hind there as they come out of the complex up towards Village. Behind them it is Henry Speaks, the number 37, the Hong Kong-based driver. It's Ben Wheatley with the blue wheels who leads the way. Looking for win number 4 already this season. Queuing up behind him here well and truly. 18 puts a couple of wheels wide there. That is Paul Oglesby under pressure from Alex Coombs, the lovely sort of metallic turquoise livery car. 3 wide down towards the chicane. Oh, there's contact there. Adam Keane has clipped Nick Sampson. Now, has that damaged Adam's steering? Yeah, he's gone across the chicane there. That may have wounded that car. Keeps his foot in. But has he picked up any damage? He's got back into the lead there by keeping his foot in through the chicane there. He's got back ahead of Nick Sampson. Down to third has gone Wheatley. It could be fourth because trying to move through is Monty Hind. Kachow says his number plate. He's clearly a Lightning McQueen fan as well. But that's what Josh Salvadori was saying as he crossed the line, and that's an incredible finish in the Saxos. Now, can the Caterhams top that finish? We'll see in a few laps' time. Paul Oglesby diving up the inside there on Harvey Ashmore, the number 10. Paul Oglesby only just out of Academy and moving straight up to 270R. The number 9 in there as well, that's Dan Hope. He was the man who tangled with Henry Speaks, if memory serves me right, at Snetterton. The inside comes Ben Wheatley, the championship leader. Looking at the table, it is Wheatley ahead of Lionel Tolmash, who's absent this weekend, as is Bruno Van Dijk, as you mentioned, in 4th place. Louis Darling rounds out the top 5, so watch for him coming through from the back, having started with that penalty. His car failed scrutineering after the qualifying session. Charge the way through. There's Andy Bailey, the red car with the blue cage. Look at this, it could be 5 wide into the chicane for the lead this time. Who's going to be the last of the late breakers on this one? Adam Keane on the inside of Nick Sampson. He's still got the lead, so he escaped without any suspension damage, and that bit of wheel clipping earlier on. He goes over the curve again. There goes the first wing of this race. That's the first one I've seen get lost all day so far, I think. We normally see wings flying off Caterhams, but I'd kept quiet about it because we hadn't seen any come off till now. I think it's Ben Wheatley who lost the wing in all that melee. Henry Speaks was in there with him. I think Speaks could be up into P3 here. There's your leader, Adam Keane ahead of Nick Sampson. Wheatley has retained P3 ahead of Speaks in 4th position. Then rounding out the top 5 it is Monty Hind ahead of Harvey Ashmore and Paul Oglesby in 7th in the green car. Next to is Dan Hope. Then we've got Megan Bruce and the number 21 of Alex Coombs rounding out the top 10. That's the metallic blue car there just going through. Taking on an orthodox line there was Henry Speaks, but it's worked for him. He stays ahead of Monty Hind, and up on the curb there, Harvey Ashmore in the DPR Motorsport car on the attack. This is terrific stuff, as expected from the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship. The first 3 have broken away slightly. It's Nick Sampson who has taken the lead briefly in the number 15. There's the 78s of Nick Heighton. Late entry on the programme today. What are the leaders going to do this time? Well, they're going to go 3 wide. We know that into the chicane. Ben Wheatley in the middle. On the outside, Adam Keane. On the inside, Nick Sampson. It's Wheatley who comes out with the lead. Coombs has gone wide. There's a bit of bumping and boring. Megan Bruce and the 78 of Nick Heighton make contact. That could allow Alex Coombs to close back up again. There's effectively a 12-car train for the lead here. Andy Bailey on the back of it in the number 31. Tyres squealing. There's a couple of the cars starting with penalties. Number 8, Django Jones. And the number 2, which is the Ironman livery car, number 2, Graham Handy. Have they made any progress from the back? They've made up about 3 places each. Although Louis Darling is up to 17th, so he's further ahead. Monty Hind a little bit wide there, coming out of the complex. Who's going to have the lead this time through? Ben Wheatley has it at the moment, ahead of Sampson, Keane. Harvey Ashmore fighting back. He's up to 4th, got ahead of Monty Hind there. Oglesby is up to 6th. Henry Speaks has been shuffled back on that last lap, so he may have made a mistake somewhere. Just the slightest bit of momentum loss, and you shuffle to the back of the line and have to start all over again. Nick Sampson's retaken Ben Wheatley. Monty Hind, out almost onto the grass there. In rear-wheel drive machines like this, that can easily lead to a big spin. Sampson's been drafted on the run up Woodham Hill. Here comes Adam Keane on the inside. Who's this charging down the outside? That's Henry Speaks. He's never going to get the car stopped in time there to make a challenge. He's going to have to take the escape route. That'll drop him down. There's another wing gone flying. That's from Harvey Ashmore's car as he went over the curb there. Okay, so the order this time is Keane, Wheaton, Sampson, Ashmore still in 4th, then Paul Oglesby is up to 5th, Monty Hind down to 6th. He ran wide coming out of Church. Dan Hope is 7th, Nick Heighton 8th. Speaks has gone down to 9th as a result of that error at the chicane. And rounding out the top 10 is Alex Coombs. Megan Bruce has gone down to 11th, then it's Bailey in 12th. And that's the lead draft as we have at the moment, as they'd say in American Oval Racing. The next group is headed by Harrison Cavers. He's about 5 seconds further back. Any one of a dozen drivers could still win this. We're not even at half distance yet. There's just under 12 minutes to go in this Edge Caterham 270R Championship race. The 270R seeing the more experienced drivers mixing with the Academy and Roadsports graduates. Middle rung on the ladder. Coombs up the inside to try and take Henry Speaks there. Megan Bruce is behind them in the 94. Adam Keane makes a daring move up on the curb there at Church. It's worked, he's taken the lead. Here comes Nick Sampson. He's almost being bump drafted there. Here comes Paul Oglesby. Watch the green car on the inside. Straight up from Academy to 270R this year. With a bit of luck, he could take the lead under braking here. No, Ben Wheatley moves across and takes the line. There's a tangle further back. Dan Hope has tangled up with Alex Coombs. Something had to give in all of that, and it was those two, unfortunately. Now, Coombs has kept it going. And Dan Hope, who got involved in a tangle with Henry Speaks at Snetterton, finds himself in trouble again. Let's have a look again there. Watch towards the outside. As Alex Coombs missed his braking point, I think, just cannons into the side of Dan Hope. Great shame for those two. Paul Oglesby has taken 2nd place there into the complex. He's got ahead of Nick Sampson, looking for his first 270R victory. Ben Wheatley looking for his 4th of the season. Adam Keane is down to 4th. He's had a couple of wins in other Caterham series already this year as well, just keeping his hand in as a guest driver to get as much track time as possible. Monty Hind is 5th, then it's Ashmore, Heighton, Speaks, Bruce and Bailey. It's a 10 car train for the lead now, having lost Dan Hope and Alex Coombs. Coombs is still going, but a little further back. Not sure what's happened to Dan Hope. Did come through, but near the back of the field. Sampson fighting it out with Oglesby. They're still behind Ben Wheatley. What are they going to try this time? Sampson goes to the outside. Oglesby to the inside. Oh, he's hit the back of Ben Wheatley. He missed his braking point there. That's another wing gone, I think. There's cars scattering all over the place. That was like the peloton in a cycle race where they come to a roundabout, isn't it? Half of them went one side, half of them went the other. Now, what's that done to the race order? Your leader is now Adam Keane. Where's he come from? Second place is Sampson. Oglesby in 3rd. Wheatley's down to 4th. Oh, and that's a big impact. That's Django Jones. He's gone head on into the tyre wall. It's good to see Django's got out and he's okay. That is a big impact. Nasty one there for Django Jones, the former Academy star. Pleased to see that Django is okay. He was towards the back, of course. He started with the penalty. Race continuing for the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if we perhaps see a safety car to allow the marshals to recover the remains of Django Jones's car. That will almost certainly be the end of his weekend. Well, Ben Wheatley now running with no rear wings at all. Chasing after our leaders is Nick Sampson, who has got the lead this time through. How long have we got to go? 8.5 minutes. So it's going to all change again, well, every time they come round. Here comes Henry Speaks on the attack, but yes, I think the safety car is being scrambled just as Paul Oglesby makes it 3 wide with Adam Keane and Nick Sampson. I can see safety car on the timing screen, but I don't think the yellow flags have yet gone out coming through the chicane. They may get the notification at the start line. Let's have a look. Yes, there's the safety car board. So Paul Oglesby was leading as they came out of the chicane to cross the timing line. So he will be picked up by the safety car and just taken the lead into the chicane. Safety car out, of course, with Django Jones off at the chicane. But the previous lap through, it was rather a crazy run through the chicane for the leaders. Let's see if we can piece together what happened. Well, Paul Oglesby at the back of Ben Wheatley. Adam Keane then slid wide and had to take the escape route. I think Monty Hind got clipped by Harvey Ashmore there. Henry Speaks took the escape road as well. So that chopped and changed everybody at the front of the field. That was certainly a rather crazy moment. And then Django Jones walloped straight in. I'm not too sure what happened there. I reckon something broke on the number 8 car. Thankfully, the safety systems did their job and Django is okay. It's getting a bit of treatment there from the medics. He'll be taken to the medical centre as a precaution, of course, for a checkup, but he was straight out of the car, so no serious injury there. Just over 6 minutes of this race to go, and while we have this period behind the safety car, I have a feeling this race will finish behind safety car, but we'll bring you an update when we can. But we did manage to catch up with a few of the drivers before the race got underway, so while we're under safety car, let's hear what they had to say.
Right, so I've got Megan here, who's back with us in the championship. Is it just a one-off round, this one?
Just a one-off, yeah.
It's great to have you back, and obviously you're quite busy doing GB4, aren't you, at the moment? How's that going?
Yeah, it's really good. The new car's really different, and the championship's really big, so it's a strong grid. It's good.
And so how's it going? How does it feel being back in the 270?
A bit different, but it's not too different. I mean, I'm used to it anyway, and it's still fun.
Well, you've qualified well, and it's hard here, isn't it, at Thruxton with the tow?
Yeah, the tow was very difficult qualifying. I set my fast lap on lap once, and then I just didn't really get a toe again. So hopefully we'll make up some positions in the race instead.
I'm sure you will. I've seen you do it before.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, well done, Megan, and good luck for later.
Yeah, you too.
Right, so I found Monty Hine. Monty, like keeping in nice and cool under the umbrella. It's quite important because it gets quite hot in these cars when you're sitting here with the helmet on.
Yeah, you do get fried a little bit. You do. No, yeah.
How's qualifying? You're in a good position here.
Yeah, really good. Really happy with this. Got disqualified from Snet last time, so started last there. So this is much nicer to be up where at the sharp end, and with the toe here, it's anyone's game in the top 10 or so, I reckon. So yeah, I'm really pleased with this. Yeah.
From the races we've watched already, it's incredible. You know, where you can be 6th, 8th, and the thing is, if anyone's battling, that's it. The rest of them catch up.
It's gonna be a hairy race. It's gonna be a fun one. Just gonna try and focus on getting a good start and go from there. Really. Yeah.
Well, wish you all the best, Monty.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Well, back to the track here at Thruxton, and not surprisingly, perhaps, the red flag has been thrown on the Edge Caterham 270R Championship first race of the weekend. So the race brought to a halt with 4.5 minutes or so left on the clock because of Django Jones's off down at the entry to the chicane into the tyre wall. Obviously, heavily damaged cars recovering the tyre wall to be repaired as well. So I think that will be end of race, and the result will be declared early. But we'll await confirmation of the result. It was Paul Oglesby who was leading the race behind the safety car in car number 18. Checkered flag now showing on the timing screen. Nick Sampson was in second and Adam Keane third, but we don't yet have confirmation of that result officially. It may be counted back a lap. Yes, the timing screen has just counted back to the end of lap 8, which places Oglesby at the top ahead of Sampson, Keane and Nick Heighton, with Ben Wheatley in 5th place. But we'll await official confirmation of that later on. And there is the remains of Django Jones's car. Look at the state of that. But all the safety systems worked as they should. Django would have been wearing a frontal head restraint along with his crash helmet, and thankfully no serious injury resulting from that impact into the tyre wall, which is great to see. He will be taken to the medical centre for a check over, but looks like that is the end of race 4, the Caterham 270Rs. So the provisional result is a win for Paul Oglesby. The Academy graduate takes his first 270R win. We'll confirm that officially when we can, ahead of Nick Sampson and Adam Keane. Ben Wheatley, the treble winner from Snetterton, in 5th place behind Nick Heighton. Monty Hind in 6th, ahead of Henry Speaks, then Harvey Ashmore, Megan Bruce and Andrew Bailey. Well done Louis Darling, coming through from the back of the grid with that penalty for 11th place, ahead of Harrison Cavers, Tim Payne and Gary Cross. 22 cars went the distance in that one. We lost Django Jones, of course, and also Alex Coombs and Dan Hope after they tangled at the chicane a couple of laps from home. So the results are declared at the end of 8 laps provisionally, with a win for Paul Oglesby, his first in 270R. Let's see who we can talk to down in Parc Ferme.
Well, that's not how they would have wanted this race to finish, but I'm glad to see Django's out of the car, and I hope he's okay after that quite significant impact. But Paul Oglesby would be delighted that there was a safety car. Let's grab a word. Paul, I think when the safety car came out, I think you probably thought, oh, Kushti, I'm here. I managed to get first. And obviously it's red flag. Not obviously what you want. You want to have a race till the end. But, you know, it's a win.
Is he okay?
I've seen him get out and get into the ambulance. He got out of the car quite quickly, so I don't know. I've just what I've seen on the camera, so I hope he's okay.
Yeah. First thought actually was he looked pretty buried in there, so I was a bit concerned. But yeah, then it was, I wonder how long he's left. I didn't use my timer, but yeah, it was great. Elbows out. I think I said that to you at the last round. Great racing, fair. and yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly. It's a win. Brilliant. Well done.
Happy face.
It's good to see you happy face. Right, let's grab a word with Adam. Adam, goodness me, it was chaos out there. Coming into that chicane was carnage.
It's literally calm. What's going to happen at the chicane?
Yeah.
And everyone's kind of making their mind up, and then it's just mad. I was saying to Simon there, I think it's the wildest track, honestly. Even though there's only one big action area, it is a really big action area.
It is.
And it's intense, really intense, and 3 or 4 cars locking up, contact, and not a lot of space. It's it's a lot. But,
It is a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very intense. But you made it out and you're on the podium, so it's all good.
Yeah, somehow. I'm not entirely sure how, but I'll take it. Thanks.
Absolutely, well done. Right, where has Nick gone? Let's have a quick scan around, because they do tend to go off and have a chat with everybody. And I think, is that him over there? No, that's Monty. Where's Nick Sampson gone? Can you spot him, Jack? Because they do just wander off. Oh, he's behind me. Oh, look, he's over there. Let's have a wander over there and speak to Nick, because Nick did really well there. Nick, wow, that was amazing. I know obviously it's not the way you want to finish a race under safety car, but that was amazing battling out there, and you held your own out the front.
It was chaos, to be honest. I don't really know what went on. I hope it's a Django in the wall. I hope he's all right. Not how we would like to finish the race, but finally a podium, which is nice.
Very well-deserved podium after that race.
Yeah, it was tough. It was quite tough. Everyone. We wanted me and I can't even remember who was on pole, but we wanted to try and get away, and it never happened. So not ideal, but got there in the end. So yeah,
It's hard to get away though here, isn't it? Obviously Ben did get a bit of a break, but then it just all bunched up again.
Yeah, it was carnage. No idea. I don't know how Paul's ended up first from 10th. That's pretty impressive.
Very impressive.
Yeah, carnage. No idea.
Yeah.
No idea what's happened, but we're happy. Happy now.
Yeah, well done. Congratulations. Right, I think we might have a few minutes, because obviously they've got to clear up Django's car. So we'll go around and have a chat with a few of the drivers and see what they made of this race. I'd like to speak to Ben Wheatley actually. Let's have Ben. Can we just grab a quick word? That was a rather chaotic out there, and obviously a little tap in the back as well, wasn't it? Sorry, the camera's that way. He's hot.
a little tap.
Was it a little tap?
I'm not sure it was.
Oh, was it not?
No.
Okay.
It's probably best you didn't come over here about 30 seconds ago.
Oh, okay.
I was a bit annoyed, but look, it was more like Destruction Derby out there than actual racing. I don't mind racing clean and fair, but there was multiple occasions then earlier that it was just carnage. No one ever had any intention of making the last corner and straight across the escape roads or straight across the chicane. But yeah, not enjoyable. Not an enjoyable race, I must admit. Battle scars to prove it. But yeah, we'll race again in race 2 and see how we get on.
No, because you were doing quite well as well, and kept out the front nice and clean.
Yeah. Me and Adam had a lovely clean race. Very playing the game, dropping behind. There's you can't win a race in the first 10 minutes. So but everyone's had the memory card taken, so I'm assuming it's all going to get looked at.
There was quite a lot going on in that race, so I'd imagine the Clarks are going to be very busy.
Like to look it back as well. Yeah, I wouldn't like to be the Clark today.
No, I wouldn't either. It's going to be a late night for them, I think.
Yeah, I think it might be, but as long as the right result comes out in the back of it, then that's all that matters.
Well, do you know what? Well done, though. You did great.
I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you, Sam. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, it's very difficult, isn't it? It's going to be a lot of tension going on. Let's come down and speak to these guys. Right. So, how was it from your perspective? There was a lot going on. Harvey, obviously you were right in the mix of it at the beginning, weren't you?
Yeah, no, it was a lot going on. I think the car-to-car contact was just unacceptable, really. I think firing it into the chicane and crashing into people to make places is just not what it's about, and we'll see what the result is in a few minutes.
It's about racing with respect, isn't it? Yeah. And what about you, Nick?
I was a little bit behind, so I could just see the carnage unfolding. It served me quite well. I think I came from 16th to 4th, so it's good. Really good race. I enjoyed that. It was really enjoyable. Pity it got cut short. Just getting into the groove, but yeah, I think if that contact was bad, it's not acceptable, is it? They need to race with respect. Better way. Be really good fun again, but not for some, I don't think. I don't think Ben's happy, is he, by the looks of things?
No, Ben's lost both wings, actually, both rear wings.
Yeah, you'd have a look at it, don't be on board and see what happens.
Well, exactly. We'll
Maybe
see where that's it. Well, you never know. You never know.
You never know.
I'm buying dinner tonight.
I'm buying dinner.
That's great.
Brilliant. Well done, guys. Yeah, because you never know what, I'm looking forward to seeing the grid for tomorrow. See what the outcome is.
Swapped around quite a bit, that couldn't it? I think. Hopefully, is it Django? Hopefully, Django's okay.
Django's
Yeah,
okay.
well, we saw him get out the car and walk to the ambulance, but I'd imagine, that was quite a heavy impact.
Yeah, it looked a big shunt.
Did you see?
It's like buried in the wall.
Yeah, it looked so deep into the wall. Just really hope he's okay. It was really bad.
Same. Right, well,
Cheers, Sam.
look forward to seeing the race tomorrow. Right, should we, let's have a word with Henry Speaks and Monty, because they had quite, I can't make my way through there, I'm going to have to go around this way. The cars are very, very close together. Guys, can we just have a quick word? Sorry, I know there's a lot that went on in that race, but how was it from your perspective?
Really good up until the last chicane, which is terrifying at the moment. You got cars everywhere. It was all a bit chaotic.
Yeah, it was very chaotic. I mean, you held your breath every time you go into that corner. Everyone's locking up, can't see anything. Not quite the standard we were expecting from people. It's a shame. But I'm happy the car's in one piece because it's not the same for everyone. And I hope Django's okay as well.
Yeah, same. I mean, we only saw him walk to the, as you've probably been told, walk to the ambulance, so hopefully he's okay.
All I saw was tyres and the car sticking out from them, so hopefully he's alright, but yeah.
Not nice to see, is it, when you're going past?
It's not nice to see, but it's good to hear he's on his feet at least.
No, I think he was out of the car quite quickly, actually. So that's good.
Well, yeah, like I said, hope he's alright, and if we're lucky, he might be able to race with us again tomorrow.
I don't know.
But
we'll see. Might have to borrow a car for that one. But it depends how he feels, doesn't it? So, yeah. All right, well, thank you, guys. Right, I might try and walk through here. Can you get through here? It's very tight through there. Let's go and speak to these guys over here, because I think we've still got some time. Hello, guys.
Hello.
So, how was the race from your perspective? Oh, they're going to call you to the podium. But before they do, rather hectic, was it?
It was hectic, yeah. There was a lot going on, yeah.
I think at every point of the grid, there was chaos, wasn't it?
It was. It was just groups everywhere and everyone fighting. And it was, it was, but it was good. It was good.
Good. As long as you enjoyed it, that's the main thing.
All right, yeah.
Thank you. Yep, you're being called for the podium now. So, have we got time? Should we call you? Should we go and have a look at the podium? I think we'll go and have a walk, and we can show you the podium before. Let's have a word with Louis. Actually, Louis, hello. You got right up there, didn't you? And then suddenly you dropped back down. What happened?
So now I finished 11th. So I started right back to the grid, 10-second penalty. First corners was miles behind, so I caught up to more. But yeah, 11th from back of the grid. So not too bad.
That's great.
Yeah, I wish I could have won a bit longer. Maybe I would have got more. But
well, I think you probably would have done with the pace. But
and of all the mess going on at the front, it was very messy. But it was a good race.
There you go. That was probably a good thing you weren't up there involved in any of that.
I know, because knowing me, I'd get points from it all.
Well done, Louis.
Thank you.
Right, yes, let's have a walk through. We'll come through this gate back here.
We're all a bit lost, aren't we?
And thank you very much. We're going on an adventure this way, yes. We're going to have a look. Simon Lambert and Bob Lachley are on the podium, ready to hand out the trophies. So we'll try and wriggle through. There's a good entry in here. And our lovely cameraman can come and look just through that bit there, and then you can watch everybody get on the podium. So Simon's just letting everybody know that Django is okay. So that's great to hear.
And in third place, it was Adam.
Third place, Adam Keane. I could. We could. I hope you can. You probably can't hear Simon shouting too loudly, but hopefully you can pick it up. But yeah, Nick Sampson, second place. First podium for him in the 270s, which is fantastic. And in first place...
Our winner is Paul Oglesby.
There we go, Paul Oglesby, first win in 270s. There we go. So, we have cars on the grid now, so it's back to the racing. So I'll hand back to David.
Well, thank you very much to Sam. Good to see the podium there as well. Well done, Paul Oglesby. His first win in the 270R category. That concludes the Caterham action for today. We've next up got the BMW 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup for their second race of the day. While the cars are on their way to the grid, we caught up with some of the drivers earlier.
Right, time for the second race of the day for the 116 and 120s. So we're actually catching up here with Peter Kings. We did get a chance to speak after race one, but it was a pretty solid race from you, wasn't it, on the podium?
Yeah, it was okay. It was enjoyable, exciting, a bit frustrating at the same time. You know, got into the lead, but the tow's so massive around here. It's like you don't want to be in the lead like at the start of the race. You want to sort of like be there waiting near the end of the race to sort of make you move. So, but it was a good tussle between us three, and it was exciting to do. So it's good.
It's a really tactical race. The Caterham say exactly the same thing. We know how important it is for Caterham at every circuit. I don't think we have such an impact here, but clearly it does.
Yeah, well, these are like bricks, aren't they? So you get as soon as you get behind one, it cuts through the air. So. But yeah, it was tough. It was enjoyable. It's such a fast circuit as well, so you're on the limit everywhere, and it's a bit dicey at some points. But yeah, it's enjoyable. But yeah, start P12 now, so got a bit of work to do. Had a bit of a rubbish qualifying in the second one. So,
but we've seen from race one, you can carve through a bit of this, right?
I hope so. That's the plan. Hopefully, get a good start and try and be a bit smart with letting people sort of make a few mistakes and try and get a good run down the straight.
Now, the beauty of this series is today, of course, you get the benefit of 2 sprint races. Tomorrow you've got an hour-and-a-half endurance race. Which do you prefer?
It's a tough one. I do like the endurance race because I do it on my own, and it is good, and you've got a lot of time in the car, etc. A couple of pit stops, and strategy comes into it, etc. So you have to think about a few things. The sprints are just all out, go for it, all out sort of thing. But they're both similar. But the endurance we've done a lot more of. I do quite enjoy the endurance racing, but I do also really enjoy the sprints because literally you have no worries, just go as fast as you can. 15 minutes. So it is good. But yeah, if I'd have picked one at the moment, probably the endurance race because it sort of suits me a little bit better. But yeah, they're both awesome.
It's going to be a little bit cooler tomorrow. There's no tyre issues or anything for tomorrow?
Nah, not really. I think everyone's in the same boat. We all use a controlled tyre, so you just got to look after them a little bit. Don't overheat them, but at the end of the race, they're always going to be going off a little bit. So you just sort of hang on and get to the end.
Peter, thanks for talking to us, mate. We're going to enjoy watching you carve through the field in the 116s here. Right, here we go. Time to go racing for the 116 and 120s. Race 2. It's a sprint race. Dave, over to you.
Thanks, Ian. Good to hear from Peter Keane, who's back on row 9 for the second race of the day. There were 2 qualifying sessions this morning because some of these cars have 2 drivers, and a few of them have been exchanged for this one. It's Matt Highcock, the winner of race 1, who will start at the front of the field alongside number 187 George Hiller. Rob Carvell and Anthony Seddon on row 2. David Williams failed to finish earlier on. He's on row 3 alongside Will Abraham in the first of the 116s. Then James Waring and Luke Fox on row 4. Scott Jeffs and Jack Godden complete the top 10. Row 6 it's Ethan Hall and Dan Lavery. Tom Law, who had a spin in race 1, on row 7 alongside Pete Brand in car 86. Then it's treble 6 Ben Wilshire, 55 Lewis Charlton, who failed to finish earlier on. Pete Keane is back on row 9 alongside AJ Duffield in 212. Then James Dunn and Jonathan Baker complete the top 20. Harry Miles and Theo Millwood will be on row 11. Row 12 is Toby O'Reilly and Lee Pearce. Row 13, Sammy Walton alongside Sam Holman. The 27 car was driven by Ben Dobbs earlier on. Steve Lloyd takes over for this race. 47 Connor Anderson alongside him. And then Ben Snee and James Poole are on the next row. Last few cars on the grid. Will Townrow is now in car 635, taking over from Ben McCormack. Car 220 is Simon Fox. It was Andrew Partridge in the earlier race. In the back row of the grid, 321 Caroline Early and John Martin, car 20, completing this grid of 34 BMWs we should see out there. So Matt Highcock, clear win in the first race, going for his double here. See the 5 BMW 120i Coupes pull away from the 116 cars. 116i's we will see out in the endurance race, of course, tomorrow at the end of the programme, which is 90 minutes, 2 mandatory pit stops. Last few cars into light at the back. Nice to see the BMW M colours on the 321 there, Caroline Early's cars, the red, blue and purple stripes on the white. Same colours on the roof of Matt Highcock's car there, the black car on pole position. George Heller was pursued relentlessly by Rob Carvell in the first race. Last car moving into line there at the back, that's John Martin, the black number 20. The green flag will be displayed by the marshal at the back to say all is clear. Another 15 minutes of racing. The penultimate race here on day one at Thruxton coming your way. Waiting the 5-second board, it is displayed. The red lights come on now. Revs are up, ready to go. BMW racing here at Thruxton. One car with a little bit of a jump there further back in the pack, but we are underway. I think that was Lee Pearce, number 234, who moved off slightly early. Side by side towards Allard for the first time. George Heller on the outside of Matt Highcock. It is the white car on the outside. Here comes Rob Carvell, the blue and yellow machine moving up as well. Everybody else away cleanly further back, but Highcock will have the inside line for the complex, and he's got the lead once again, or has he? George Heller fights back on the inside. They're all making it way through the complex okay. It is Highcock who's held his lead. Who's going to be the leading 116? One car going a bit slowly at the back of the field there. As they surge their way through this huge field of BMW 116s. There's Lee Pearce. It looked like he moved off a little bit early off the line. Side by side with number 27, which is driven by Steve Lloyd in this race. A couple of these cars being shared over the two sprint races, with one driver doing the first race, one in the second. They head out into the country for the first time. Pick up the leader of the 116s as they complete the opening lap. Leader overall is Matt Highcock. The 120s already pulling away. It is Will Abraham who is leading the 116s. Looks like it's Ethan Hall possibly up into second place. He's had a decent getaway in this one. Highcock holding off Heller for the lead then as they go down into the chicane for the first time. Rob Carvell a little bit wide there in third place. Sean Seddon up the inside. Anthony Seddon rather up the inside takes Dave Williams. Sean Seddon's a bike racer. Here's the 116 eyes then, led by Will Abraham once again. Cracking battles all the way down the order. Abraham leads the 116 battle. It's the 86 up in the second place. That's Pete Brand ahead of Ethan Hall. Then we've got the 173 of Dan Lavery. The rest of them come charging through behind. Abraham's increased his lead very slightly over the rest of the 116 field. Somebody on the grass there, sliding across, rejoins without any contact or incident. Now, who was that? Just trying to see the number on that car. Can't quite identify it at the moment. Somebody else on the grass there towards the back of the field as well. That's the number 71 who's had a moment. That's Jack Godden. Now, he was up there towards the front earlier on. I've had some contact in qualifying. We see some tape on the left front corner of the car. So Jack Godden with a moment there at the complex was heading for the airfield. Highcock leads. Heller second. Anthony Seddon challenging for third. There's Dave Williams, had problems in the first race. He's up there in fifth. I did say he failed to finish earlier. I think he did rejoin a couple of laps down. Will Abraham leads the 116s. It's Matt Highcock who leads overall in the treble 5. Seddon up the inside. He had a lunge at Rob Carvell there. Carvell goes over the curves. Anthony Seddon got making a real meal of the chicane there. And Lavery diving up the inside of Ethan Hall, trying to take third place. Hall has to go over the curbs. You cannot go side by side through there in one of these cars. All over the curbs. Will Abraham continues to lead. Ahead of Brand, then Lavery. Timing screen saying that Peter Keane has pulled into the pits in the number 151. Check that, because we had discrepancy over that earlier on, didn't we? Anyway, there are the leading 116s. Dan Lavery up to third. He's got ahead of Ethan Hall. Behind them is Luke Fox in the 121, who took the opening race, the turquoise car. Rest of them come charging through behind. It'll be these cars fighting for overall victory tomorrow in the Enduro, of course, the 90-minute race. Dan Lavery still having a go at Pete Brand in the 86 car with the pink wheels. Will Abraham starting to get away at the front. Luke Fox has got 249 of Scott Jeffs in behind him. Next in the order is showing us Tom Law, the treble 7, according to the TSL timing screen, and Ethan Hall nearly at a moment there, chasing Dan Lavery. It's the battle for third in the 116 sprint. So there's Law, the white car, a little bit further back. Dan Lavery goes to the outside, trying to take second in this effectively a separate race for the 116s, with the 120s up the road fighting for the overall victory. There's no official class divide, as we said earlier. Side by side for second, Dan Lavery up the inside. They're still side by side. Up out of Allard through green and towards the complex. But Lavery's got the inside here for the right-hander. Who's going to be later on the brakes? Pete Brand tries to hang on around the outside of the inside line for the left-hander. He's held that second place. Up on the curb, that was Scott Jeffs at the back of this group in the 249 car. 5 of them line astern. And looking in his mirror, Will Abraham will be pleased to see all this, because he's able to pull clear as a result. Timing screen now saying that Tom Law has pulled into the pits, and I can't see the treble 7 there, so yeah, looks like Tom has had a problem with the treble 7 car. He was behind this group. Maybe some damage from that spin into the tyre wall in race 1. Battle rages on, out on the far side of the circuit. Peter Keane did not pull into the pits, so I thought that was an error. One or two discrepancies with the transponders today, so we do apologise. The Godden car, number 71, looking a bit more second-hand, I note there as well. So there's been a bit of rubbing in the pack as Dan Lavery continues to work to hold off Hall, then Fox and the rest of them. Bit of push and shove there into the chicane, the 232 car. That's Jonathan Baker. He's got Lee Pearce in the gold and red 234 behind him. 212, that's AJ Duffill, running mate of Luke Fox. 31 chasing them is Sam Holman. They make their way out towards Allard. Once again, still these two side by side. Nothing in it between Baker and Pearce. Big battles everywhere you look down the order in this one. Pearce up the inside, he's taken the place away from Baker. They're closing in, I think that's the number 30 of Harry Miles ahead of them. Still leading the 1 Series battle is Will Abraham in 6th overall ahead of Brand, Lavery in 3rd. This is changing all the time here, and again Pearce was clipping the back of the number 30 car there of Harry Miles, who holds him off. Let's a look to the inside. It's Lee Pearce having a lively race here. Towards Church Corner. It's to the inside. Let's them dance their way through almost behind. Number 47 there is Connor Anderson. Here's the battle up front in the 116s, and Dan Lavery and Ethan Hall go over the grass there. Nothing to separate those two, as if they're tied together with string. They've been inches apart all race long. Still Will Abraham leads Pete Brand. Meantime, back with the 120s. That's the battle between Anthony Seddon and Dave Williams for 4th position. They've dropped back on the top 3 now. Highcock's leading by 3.5 seconds over George Heller. Carvel is 3 seconds off them, but 6.5 seconds ahead of these two. So the 120s are well spread out at the moment, except for these two, for 4th and 5th overall. All the actions among the 116Is further back. Treble 5, Matt Highcock leads, got the headlights on, sliding his way through Church there. Here's the midfield battle in the 116s. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if number 71, yes, he has got the black and orange flag. That black flag with the orange disc, that means technical problem, you need to pit. That's for 71 Jack Godden because his rear bumper's hanging off. It's a safety measure because we don't want that flying off, of course. Somebody running out wide and possibly slowing up there. Who was that? Couldn't quite make out a number. 3 wide through Church, that's not going to work, surely. 27 on the inside is Steve Lloyd. There's Godden, the 71, still going up ahead. Lloyd now in the middle, as round the outside comes Harry Miles. Treble 3 in there as well, that's Ben Snee. And also in there is the 4040 team car. On the inside of all of them, hard to keep up with this, that's the 83 car of Sammy Walton coming through, side by side with Harry Miles. 78 car of James Poole in there as well, started at the back in the first race. Hard to keep up with this at all. So much place swapping going on. The 27 of Steve Lloyd, it was Ben Dobbs driving that car in race 1, side by side there with the 78. Poole moves ahead. Lee Pearce is still battling away in the 2-3-4. Here's our race leader. Barely seen another car all day, Matt Highcock. He's heading surely for a second overall win. Just over 4 minutes of this race to go. There's the black and orange flag. See the black flag with the orange circle, the meatball flag the drivers call that. That's going out to number 71, Jack Godden. He needs to pull into the pits to have that rear bumper removed. 3-2-1, that's Caroline Early. Looks like she's slowing up as well. She's running towards the tail of the field, so possibly just being lapped there by the leading 116, which is still Will Abraham ahead of Brand, Lavery. Behind them, Scott Jeffs is now up into 4th place. And then we've got a rather sideways Luke Fox. Peter Keane still going as well. Ethan Hall's dropped back a couple of spots. He's on the tail of the 252, which is James Dunn in the Gulf blue and orange car. They may not be the quickest cars here this weekend, the BMW 116s, but they are very entertaining. Fox, the winner of race 1. Look at this, 3 wide through the complex. Look at that. Scott Jeffs trying a brave move. It was Pete Brand who ran wide there. Dan Lavery up into 2nd, but he's gone wide, puts 2 wheels on the grass. Scott Jeffs could make 2 places here. Here comes the 249 into Noble. He'll be on the outside for the left-hander. If he keeps his foot in here towards Village, he could take 2nd place away on the inside, and I think he's just about done so. Just about got the move done there. Dunn, meanwhile, has got ahead of Ethan Hall, who's dropping back, and yes, Jeffs is up into 7th overall and 2nd of the 116s. Fighting back is Dan Lavery, Pete Brand, and here comes Luke Fox in the 1-2-1. Remember, they sort out they had on the last lap of the first race. Jack Godden has now come in, I can tell you, as Jeffs and Lavery side by side, and there's a bit of contact there. I think Pete Brand clipped the back of Scott Jeffs. They go over the curbs again, and Jeffs' rear bumper may have been knocked loose there as well. Now, just the corner of it there, the left rear. Black and white flag is being shown to somebody. That's the driving standards flag. It's number 25. That's Ethan Hall. So a warning possibly for exceeding track limits. That's the blue and pink car at the back of this group. Jack Godden, I can tell you, has come into the pits to have that bumper removed. He's now back out. Still the battle rages on for 2nd in the 116s. Will Abraham unable to escape as a result of that. A bit of door handling there between Lavery and Jeffs. Fox is through ahead of Brand, who's lost another place, and Lavery and Jeffs still at it, and Luke Fox is going to say, I want a double here. I'm going to go up the inside of both of them. Goodness gracious, this is close. 5 of them almost on top of one another. Will Abraham's been able to escape as a result. He's running away. He's going to be able to watch, if he looks in his mirror, he'll see the best battle of the BMW meeting so far. There's 252, James Dunn coming up on the outside. Where's he come from? Back into the lead of this battle as well. Scott Jeffs. If that bumper flaps anymore, he'll get the black and orange flag. So it's Abraham that leads. There he goes in the foreground. It's Lavery in second of this group now. Fox has come through into third. There goes the bumper. That's it flying off. Scott Jeffs won't need to be flagged in now. His bumper's departed of its own accord. Pete Brand is still in there, the black and pink car. James Dunn, Ethan Hall, Peter Keen's at the back of this group as well. There's somebody else joining in for good measure too. Who's that on the back of this? On the very back of this group. Up on the curb goes Ethan Hall. Dan Lavery nearly spins. Oh my goodness, and there's almost a tangle there. James Dunn just about saves it. Goodness me. I think that's 55 of Lewis Charlton, yes, who's come through after failing to finish in the first race. Pause for breath needed as here comes Matt Highcock. It's going to be checkered flag this time for the treble 5 car. I was so busy trying to follow what was happening among the 116, I hadn't noticed the clock had counted down to 0 there. And it is going to be a win for the second time today in the 120i Coupe Cup for Matt Highcock from Stockport in Cheshire. Out of the final corner, takes the checkered flag. It's a double for the treble 5. Second place goes to George Heller, and Rob Carvell is third. A quieter race for the 120s this time, but not for the 116s. Well, Will Abraham's been able to get away at the front, but everybody else is fighting to be second. We've got 5 of them together now. Dan Lavery ahead of Scott Jeffs, Luke Fox, and then in behind them we've got Brand and Hall. What a magnificent sprint race this has been. Luke Fox was the top 116 in the first race. I don't think he will be this time, and Jeff's being squeezed onto the grass there by Dan Lavery. What's going to happen between these 5 into the chicane then? We've got Jeffs on the inside, Fox has got around the outside. There's Will Abraham further ahead of them. He's going to be the top 116 in this race. Everybody else just going to scrabble home across the line. Abraham is the top 116 home, and second is going to be Fox, then Jeffs, Lavery, Hall and Brand behind them. There's a battle further back. That's Connor Anderson and Sam Holman together. They go side by side through the chicane. Up onto the curb goes Holman. They're going to finish with a photo here, I think. Treble 3 wants to make it 3 wide up the inside there. It is a 3 wide photo finish with Ben Snee coming through as well. Now, who got that? It was 47 Anderson who got it in the end. Those 3 were covered by about 600ths of a second. So much going on there, you didn't know where to look. Who does that belong to? I think Scott Jeffs. He lost his bumper during that race. Well, out in front of it all, it was Matt Highcock who took the win and set the fastest lap as well, 1:31.212, making the flag nearly 4 seconds clear of George Heller, with Rob Carvell third ahead of Anthony Seddon, and David Williams makes it to the flag this time in one piece to complete the top 5. First 116 home was Will Abraham, finishing clear of Luke Fox, then Scott Jeffs, Dan Lavery, Ethan Hall and Pete Brand in that frantic 5-way fight ahead of James Dunn, who nearly lost it going into the last lap, then Peter Keen and Lewis Charlton. Only one retirement that time as well. We lost Tom Law, number treble 7, into the pits early on. Superb day from the BMW 116s and 120s, sported by Gaz Shocks. Of course, the Gaz Shocks 116 trophy will have their endurance race tomorrow, the 90-minute pit stop race. Let's head down to Ian in Park Fermé.
Case of deja vu, isn't it? Here he is, Matt Highcock. He takes the win again. George Heller in second and Rob Carvell in third. In the 120s, of course, Will Abraham taking the win in the 116s. And it was Dan Lavery getting Scott Jeffs late on in the day. Let's just chuck this under Matt, shall we? Well, but this is becoming a bit of a habit, isn't it?
Hello again. How are you?
Look, it looked like it followed a similar pattern to, I'll let you get out if you like, to the first race. Was it?
Yeah, pretty similar. Not quite as quick though. I think the track's got a bit slower, but yeah.
It's getting colder, isn't it, as well?
Yeah. But I think the tyres are a bit. I think they're a bit done now, to be honest. They've had a bit more.
How's it going to cope tomorrow when you've got an hour and a half?
Oh, these don't do the hour and a half. It's just the.
Oh, you're not doing it in 120?
No,
Oh, okay.
these just do.
Oh, right. Well, that's it. Then you're done. But perfect day.
My tyres definitely wouldn't do that. No.
Oh, well, look, you must be delighted. A pair of wins.
Yeah.
Feeling good?
Yeah, great, mate. Yeah, thank you.
Man. There you go. Obviously, very happy. Yeah, there you go. 120's not here tomorrow, so happy days. 116's only for the hour and a half race. Well, how are we doing? What are we going to do about him this season?
Well, it was a P2's not a bad result. Just frustrated I couldn't catch Matt, couldn't stay with him. So he's a good peddler. But equally, Rob didn't catch me. So it's but it was a bit kind of out in the wilderness, not as close as it was in the last race. But good nonetheless. Good track time. More time in the car. We tried a slightly different setup on the car, so it was good. It was good.
Top man, thanks for talking to us, John.
Thanks so much.
Really appreciate it. Good stuff indeed. We do have Rob Cover. Just get his helmet off over there. Let's just move down a little bit further, actually. And I think the next race track action cars aren't heading out just yet. So there we go. Turns out the 120s aren't here tomorrow. The 116 cars are. They have an hour and a half race tomorrow, an endurance race. So that is going to be something quite special. Right, for one final time today, there is just another dance. That is it. And the honour goes to track action. This is going to be an absolute cracker as well. We've seen some great racing so far, haven't we? Gary Preble's taken 2 wins from 2 so far, but he's well down the order. It's the replacement race from Brands Hatch. Of course, if you tuned into that live stream, you may remember the track action race 2 at Brands Hatch didn't go ahead. There was damage to the barrier at Brands Hatch. So fortunately, they've managed to bolt it on. That's why we get the 3rd race. So here they are. Almost time to go racing for track action. Final race of the day. Let's hand over to Dave to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Yes, thanks very much, Ian. One race to go then, the Brands Hatch race for the Track Action Racing Club. Now, the grid for this one has been done a bit differently. Drivers who were at Brands Hatch start from the front. There were 13 of them in total here today who were at Brands Hatch. Drivers who weren't at Brands Hatch have to start behind them. Gary Preble wasn't at Brands Hatch. Let's have a look for where he starts then. The drivers who were are headed up by Paul Roddison, so it's the Skoda on pole with Will DeClaudio's Peugeot 106 alongside him. Second row is Joe Dorrington in the Civic and Andy Presswell's Opel Astra. Now, I didn't see that car on the grid in race 2, so the problems he had in race 1 could have proved terminal. Row 3 is Sean Govard's Citroen alongside Sean Deacon's Peugeot 106. Row 4 is Gareth Porter's Peugeot 205 and Donald Dewar's Volkswagen Golf. Row 5, Dave Beecroft, different car to the one he was in at Brands Hatch. He was in the Seat then, alongside Noah Checkley, who completes the top 10 on the grid. Row 6, we have Andy Mitchell and Jacob Baldry in their Peugeots. Row 7, Dave Thomas in the Mark 1 MR2, and there's Gary Preble. He starts 14th. Watch for him coming through. Row 8 is Sam Stride's Civic, Adam Croft in the Scirocco. The 9th row is Lee Bull in his Renault Clio that isn't. He's in a borrowed Honda Civic. And Sam Hicks in the Mark 4 MX-5. Row 10 is John Halliwell's MX-5 and Dave Scotting's 206. The 11th row, Matt Anderson and Mervyn Beckett in their Peugeot 206s. David Whedon will start from the back. Hopefully his gremlins from earlier on have been resolved. Well, Ian, I think, did manage to catch up with a couple of the drivers earlier on. Let's see what they had to say.
Right, it's the final race of the day here, and actually final race of the weekend for track action. They're not with us tomorrow, but we have seen some fantastic racing. Gary Preble has taken both wins so far. He's got a little bit of work to do. He's quite a bit further down the order. That is because this is the replacement race from Brands Hatch. I've come over here. I want to chat to Donald. Donald, can we just have a quick chat? I just love the car, really, to be honest. That's the reason. Can you tell us a story about it?
I've had it 30 odd years, racing Volkswagen Coupe, got destroyed at Silverstone, sat in the workshop then until COVID came along, and COVID rebuilt it, needed something to do, come out racing again, the best thing I've ever done.
Best thing you've ever done. Yeah, it is a fine machine. What's it like taking around the fastest circuit in the UK?
Well, it's my second time here, but I've come back especially to have another shot because I loved it so much last time on slicks, so 4 seconds a lap quicker on Yokohamas than I was on slicks, so room for improvement yet.
super improvement. Good man, thanks for talking to us, Donald. And of course, we benefit, of course, don't we, from the 3 races this today, which is even better. We're going to move out of the way because we've got Dave Beecroft and his Scirocco just coming through. For this race as well, Paul Rodderson, he's down there in his Skoda. He's going to go from the front. And is this finally going to be Will de Claudio's race? We're going to find out. Watch out for Gary Preble and his Civic coming through. This promises to be an absolute corker of a race. Make sure you stick it through with us right till the very end. Right, with that, time to go racing. Dave, over to you.
Good to hear from our Scottish visitor Donald Dewar, his lovely Mark 1 Golf. The man behind Forth Boat Tours. So if you're ever on the Firth of Forth in Scotland, famous for the Forth Bridges of course, you can take a tour on Donald's boat. There he is in the Golf. There, back there is Gary Preble, 14th on the grid, so this is going to be interesting to see him trying to come through the field. Wait to see if there's any gaps on the grid. It looks like all the 206s are there. Paul Roddison's Skoda will be on the pole position. A few gremlins in race 1. Can he take the first win for an Octavia in UK Motorsport? Will de Claudio's Peugeot is there. Joe Dorrington's Civic. Andy Presswell is not there, so there's a gap on row 2. Sean Govard and Sean Deacon are there. Gareth Porter, Donald Dewar. There's Dave Beecroft in the Scirocco. Noah Checkley, Andy Mitchell, Jacob Baldry, Dave Thomas. So Gary Preble's effectively 13th. He's got 1 absentee. Adam Croft. I didn't see Sam Stride there. I don't think his Honda Civic's on the grid. I don't think Lee Bull is either, so we're missing a couple. We might be missing one or both of the MX-5s as well. I couldn't see there at Church. So all but one of the drivers who were at Brands Hatch are there. We lost Andy Presswell in the Astra after the first race. Yeah, the MX-5s are not there. I don't think we've got Lee Bull, and we haven't got Sam Stride, so it's a slightly reduced grid. Where's Paul Roddison gone? Has Paul Roddison pulled into the pit lane? We've lost our pole sitter. I saw him come round at the end of the lap. He must have pulled into the pits. That's a shame. Well, if he's going to start from pit lane, it'll be interesting to watch him coming through as well then. A bit like a handicap race, this is. So, Will de Claudio in the Peugeot on his own on the front row. Watch for Joe Dorrington. He's quick in that Honda Civic. No Andy Presswell, so just 1 car on the first 2 rows. Sean Govard and Sean Deacon on row 3. It's Porter and Dewar in the older hot hatches. And then Dave Beecroft and Noah Checkley in the Peugeot 206. I'm not sure what happened there to Paul Roddison. We saw him coming round on the green flag lap, but he must have pulled into the pit lane. Of course, the winner of the race that was completed at Brands Hatch before the meeting had to be abandoned due to barrier damage from one of the truck races was Adam Shepherd, the Honda Integra, not here though. So a few gaps on the grid. There's Paul Roddison. Oh, it looks like he's pulling into the paddock. He's had a problem with the Skoda. Oh, what a shame. So a slightly reduced grid, but we should be in for some good action here. Watch for Gary Preble in the Honda next to Dave Thomas's MR2. The red lights come on. Final race of the day. The Track Action Race Club. A long hold on the lights, but we're underway. Good start by de Claudio. Good start by Joe Dorrington. Everybody else jockeying for position behind. Adam Croft around the outside in the Scirocco. Gary Preble's already on the move. He's up into about 5th place already. We're told it's a severe misfire, unfortunately, on Paul Roddison's Skoda. It's dropped a couple of cylinders. So that's the reason he's out of it already. It's de Claudio who leads from Dorrington, Deacon. Preble's already carved his way through into 4th place. It won't be long before he's at the front in that very potent Honda Civic. The rest of the pack starts a fan out behind. Dave Thomas didn't get the best of starts there this time. He's normally quick off the line. The MR2 towards the back. There's Preble. He's got the headlights on. Sean Govard already behind him. There's Dewar. He's got ahead of Gareth Porter. They're battling for classic bragging rights, I think. The Mark 1 Golf and the 205 GTI, two of the all-time great hot hatches they are. Adam Croft in the Scirocco behind him. De Claudio leads, Dorrington, Deacon, and it's Preble. Now how long before Preble's on the back of the three leaders? There's the battle in the 206s. Andy Mitchell ahead of Noah Checkley. Into the chicane. Will De Claudio, the former king of Castle Combe, along with Gary Preble, have been great rivals at the Wiltshire circuit for many years. Sean Govard has been a Castle Combe regular in recent seasons as well. Preble now tackling Sean Deacon's 106. Into P3 he goes. Deacon trying to fight back against the tighter line there through Allard. They're not going up without a fight against Gary Preble. Battle of the 206s further back. That's headed up by Jacob Baldry, I think, if we look at the time screen. No, Andy Mitchell, sorry, leads the 206 GTI Cup. Now Preble's got his great friend and rival from Pre-03 Touring Cars, Joe Dorrington, in his sights. Will De Claudio leads the way in the little 106. It may be small, but it's a very potent car, that is indeed. Sean Govard still fifth in the AX behind Sean Deacon. Porter 6th, Dewar 7th. Croft, Mitchell and Baldry round out the top 10. Gary Preble is gunning for it. He's not holding back here. Joe Dorrington has proved his worth over the last couple of years in the Pre-03 touring cars. Gary Preble's won the title there, but Dorrington has proved a match for him on occasions. And now trying to prove a match for him here at Thruxton. Two Civics, line astern. Preble tries to go around the outside. Dorrington's wise to that, so Preble will go to the inside towards Allard. Dorrington keeps his foot in. That's good defensive work by Joe Dorrington. And he holds that second place. He had some problems with that car at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago on Easter weekend. De Claudio still leads. He was 3 seconds up at the line. 1:24.576. That's the fastest lap of the race by the race leader. And Sean Deacon's closing back up as well in that 4th place. Sean Govard's AX is next. Then it's Porter in the 205. Preble trying to go over the inside into Village. Again, Dorrington holds him off. This is good driving by Joe Dorrington, but of course all it's doing is allowing Will De Claudio to run away in the Peugeot. Speaking of Peugeots, here's a whole group of them. The 206s, Merv Beckett there attacking the white machine of Dave Scotting, the winner of the class in the 2nd race. There's Noah Checkley who took race 1. Here they come towards the chicane, and Gary Preble has now got ahead of his Honda rival. Now we'll go after Will De Claudio. So this is going to make things a bit more interesting as we watch the 206 battle, because that's taking time to pass Joe Dorrington has lost a bit of time for Gary Preble and has allowed Will De Claudio to build up a lead of nearly 5 seconds. So now we get to see Gary Preble try and whittle that down. Dave Scotting runs a bit wide, his bonnet's flapping again. Merv Beckett on his tail in the yellow Peugeot. Yellow was the colour used by Peugeot on their Dakar rally cars for a number of years. The inside there, Jacob Baldry takes Andrew Mitchell. There's a big lock up there for Noah Checkley. Misses braking point into the chicane. He ran out wide. Beckett's got ahead of Scotting, bouncing over the curbs there. That could allow Matt Anderson to attack as well. Little Beckett very slow off the chicane. That's got either side of him. Must have missed a gear there. Loses 2 places. Baldry still ahead of Andy Mitchell in the battle for the lead of the 206s. He's taken over the lead of the class, chasing Dave Beecroft. Now there's Preble. Is he reeling in Will De Claudio? Now he's free of Joe Dorrington. The gap was 4.887 seconds, and De Claudio had done the fastest lap at 1:24.468. But there's the Honda. There's the visual gap. What is it on time? Is it less than 4.88 through this time? We're only just a third of the way through this race. Across the line they go. It's down to 3.2 seconds. The chase is on for Gary Preble. He's done a 1:23.583, taking over a second out of Will de Claudio's lead on that last lap alone. Claudio did a 1:25.2. You can see there, that's how the gap has come down. 1.6 seconds Preble has taken out of it. And now we get to see, after Gary Preble dominated the earlier two races, despite the best efforts of Will de Claudio, now it is time for Preble to try and win from behind. Surviving the scares in race 2 when the back markers nearly caused a disaster. Will it be a hat-trick for the Honda? Or is it power to the Peugeot? And clear of everybody else, Joe Dorrington's now nearly 4 seconds back in third place. Deacon, Govard, Porter and Croft next through. Adam Croft's got ahead of Donald Dewar. In the 206s, it's Jacob Baldry who leads. There he is, the black car. Leads the black and orange of Andy Mitchell. Then it's Noah Checkley. Anderson next through, ahead of Beckett and Scotting, after Beckett had that error coming out of the chicane last time through. What a shame we haven't got Paul Roddison though. Teething problems with the Skoda. It is a new car this year, completely new build. We reach half distance in this 15-minute race. Has put on a great show all day. Best we've seen from them so far, the 206 GTI Cup. Jason Jesse was one of the founding members of that. Used to race in the Nippon Challenge in a Toyota Celica before switching to Peugeots. There's Donald Dewar in the 4th Tours Golf. Fair play to Donald for travelling all over the UK to indulge in his passion for motorsports. Mentioned in his pre-race interview, he used to race in the old VW Cup when any model of VW could take part. We had classic Beetles in there. Seat Leons used to take part. Even a Caddy van at one point. Joe Fulbrook in his diesel VW Bora. These are some of the ones I remember. Dave Thomas is lapped in the Toyota MR2 by Will de Claudio. What's the gap this time? It's down to 1.8 seconds now. He's taken another second out of him on that lap, de Claudio and Preble. Preble just squeezes past the Toyota there. Unfortunately, Dave Whedon has pulled his Peugeot into the pits again. That car just refusing to run right today. Background, move being made there by Joe Dorrington. I think that was in the grey car. Yes, he's battling with Sean Govard, who's caught up in the Citroën AX because Sean Deacon has lost ground. He's down to 5th while we were watching the leaders there. So Deacon's down to 5th. It's Dorrington and Govard battling for 3rd now. Will de Claudio continues to lead. Here he comes through Church. 1.8 seconds was the gap. Preble's still got the fastest lap of the race, 1:23.583, but they'll be coming into back markers again soon. Now, have learned from race 2, be careful around the 206s. 206s will have learned to watch their mirrors and obey the blue flags. Through the chicane. 1.85 seconds was the gap. Over the line they go, flashing the lights at the back markers. It's down to 1.31 now. Another half a second comes out of Will de Claudio's lead as he squeezes past Dave Scotting and Matt Anderson. This is the battle for the lead in the 206s. Noah Checkley's caught the two leaders, Mitchell and Baldry. How close these three are. And the leaders have got to get through this lot somehow. There's Beckett behind them as well. They're going to be a train of cars for the lead of the 206 GTI Cup. Here comes Checkley. He's going for Andy Mitchell. I think he's going to get through here into second place. He has at Noble. Good move. They've got to be careful now. Here come the leaders. Look, Preble's right on the back of Will de Claudio now. Let's hope there's no repeat of that scare in the second race. Oh, Jacob Baldry has seen them coming. He moves wide. But Gary Preble is now ready to attack with 4 minutes on the clock. Can Will De Claudio deny Preble a hat-trick? They're used to fighting like this around Castle Coupe in the circuit's own domestic saloon car series. Up the hill towards the chicane once again. Preble's getting ready to attack. He won't get through there. Holding the inside there, Will De Claudio. Wasn't close enough, Preble. What about the 206s? Here comes Noah Checkley. He's got alongside Baldry, who cuts across the grass. Oh, and he loses the position there, Checkley, because Andy Mitchell was there on the inside. He gets through, back into second place. Again, it's hard to know where to look, despite the slightly reduced field for this last race of the day. Oh, Joe Dorrington's had a spin at the chicane, and there's smoke out of the back of the Honda. I think he's leaking oil. Let's hope that doesn't affect the leaders. He had problems with that car at Brands Hatch as well. Will De Claudio is frantically flashing his lights at Dave Beecroft, who gets out of the way in the Scirocco as they head out towards the back of the circuit. 3 minutes to go. Can De Claudio hang on? Preble's all over him like a rash. Through Village, up to Church. Great tension in this last race today. The Track Action Racing Club, formerly Track Attack, really have put on a brilliant show here at Thruxton today. And Gary Preble complete the hat-trick. He's in the slipstream of the Peugeot. We're going to try and go round the outside into the chicane. Claudio late on the brakes, holds it together. 2 laps to go. Does look like there's some fluid down there at the chicane, possibly as well from Joe Dorrington's car, I think, but Dorrington's still going. Here come the 206s there. You can see that bit of oil that's gone down. I think that's from Joe Dorrington's car. And a couple of the 206s sliding wide. Oh, Andy Mitchell nearly hit the wall. Yeah, there's definitely fluid down at the chicane. Now, who's leading the 206s now? It's still Jacob Baldry with Noah Checkley on his tail. Here comes Checkley. He's going to go through on the run into the complex. Noah Checkley takes the lead. The young gun from Birmingham has the advantage. There's the fluid you can see as Donald Dewar goes through. And here are the leaders, and still Gary Preble cannot get ahead. That must be the widest Peugeot 106 in the world. Yes, Joe Dorrington hasn't come through on that last lap, so I think his engine must have failed. Just over a minute on the clock, maybe one more lap to go this time. What a finish to our day of racing here at Thruxton. Of course, we do it all again tomorrow. Down to the chicane. They've got to be careful through here. They'll know there's some fluid down. The marshal's probably been displaying the red and yellow striped flag for slippery surface. And now Preble, oh, he nearly goes into the back of the Peugeot 106. De Claudio was slower off the chicane there. There's a black and orange flag out for somebody. I didn't see who that was for. I'm assuming it's for Joe Dorrington, who is still going, I think. Pick that up later on though, because Gary Preble's going to try and go down the outside into the complex. De Claudio defends. These two have battled for the Castle Coupe Saloon Championship for many years. They know each other well. They have fought each other on track on hundreds of occasions. Look, he's almost pushing the Peugeot there, coming out of the complex. The Honda's got the straight line speed. He just cannot get the line away. It's a terrific defensive drive from Will De Claudio. It's a shame they can't both win this. The only way to do so is if they were to dead heat over the line. Claudio actually pulls away a little bit there, going through Village and towards Church. What can Gary Preble do? It's going to be all on the chicane this time. He's got to close back up a little. De Claudio got the better exit out of the complex that time through. Here comes Preble. He's lining him up. Which side's he going to go? De Claudio will hold the inside line. He's got to get the chicane nailed on absolutely right. In they come. Into the right. The left. Preble bounces over the curb. Is he going to get into the slipstream? He's going to try and get up the inside. They are going to finish side by side. It's going to be a photo finish between the two of them up towards the flag. Have they dead heated it? The timing screen says De Claudio. The timing screen says De Claudio by 0.037 of a second. I think they did try to dead heat it. I said a fitting result will be if they both won it. They almost did. Sean Govert comes over in third place as we lost Joe Dorrington. Deacon is fourth. And here comes Adam Croft next home. He's got the wipers going on the Scirocco. Next to is Gareth Porter, and Noah Checkley is going to win the 206 GTI Cup. He'll be 9th overall. Finishes ahead of Mervyn Beckett, who's second in the class. What's happened to Jacob Baldry? There he is, he's dropped back. Last couple of cars come over the line. Donald Dewar will take 7th overall behind Gareth Porter. Checkley is 8th overall, in fact, ahead of Beckett and Andy Mitchell. Then Baldry is behind Dave Beecroft. Then Anderson, Scotting. We await Dave Thomas, the final finisher in the MR2, because we lost Joe Dorrington, we lost David Whedon, and Paul Roddison sadly didn't take the start. David Thomas struggling a bit with the MR2 there in the closing stages, but he will make the flag. Our last finisher of the day. But what an amazing fight that was between Gary Preble and Will De Claudio, and the timing screen in fact has now confirmed it was Preble who crossed the line in first. It sometimes does reset itself in a photo finish, 15 thousandths of a second, but in a way they're both wins. I reckon that the Track Action Racing Club should look at giving that as a joint victory, because that was an amazing race between De Claudio and Preble. I thought Preble had outdragged De Claudio on the runs to the line. Govert third. Well done to all the class winners behind them as well. What a wonderful way to round off what has been a brilliant day of racing. Try and have another look at that finish so we can determine whether Preble was definitely ahead there or whether it was a dead heat. I thought it was going to be a dead heat. He just got slightly tighter exit from the chicane up towards the line. And yeah, Preble's nose is just in front as they cross the line. Almost impossible to call. And the marshals showing their appreciation as well. Let's head down to Parc Fermé.
There you go. This is going to Gary Preble for a third time today. That is because it was 0.015 over the line with Will. Unbelievable. I mean, Gary Preble way down the order as well. Had a lot of hard work to do. Certainly made the most of it. And I thought, actually, to be honest, Gary, I actually thought, sort of halfway around the final lap, I thought Will had you, to be honest.
Oh, yeah. Wow, what a race. Oh, look, that's the peach. What a race. Yeah, the oil made it really interesting on club
There was
chicane.
oil at the final chicane as well.
Oh, yeah. Massive load of oil down. I actually thought my drive shaft had gone. It literally, like, it lost traction. I think it may have been my teammate Joe that had lost his oil down through there. So, although the victory is very sweet, it's I'm not looking forward to repairing the engine on his one either. But yeah, absolute credit to Will. Absolutely, like, fantastic racing.
Amazing.
All
Absolutely
weekend.
amazing.
But yeah, what a buzz. What a way to get the triple.
I think we need to push you down the start order a bit more often. It's quite exciting, isn't it?
I enjoyed it. I did enjoy it.
Nice, okay. Well done. Congratulations. Let's grab Sean for a quick chat as well, shall we? Back. Right, a bit of oil at the end there, was
Just
it?
a little bit, yeah.
Oh.
Jesus. I saw it happen right in front of me, and I just thought, stay out of the way. And then obviously, there was a little bit of oil, and I thought, how bad was it on the tyres going through, obviously, onto that first corner?
I think it was Joe, wasn't it? Yeah, but actually, it's benefited you.
I know. Bad luck for him, but yeah, no, it was. Yeah. I think we would have had a good battle to the end, definitely. So it could have gone either way, but I'm just lucky to finish.
Enjoyed your day?
Yes, I have. Yeah, tiring. 3 races in one day.
Enjoy doing 3 races in a day?
No.
No. Well, I've got some good news. You can go have a pint now.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. It's brilliant.
Thank you. We've got Will over here. Let's grab a word of him, shall we? There's no more racing action today, so Will, You're still smiling. You're still smiling.
You have to smile, don't you?
You do.
You do,
0.015 over the line,
yeah.
but I thought you had a bit. I mean, I've got to hats off to you because you have put in some amazing racing and you have entertained us no end today.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a shame. I think Gary's car he just had a better line through the chicane over the oil, and I just couldn't get any traction, couldn't get the exit. So it was unfortunate, but still good weekend, still 3 seconds. So. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah, definitely.
I cannot wait to see you back out on track again the rest of this season. Thanks so much, Will. 3 second place, should be very proud of that as well. Great stuff indeed. And that is that. Most of the rest of the cars, Dave Beecroft is there. Let's just grab a quick word with Dave, actually, shall we? Like I say, we're under no time pressure now, shall we? Dave, let's have a quick chat with you. I just want to say, wow, track action has certainly lived up to the billing today, hasn't it?
It really has. These guys at the front are amazing, aren't they? What a show they put on. Really impressed.
Do you know what the gap was over the line? Do you know?
0.00.
Well, nearly 0.0015. That was it.
Pretty close.
Unbelievable, wasn't it?
And I think the guys in the in the 206s have had a real ding dong of a battle as well.
Brilliant.
I ran out of talent round the back, so just make a bit of smoke.
Yeah, but we expected that.
Yeah, but some guys, I think his engine's gone out the back,
Yeah, it was. I think it was Joe. Yeah,
it's a shame that. But no, it's great. If anybody's got some oddball car, they want to come and race and have some fun.
Yes, please do bring it out, track action. Dave, thank you. It's great to see you, mate. Fantastic stuff indeed. And that is it for day one here at Thruxton. And bye-bye to track action as well. They're not here tomorrow. We do have the Hyundai Coupe Cup join us, though, for more racing action. JSCC back out as well. And, of course, plenty more Caterhams. That is it for today. We'll be back live tomorrow from around about 10:30 or so. It's going to be a little bit colder as well. So that is it from me. I'm going to hand back to Dave for the final word. Cheerio.
Well, thank you to Ian Waterhouse and Sam Parker down in the paddock and park Ferme today, but that does wrap up day one here at Thruxton. We kick off tomorrow at 10:40 with our next Caterham race, the Vertex Caterham 7 310Rs. We have 2 more races for the Junior Saloon cars. The Edge Caterham 7 270Rs have 2 more races as well. 1 more for the Blistein Caterham Roadsport Championship. And we'll also have the OT Publishing Coupe Cup with Toyo tyres. The Hyundai Coupe is out on BARC TV for the first time this year. They opened their season a few weeks ago at Alton Park. We'll see them for the first time in front of our cameras. We'll also have at the end of the programme, as we mentioned, the 90-minute endurance race for the Gaz Shocks 116 trophy. The BMW 116 have been in brilliant form today. If they're anything like that tomorrow, that is going to be an event really worth watching. So do stick with us through tomorrow. Another 10 races coming up for you here on BARC TV. We get underway around 10:15 with the qualifying session for the Coupe Cup. That's when track action begins. We start off with the Caterham's 10:40. Thanks to everyone else for their support today. Thank you to our camera crews. Thank you to all the marshals, the volunteers and other officials here today at Thruxton as well. They're off for a well-earned overnight break now, so we'll see you tomorrow morning on BARC TV for day 2 here at Thruxton.
Okay, the sequence 1